It was just a regular evening, nothing special about it. The palace was quiet, everywhere except for one room. In a spacious hall, a young couple, a brown-haired guy and a pink-haired girl, were getting intimate. The sounds coming through the slightly open door made it clear they were really enjoying each other's company. A girl passing by the hall at that moment heard those sounds and immediately covered her mouth, hoping she wouldn't be noticed. In shock, she dropped to her knees, trying to hold back tears. A picture flashed before her eyes, her standing in a beautiful wedding dress, and next to her, a young, fair-haired man. However, she understood that right now, behind that door, her husband was being unfaithful. Meanwhile, 10 hours earlier, the palace was buzzing with preparations for the celebration. Rihanna was also getting ready to go out, trying on beautiful jewelry. When the girl was ready, she went out to the maids, and they told her that all the preparations for the celebration were complete. Rihanna wondered aloud that she and her husband had been together for 5 years, so everything had to be perfect. Then, one of the maids asked where the master himself was, since he hadn't been seen for a long time. The girl volunteered to look for her husband herself and instructed the others to double-check all the preparations. Soon she came to her husband's office, but he wasn't there. The girl walked around the room, wondering where he could have gone. Suddenly, she saw a box on his desk. When Rihanna opened it, she saw inside a beautiful black necklace with a large precious stone in the middle. The girl gasped in surprise, seeing such a beautiful chrysolite ornament, noting that her husband clearly had good taste. The last couple of days, she felt like they had drifted apart because of her fuss over the holiday, so the girl decided to close the box and pretend she hadn't seen anything. The celebration kicked off soon after, and guests started pouring into the palace. Rihanna scanned the room, trying to spot her husband in the crowd. She finally saw him talking to a couple of guys. She was a little surprised he'd been here the whole time when she walked up. He bent down to greet her, then gave her a sweet kiss on the forehead. Rihanna blushed and smiled, gently touching where he'd kissed her. Just then, one of the guests, Lady McCarthy, came over to congratulate them on their 5th anniversary and mentioned she had a little something for her. The lady held out a small box, hoping she'd like it. Rihanna opened it up and saw a beautiful necklace with red and pink stones, noting to herself that George, her husband, had gotten her a necklace too. Lady McCarthy looked surprised and asked if she didn't like the gift, but Rihanna quickly reassured her, saying the jewelry was incredibly beautiful, and then the guest suggested she try it on right then and there. The maid helped the girl fasten the necklace, even though she didn't really want to, since she wasn't planning on wearing anything special today because of George's gift. But once the jewelry was around her neck, all the guests standing nearby admired it, saying it was literally made for her. After that, Rihanna went back to looking for her husband, who was again busy schmoozing with the guests. Then the girl asked where Lisbeth was, and the maid guessed that she'd be arriving any minute. Rihanna wanted Lizzie, her beloved little sister, to be with her on such a wonderful day. Soon, a young green-eyed girl with long pink hair arrived in the hall, wearing a chic black and pink dress. Seeing her sister, she immediately rushed to meet her and give her a hug. But at that moment, Rihanna's gaze fell on her neck, where she saw the very same necklace she'd seen in her husband's study. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and the realization slowly began to dawn on her. Her husband was cheating on her with her younger twin sister. But Lisbeth acted totally normal, greeting her sister and apologizing for being late. Instead of saying hello back, Rihanna just asked where she got that necklace. Lisbeth just smiled like it was nothing and said someone gave it to her. Then Lady McCarthy asked if she had a special someone, but she said it was a secret, because tonight is all about her sister being the star. Lisbeth walked up to Rihanna and congratulated her on her 5th wedding anniversary. The lady of the manor got a little flustered, but thanked her sister for the well wishes anyway. Soon George joined the conversation, greeting Lisbeth. The girl congratulated him on the anniversary too, thanking him for looking after her sister for 5 years. George gently stroked Lisbeth's hair, showing his gratitude for her being with them all these years. Seeing that, Rihanna couldn't even stand. She fell to her knees, and Lady McCarthy, who was standing nearby, helped her, asking if Lady Royd was all right. George and Lisbeth immediately rushed to the girl, trying to help her. But Rihanna just waved them off, saying she was fine. She just hadn't been sleeping well lately. She said she'd rest for a bit, and she'd definitely feel better. Then, Lisbeth held out a box with a gift, saying she wanted to take care of her sister this year. Rihanna thought to herself, why is she suddenly doing this? Does she feel guilty about, That thing with her husband? When the girl opened the box, she smirked when she saw the chrysolite brooch. Lisbeth said it was a piece of her stone, symbolizing happiness for a young couple. She asked George if he had prepared a gift for his wife, and the man replied that he would give it later, advising Lisbeth not to worry so much. The girl just said there was nothing to worry about, because she knew how much George loved his wife. Soon evening came, and the guests started to trickle out. Lisbeth complimented her sister, saying she did a great job today and invited her to dinner. But Rihanna said she wasn't feeling well and planned to get some rest. She told Lisbeth she could have dinner with her husband. Back at the palace, Rihanna knew she needed to think this through calmly, because she didn't have solid proof of their affair. She just couldn't believe it was even happening. She headed to her husband's study, intending to find that necklace box. But when she got to his desk, the box was already gone. Just then, George himself walked into the study, asking what Rihanna was doing there, to which she replied that she was waiting for him. The man didn't understand what she needed him for. Then, the girl remembered his words at the party about how he had prepared a gift for her. She asked if he could give it to her right then and there. George totally froze up, not knowing what to say. So he told her he'd ordered his wife a dress, but it hadn't arrived yet. He explained it was an overseas order, and when the seas are rough, you gotta wait a while. George hugged Rihanna, apologizing for not ordering the dress sooner. The girl told him he had nothing to worry about. She said she had something for him too, and she was planning to show it to him tonight. Rihanna asked if he'd stop by her bedroom, since today was a special day. But George just backed away, saying she wasn't feeling well today anyway, so they should probably save it for later. Soon night fell, and Rihanna lay alone in her bed. But she really didn't feel like sleeping. Then she got out of bed, wondering what George could be up to right now. She headed to her husband's room, telling herself she was just being paranoid. He'd never cheat, especially not with her sister. But as she got to his door and peeked inside, she saw her worst fear confirmed. Her husband was spending the night with Lisbeth, her twin sister. He was telling the girl how much he loved her, and Rihanna heard every single word. Not wanting to stay there a second longer, she went back to her room and sat on the bed until morning. She knew she had to face the fact that those two were having an affair, but she didn't feel sad. Her eyes burned with revenge, and she was figuring out her next move. They didn't have any kids, so if she wanted a divorce, it wouldn't drag on forever. But she wasn't about to let him get away with this betrayal so easily. Rihanna was determined to get her payback, no matter what it took. When it was time for breakfast, the maid noticed the lady looked way too pale. Meanwhile, Rihanna was thinking she couldn't do this alone. She needed backup. Mrs. Venegans was George's personal servant. Plus, like 90% of the estate would side with him. Chances were they already knew everything and were just keeping it from her. So Rihanna called Margaret, another maid, asking her to come see her later. The girl didn't get why the lady suddenly wanted to see her. The lady said it was about something important. Just then, George walked into the dining room, greeting his wife with a tired yawn. He asked her how she slept, and Rihanna replied that the night was pretty rough. George wondered what the reason was, since he even let her relax last night. Rihanna decided to stay quiet, clenching her fists in anger, then pointed out that her husband looked pale too. She added that, judging by the looks of him, he hadn't slept much either. George just looked away, saying he slept like a log last night. Just then, Lisbeth walked into the room, greeting her sister and Count Royd. The girl said she'd slept enough to last her for months. Rihanna just replied that she didn't sleep nearly as well today. Lisbeth remarked that it wasn't surprising, judging by how rough she looked, but then smiled and said Rihanna should eat and sleep well, since she's so eager to meet her nephew. The girl decided not to reply to that, and for a while, the three of them ate breakfast in silence. But soon, Rihanna decided to bring up the subject of the person who gave Lisbeth the necklace. George's breath caught in his throat from fear. Then Lisbeth asked if her sister was talking about the chrysolite necklace. Rihanna nodded. And then the girl decided to change the subject, saying it would be better for her to wait for the moment when she could introduce this man to her sister herself, as they had agreed. The lady thought that was exactly what she wanted to do, until she caught those two together. Then she said that her sister was already 23 years old, and it had been 5 years since she herself got married. The girl added that all this time, she thought she would be much more indifferent to her sister, but she still understood that it would be terrible if she didn't get married. Lisbeth and George silently listened to Rihanna, not knowing what to say to her. Then the girl thanked her older sister for her concern, but added that she wasn't thinking about marriage yet. However, she didn't even finish speaking before Rihanna firmly told her to bring the guy she was going to marry to her. Seeing the confusion on her sister's face, the girl asked what she was so carefully avoiding. She added that Lisbeth looked like she didn't want them to ever meet him. Then Rihanna turned to her husband, asking what he thought about it. But the man just smirked, trying to avoid answering. That's when Lisbeth got teary-eyed, reminding her sister about her recent divorce, saying she didn't want to rush into anything like that again and get hurt. The girl got up from the table, apologized for bringing everyone down, and hurried off. George immediately got up after her, intending to stop Lisbeth. He turned to his wife, saying it was her fault the girl was in such a state. Rihanna just silently watched her husband go, thinking that her only mistake was meeting them in the first place. Whatever happens next is on them, and she'll do everything she can to enjoy watching them fall apart. After breakfast, Rihanna decided to take a bath and meet with Margaret, just like she planned. The maid couldn't believe that the problem really was that Mr. Royd and Lady Lisbeth were having an affair. Rihanna said it all happened in this house, and you can't hide something like that without the staff being involved. Then, the girl gently touched Margaret's cheek, saying she was the only one she could trust. The maid teared up. She definitely wasn't expecting that kind of trust from her mistress. Then, Rihanna asked if she could help her out. Margaret immediately said she'd do anything if it would help her lady. Rihanna double-checked, asking if she was worried about becoming a thorn in Lisbeth's side. Then, the maid said that from her very first day there, she'd been under her care, and that's how it would stay. The girl hugged Margaret, saying she was so happy to have her. When the lady got out of the bath, the maid decided to speak to her again, asking if she was thinking about a divorce, to which Rihanna replied that she would definitely file for divorce after they dealt with George. Then the girl said she needed Margaret to do something for her. She whispered her wish to the maid's ear, and she was surprised that her mistress really wanted to go through with it. Lisbeth said she was getting married, so they had no choice but to help her with that. Once she was ready, she headed to the hall where her father's portrait hung. He was dead set against Rihanna's engagement to George. The old man said the kid was from the Royd family, who'd been breeding bureaucrats for centuries, so it bugged him that George hadn't landed a spot in the ministry yet. He told his daughter she had to understand that if George turned out to be a total screw-up after the wedding, they couldn't step in. And when Rihanna brought her fiancé home, her father didn't voice his disapproval to the guy. Instead, he offered him the chance to manage his hotel with his wife. But now Rihanna understood her father had been right, because George couldn't even repay the faith and respect they'd given him. She smashed their portrait together, saying that divorcing him would only be the first move. She wasn't about to let him get away with his carelessness. After that, she left the room, leaving the shattered picture on the floor. The next day at breakfast, George turned to Rihanna. He said he was going to tell her later, but decided to come clean about something now. The girl tensed up, thinking he was about to confess to stepping out on her. But then George announced that he'd gotten the position this time. Rihanna was surprised, wondering if her husband had gone to an interview and not told her. And then he revealed that he'd gotten the job on the recommendation of Duke MacDonald. The girl clenched her fists in indignation, so her husband got the job through nepotism, and she wasn't even surprised by such blatant incompetence. However, she just smiled and congratulated her husband on the appointment, saying that her father would be happy about it too. George immediately started bragging, saying that now everyone would recognize his abilities and potential, which neither his father nor his brothers knew about. Lisbeth immediately ran up to the man, saying that they should celebrate by drinking some good wine. The three of them poured the drink into glasses, but Rihanna didn't look happy at all. Feeling her husband's hand on her shoulder, she thought the more he lost, the better, because despair would swallow him whole. Soon after, Rihanna headed for the exit, and Lisbeth walked her out, wishing her luck at work and saying she was proud of how hard her sister worked. Then Rihanna asked if her twin was all right, and she replied that she was going to the Marchioness Ezra's tea party. The girl told her to be careful and walked out the door. Lisbeth watched her go with a dark look. As soon as the lady was out of the house, the younger sister's smile vanished. But once she was sure Rihanna was gone, she headed back inside the palace, strolling casually down the hallways. Soon she reached George's room, and the lovers immediately embraced. Lisbeth quickly reassured the man that Rihanna was gone, so they had nothing to fear. The next moment, she forcefully pushed George onto the bed and loomed over him, saying that now he could focus only on her. After a while, the couple woke up in the same bed. With a hint of sadness, she said it was time for her to go. George begged her to stay a little longer, and even though Lisbeth tried to resist, Her desire to be with her sweetheart was stronger. Eventually, though, she headed off to tea, where the girls were gossiping about how that creep was back in town. Lisbeth didn't know who they were talking about, so they explained that some weirdo had been sending strange letters to girls for the past 5 years, and warned her to be careful. Lisbeth just scoffed, only thinking about getting home to see George's face again. When she got back, Rihanna invited her to sit in the garden with her and her husband. She had a question for her younger sister. Then Rihanna pulled out a letter, saying she'd found it yesterday on her way home. She guessed it was from that guy her sister was seeing. Lisbeth was stunned. She didn't know what Rihanna was talking about. And then Rihanna said she'd been fighting her curiosity not to open the letter. Lisbeth snatched the envelope right out of her sister's hands, saying it was private. Soon, she headed to her room, shut the door, making sure no one was around. She was dying to know who was writing her letters. The message inside floored her. Some anonymous creep was saying Lady Lisbeth Norden looked stunning in her purple dress at the last gala, that she was driving him wilder every day, and tonight he planned to get real close to her neck and that necklace. Lisbeth ripped the letter to shreds in a rage and tossed it in the trash, cursing out the lunatic who dared write that to her. Later, when the two sisters crossed paths again, Rihanna asked her twin if she was really serious about that guy. Lisbeth hesitated, asking why she was so interested. Rihanna was annoyed by the question, saying Margaret had found something very interesting in her room. She showed her sister the pieced-together letter, saying such a filthy message was found in the trash, and seeing the guy who wrote it after this was just unthinkable. Lisbeth looked down, saying at first she thought it was from him too, but it turned out similar letters were sent to all the single ladies of quality. Rihanna stood up from the table, yelling, not understanding how her twin could keep something like that a secret. She grabbed her sister by the shoulders, saying the thought of that creep targeting her was driving her nuts, and then told her she needed to get married ASAP. Lisbeth gasped, totally surprised. Rihanna then asked her to bring the guy home this week, because he needed to know about all this too. But she just said that was a no-go, since she'd already dumped him. Rihanna was taken aback, asking how her sister was holding up after the breakup. Lisbeth looked away, saying that dude was just another fish in the sea. Then Rihanna said there was no way she was letting her little sis be alone after all this went down. She declared she'd find her a decent guy, and fast. Lisbeth and George exchanged a nervous glance, but didn't dare say a word. Once the two were alone in the room, she angrily threw a pillow onto the bed while he tried to calm her down. But the lady was furious. How could she possibly stay calm after something like that? Rihanna's like a broken record about marriage. Ever since that creep's letter, she's got it stuck in her head that her sister needs to settle down. Then the girl, completely losing it, screamed about how sick she was of her older sister. George told her not to get so worked up, that Rhea was just talking nonsense. Through her tears, Lisbeth replied that they'd probably have to speed up their plan. Soon, another celebration was underway at the palace, with guests dancing and having a blast. George and his wife arrived in the hall, decked out in lavish outfits. The man spotted Duke MacDonald and immediately rushed over to greet him. He introduced his wife, Rihanna, and she also greeted the guest, saying it was very kind of him to hire George. Then Duke MacDonald replied that Count Royd was doing a great job managing the Norden Hotel, and good managers make excellent officials. Rihanna just smirked at that. If the Duke wasn't a total moron, he'd know all the wins were because of her and her dad's help. George was just a scarecrow. The girl was pulled from her thoughts by a woman standing on the balcony. It was Lisbeth, giving the couple a knowing look, especially George. The guy immediately turned away from his wife, saying he needed to hit the restroom. Weaving through the crowd, George headed straight for the balcony where his lover had been. She'd said she'd go first, and told him to hang back for a sec, then follow her. George blushed, looking forward to some quality time with the girl. And after a bit, he went after her. Rihanna watched them closely from below, seeing her husband disappear around the corner. Furious, she clenched her fists and spun around towards the exit. Once outside, she slammed the door shut and let her emotions explode. She thought she'd come to terms with her husband's cheating, but now, crying at what she'd just witnessed, she realized she hadn't. George used shady deals to get ahead. He was a total jerk, and Rhea was kicking herself for not seeing it sooner. Her thoughts were interrupted by a stranger offering her a handkerchief. When Rihanna looked up, she saw a young, dark-haired man. He told her she should wipe away her tears. The girl forced a weak smile and took the cloth from the man's hand. She dabbed her eyes with the handkerchief, thanking the stranger for his kindness. Suddenly, She noticed letters embroidered on the fabric. It read, Alexander Esteraz. Rhea immediately curtsied, greeting the honored guest, because standing right in front of her was none other than the son of Esteraz, His Majesty the Emperor. The man recognized the girl as Countess Royd and asked why she was crying on such a beautiful day. But Rihanna said it was just a speck of dust in her eye. Then the emperor said that, apparently, the countess dared to lie while standing before her ruler. But the girl apologized and replied that it was a personal matter. She apologized for interrupting the great son of the empire's stroll and said she would return inside. Rihanna immediately turned around and headed inside, leaving the man alone. At that moment, a red-haired man approached the emperor. He wondered why Lady Royd was crying. Could it be tears of joy that her husband had become an official? But Alexander wasn't so sure about that, and added that they were bound to meet again when he could get his handkerchief back. When Rhea returned to her chambers, she discussed everything with her maid. Margaret couldn't believe that her master was taking bribes. The lady understood that her husband had gotten the funds from somewhere. Either he used the Royd family's personal assets, or he squandered the Norden's Hotel's assets. She added that because of this letter, she and her father could get dragged into this whole mess, so they needed to tread carefully. Rihanna told Margaret to let her know if she found anything weird in George's room while cleaning, while she herself would carefully check the family hotel's financial records. She also asked if the maid had prepared everything they discussed. Margaret confirmed, adding that there was only a week left until the master started his new job. But she had to stop talking, because another maid walked into the room. She handed the countess a fatigue remedy, saying she should drink it before bed. After tasting the concoction, Rihanna remarked that it was slightly bitter, and the maid noted that she must have used too much cabbage in it. However, before the lady could reply, the mug slipped from her hands, shattering on the floor. The girl was losing consciousness, and the maids immediately rushed to her side. They tried to bring the lady to her senses, but Rhea replied that she was fine, just had a sudden headache out of nowhere. Margaret worried that her bad migraines were starting up again and offered to call the family doctor, but the girl replied that she was okay, since the family doctor said she just needed more rest. But before she could finish, an idea popped into her head. Rhea smirked, saying they were just migraines. She said she had a full checkup with the family doctor, but everything was fine, so she'd be better soon. The maid who brought her the herbal tea told her to let her know if the pain didn't go away. Soon, she left the room, leaving Rihanna and Margaret alone. Then, the girl asked the maid to find her a doctor, but to do it secretly, without the rest of the Royd household knowing. When everything was set, the girl, escorted by the maid, went to the doctor, introducing herself as Margaret Sand. She said she was suffering from severe migraines and also hadn't had her period in 2 months. Then the man asked if the girl was married, but she replied that she wasn't pregnant, since she hadn't been intimate with anyone in a while. Rhea said money was no object, so she asked the doctor to run every possible test and check her thoroughly. Soon after, the girls left the doctor's office, and Margaret wondered if her mistress thought their family doctor had faked all the test results. Rihanna shot back that he was one of the Roys, and she couldn't trust anyone from their house after her husband screwed her over. Margaret didn't know what to say to that, so she just grabbed the lady's hands, trying to show her she was there for her. After a while, the lady's carriage finally pulled back up to the palace. Stepping out, the girl was totally taken aback by what she saw. Standing in the courtyard was a young dude in a black suit. Margaret recognized him as Lord Nivet, and she was just as surprised, not understanding what he was doing at the hotel. Rihanna figured he was there looking for a new squeeze, since it had been 4 years since the Lord split with her sister Lisbeth, and that was plenty of time to move on. Margaret was totally confused, but Rhea just told her to head inside. Suddenly, the lady noticed the coachman who'd brought them back to the hotel. The maid asked if everything was all right with the lady, but the girl said she was fine and headed inside. Later, Rihanna and Lisbeth met for tea, and the younger twin asked if her sister was feeling sick. Rhea was genuinely surprised by the question. Lisbeth had heard she'd gone to see a doctor in town today and wondered if her sister was feeling unwell, then added that she should have just consulted the family physician. Rihanna didn't know how to react and asked how Liz knew she'd gone to town. The girl replied that Margaret had told her everything since they went together. Then Rhea thought about how the maid couldn't have told her anything, and then she remembered that coachman. She felt like she'd seen him before. Lisbeth asked why her sister hadn't told her anything, wondering if it was something serious. But Rihanna just replied that she wasn't sick. The doctor was needed for Margaret, and she was just scared to let her go in that condition. She added with a smile that she wouldn't dare bother the family doctor over just some maid. Lisbeth smiled insincerely, understanding that everything was fine. She hugged her sister, saying she'd been really worried about her. When tea was over, Rhea got back to her room and told Margaret that the coachman was secretly reporting everything to Liz. She asked the maid to find her another carriage with a trustworthy driver, but to keep it on the down low. Rihanna also asked Margaret to make sure the doctor they'd consulted wouldn't blab, and to let him know that if anyone offered him money, they could offer him more. Just then, the girl realized with horror that what she'd been so worried about was actually happening. Her sister was keeping tabs on her. Meanwhile, it was a big day for George, his first day on the job. Rihanna helped him get ready, pretending to be genuinely happy for her husband. The man said he'd always dreamed of being a government official, just like his father and grandfather. As she was helping him tighten his tie, she apparently tightened it too much, so much that George had trouble breathing. Then Rihanna apologized, saying she was just over-anxious, but then wished her husband a great day. Soon, the guy arrived at his job, and they immediately introduced him to the rest of the team. But before he could even say hello, one of his colleagues pointed at something off to the side. It was a basket of flowers. The guys figured Lady Royd had sent them to congratulate her husband. George picked up the flowers, but said his wife was making a big deal out of nothing. There was also a note in the bouquet, and when he read it, his face twisted in horror. But, noticing his colleague's concern, he just said it was a touching note from his wife. The guys just laughed and soon left George alone with the letter, which only had one short sentence. "I know what you did." When George got home, he immediately showed the note to Lisbeth, but she was just as confused about who it could be. The guy was freaking out, explaining that the letter came with the flowers. He grabbed onto her, stammering and crying about how he was being haunted, but Liz just gripped his wrist tight, telling him to calm down. But Royd wouldn't let up. He was scared someone else knew about his affair, or that someone might find out about the bribe he gave Duke MacDonald to get the finance minister job. Before he could finish, Lisbeth slapped him, shutting him up real quick. She glared at him, ordering him to pull himself together already. Then George reached for his sweetheart, starting to sob. With tears in his eyes, he looked at her, not understanding who was behind all this. Liz sat down next to him, trying to stay calm, and said it was just a minor threat, and those guys couldn't accomplish anything without solid proof anyway. She leaned in close, assuring him that no one could hurt them. At that moment, Rihanna was chilling in her chambers when Margaret asked her when she should send the next package. Then the lady said that sending threats too often wasn't the move. She wanted to mess with those creeps little by little, give them some time to sweat. Rhea declared that from today on, she would slowly push them into the depths of despair. Margaret also mentioned that her mistress received a letter from the royals at the Central Palace. The letter's contents really threw Rihanna for a loop. In it, the emperor requested she come to the Central Palace to return a handkerchief. At the appointed time, the girl arrived at the palace, where Alexander was already waiting for her. He asked if she knew why he'd summoned her there. Rhea was certain it wasn't just about the guy wanting his handkerchief back. Then, the emperor smirked, saying he really just wanted to chat with the Duchess over lunch. The girl coldly replied that if this was about the taxman, she's been paying everything she owes to the treasury every year. At that moment, Alexander asked with a smirk if everything was above board in Norden's financial reports. That question made Rihanna nervous, because she had no idea what George might have screwed up. She swore on a stack of Bibles she'd never done anything shady. Alexander pointed out that not everything in the world was under her watchful eye. Rhea realized that, just like she thought, George was running his deals with the hotel's money, and the emperor knew he was blowing the Nordens' cash on bribes. So, the reason the emperor called her here today was to figure out if she was involved or not. Then she declared that if anything untoward happened outside her view, family or otherwise, she'd find the culprit and make them pay. After all, nothing was more important to her than the Nordens Hotel. She also apologized for not returning his handkerchief herself, saying it was rude of her to cause him so much trouble over nothing. Alexander just smiled, saying this situation allowed them to meet and have lunch together, and he simply wanted to chat with the lady. After Rihanna left the palace, the advisor approached the emperor, asking if such meetings were too risky, because if Miss Royd was involved in the Earl's affairs, she would destroy all the evidence as soon as she returned home. But Alexander, recalling her words, stated that he wasn't so sure about that. Judging by how Rihanna was acting, Her husband was caught up in more than just some shady financial stuff. If he were in Miss Royd's shoes, he'd rat out George in a heartbeat. But if she doesn't do it herself, the Emperor will never let the Nordens Hotel off the hook. Soon, Rihanna and Margaret arrived back at the hotel. Inside, George and Lisbeth were sitting at a table in the hall. The girl was surprised that her older sister had returned so quickly, and Rhea asked what they were doing here together. Then Liz said that George just wanted to get some advice about something. The man confirmed the girl's words, saying that he wanted to know her opinion on how this outfit would look on Rihanna. Then he opened a gift box, taking out a long gray dress decorated with ruffles and precious stones. Lisbeth remarked that this outfit was perfect for her sister. Rihanna smiled and thanked her husband for the gift. But the second she was alone, she grabbed the scissors and shredded that dress to bits, then tossed it all in the trash. Margaret couldn't figure out why her lady would ruin such a beautiful gown. But Rhea just ordered her to burn everything that was left of the outfit right away. Standing in front of the fireplace, watching the scraps of fabric burn, the girl said that His Majesty knows about George's shady dealings. That's why he called her in today, to ask if she was involved. Margaret was confused. Why would His Majesty ask her point blank? There's a good chance she'll just tell her husband everything. But Rihanna declared that if she wants to protect the Norden Hotel, she has to tell the Emperor everything, to prove that George and Duke MacDonald were working together. The maid was stunned. Was her mistress really asking her to betray her master? Rihanna replied that if Margaret chooses George over the hotel, then the hotel is done for. So they need to find all the evidence they can. They need to thoroughly check George's room, while she keeps a close eye on the hotel. The next day, the hotel hosted a tea party, and some high society ladies were invited. One of the guests announced that her daughter was getting married soon. The wedding's in a month, and she came here to invite Lady Royd to the celebration. The groom's gonna be a son from the Nivets family. The bride's mom said she'd be thrilled to see Rihanna at the wedding, but she'd rather Lisbeth not come, mentioning she has nothing against her. But a lot of guys are, really interested in her, and she'd be too much of a distraction. But Rihanna just smiled at Lady Shobalt, telling her not to worry about it. While Margaret and her mistress were riding in the carriage, the maid asked if the Shobalt's daughter was really marrying a Nivet's son. Rhea told her not to try to read her mind. She stated that it was just a wedding, nothing more. Margaret agreed, saying that whatever happened, it's all in the past now. Rihanna figured her test results should be in by now, so they should hit up the doctor's office after lunch to avoid the crowds. Before long, the girls arrived at their destination. Rhea opened the door and bam! Ran smack into a dude in the doorway. The guy apologized, but then he looked totally shocked to see Rihanna standing there. She was wondering why, after all this time, she was running into him now of all times. But she played it cool and congratulated him on his engagement. She tried to walk past him, but the guy grabbed her hand. He said he needed to talk to Rihanna. Once they were inside and sitting at a table, she asked what Count Nivette wanted to talk about. He said they knew each other, so she could relax and be herself. But Rhea said she didn't see any reason to be casual with someone about to get hitched. Nivette chuckled, saying she hadn't changed a bit, but he still wanted to get something off his chest before the wedding, and also see how she was doing. After that one day, they never really opened up to her again. Rihanna wondered if it'd look weird for reps whose families called off a marriage pact to still be hanging out. Then the guy dropped the real reason he broke things off with Lisbeth, her sister. It wasn't what she thought. Rihanna was totally lost, so Nivette spelled it out for her. He said he was just told their marriage was off, and then bam, Rihanna's wedding was announced. Lisbeth went completely bonkers after hearing about her sister's wedding. She begged him to break off the engagement, and when he refused, she started threatening and harassing him non-stop. Nivette said she even wrote him a note in her own blood, which forced him to tear up the marriage contract. Liz kept threatening to make his life a living hell if they tied the knot. Rihanna couldn't believe Lisbeth actually did that, but the guy said she had no idea just how messed up things really were. Then he asked her if she noticed anything off about Liz, George, and her living together. Before she could even answer, he straight up said Lisbeth was copying her. Something was off with Liz from the get-go. He and Rihanna were into each other, but her sister's ridiculous crush stopped them before they even knew what hit him. Nivette claimed that Rhea let her take him. Rihanna blushed, saying nothing was going on back then. They weren't even dating, though they were close. The guy said Lisbeth requested the engagement with his family, even though they hadn't even talked before. That's when the girl realized she hadn't really thought about it before. Her sister once told her she fell head over heels for Lord Nivette at the ball. She said it wasn't a big deal since Rihanna wasn't into him anyway. Then the guy went on, saying that after Liz found out about Rihanna's wedding, she dumped him right away. She wasn't even interested in him, because there was no chance of anything happening between him and her older sister at that point. Lisbeth asked for the wedding when Nivit and Rihanna were starting to become more than just friends, but she dumped him as soon as the girl married someone else. Nivit told the girl to watch out for her sister, because she was messed up, and one of these days she'd stab her in the back. Even after Rihanna went back to her palace, she couldn't stop thinking about it. But Lisbeth distracted her, wondering what was bugging her twin so much. Then the girl replied that something interesting had happened yesterday. She said she'd gotten an invitation to the wedding of Lord Nivit and Lady Shobalt. Liz just smirked and kept eating her food. Then Rhea asked if her sister was okay, to which she replied that it was all water under the bridge. Rihanna decided to ask why Liz broke up with the guy who gave her the necklace. Lisbeth just said they were just too different, that she fell head over heels and even swore they'd get engaged. But she wasn't really ready for marriage. She figured she needed to be super careful about a choice like that. Rihanna chuckled, agreeing with her sister. But still, she knew that one day Liz would have to settle down, and the girl assured her that she understood that herself. Then she moved her chair closer to her sister, saying she really loved living with her. Lisbeth said she didn't want to be separated from her, which is why she wasn't in a hurry to get married. She put on an innocent face, asking if Rihanna was trying to marry her off because she was sick of her. But the girl just reassured her younger sister, saying that wasn't the case. Then Liz remembered how Rhea took her in during her own honeymoon when she broke up with Lord Nivit. It was then that she realized how much her older sister loved her. Rihanna said that they weren't just sisters, they were like twins, so her love for her was more than just affection. Liz hugged her sister, saying she loved her too, but her crazy look said otherwise. At that moment, Rhea reached for Lisbeth's neck, intending to take that necklace off of her. However, a maid entering the hall stopped her, announcing that the master had returned. George was standing behind her, and Liz was about to rush to meet him when she suddenly saw the state he was in. The dude was hammered, grinning like an idiot and waving at the women. He said he'd been throwing back a few with his buddies from the treasury. Lisbeth grabbed George's arm, planning to walk him to the bedroom, but he shook her off before she could even finish her sentence and stumbled ahead. He hugged Rihanna, saying he was super happy to see his lovely wife. Liz was watching the couple with envy, clearly not thrilled that her lover had suddenly noticed his wife. Rihanna, forcing a smile, said she'd try harder to see George so cheerful more often. Soon the guy was tucked in to sleep it off, and when he woke up, Lisbeth was standing there. George immediately freaked out, because she wasn't supposed to be there. But then Liz said that his sister asked her to wake him up and bring him to the hall, and she was making onion soup for his hangover. She grumbled that he needed to get up faster, or Rihanna might get suspicious. The guy reached for his girl and hugged her tight, asking how much longer they'd have to live like this. The girl smiled and said it wouldn't be long now. She said she was already on the final stretch. When everyone was at the table, Rihanna announced she wanted to invite George's co-workers over for dinner. She felt like she'd been seriously slacking on her wife duties lately. Rhea said it would also give George a chance to show off to his colleagues and boost his ego. The man proudly declared it was a great idea, and since Rihanna had been doing a pretty terrible job as a wife, it was good of her to finally pay attention to it. Because even if he doesn't say it, Rhea should just know these things and do them perfectly. The woman smiled slyly, saying she'd definitely handle everything properly. She was looking forward to seeing what would happen in a couple of weeks. Just then, something dripped onto the tablecloth. Rihanna's nose started bleeding. George asked if she was okay, but she said she was just tired. Lisbeth helped her wipe the blood, telling her she needed to get more rest. Soon after, Rihanna went back to the doctor, and what he told her completely floored her. The doctor said that if things kept going the way they were, she wouldn't live another year. He explained that she'd been getting small doses of something nasty over a long period. All her symptoms pointed to early-stage poisoning. It would get worse, leading to paralysis, and then, well, that'd be it. Margaret was so shocked she burst into tears, asking if there was any way to cure her mistress. The doctor said the first thing was to stop the source of the poison, and asked if she had any idea who around her might be slipping or something. Rihanna knew something like this couldn't happen without the servants being in on it. It wasn't hard to figure they knew about the secret relationship, but she couldn't imagine Lisbeth wanting her dead, just to take over the estate. She didn't even realize when it all started. Were these people really hoping she'd kick the bucket for all 4 years of her marriage? That was it. She couldn't take it anymore. The second she tried to get up, she just blacked out. They carried Rihanna to the bed, and Margaret watched over her the whole time. After a while, she woke up, and the maid immediately told her the healer was working on an antidote to cure her. Then Rhea said they needed to switch things up, because just marrying Lisbeth off to some other guy was way too boring. Right now, she couldn't believe she was even going to let her live. Now, Rihanna wanted to keep her close, make her watch as her little sister lost everything, as she became totally miserable. And then, she'd offer in the most agonizing way possible. She also told Margaret that if she was too scared to keep going, she could back out. But the maid just knelt before her mistress, saying it was an honor to serve someone as wonderful as her, and she'd do it till the very end. That got to Rianne. She teared up and hugged the girl tight, thanking her for sticking with her through thick and thin. Margaret told her not to cry, that she needed to be strong. She promised that everyone who deserved it would get what was coming to them. Then, Rhea said they had to act normal, like they didn't know anything. When the three of them were back at the table together, Rianne told her sister she shouldn't rush into marriage, which really surprised her. She said she'd been pushing Liz too hard lately, especially since she just got out of a relationship. George agreed, saying there was no reason to hurry into anything. Lisbeth was happy too, saying she was really relieved that the pressure was finally off. What's more, she said she couldn't wait to see Rianne and George's baby. Rhea couldn't believe it. Was she really planning to kill her and the baby? But she replied that she'd like to see him too. Though to herself, the girl was thinking she'd really like to see her younger sister meet a nasty, terrible end. After breakfast, Rihanna went outside to see her husband off to work. She told him he looked great and wished him a good day. Once George was gone, Rhea called Margaret over. She slipped the maid her husband's treasury emblem, which she'd been hiding up her sleeve. Margaret was confused, wondering why the lady needed something so important to the master. Then Rihanna asked the girl to take the emblem to the office. Soon, Margaret met up with George, who asked her to tell his wife he'd be home late. Then the maid asked what kind of business the master had planned. But the man said he didn't need to explain himself to her, and told her to just say he had a meeting today. Once George was out of sight, Margaret headed straight for the ladies' room. Rihanna had asked her to get the lowdown on her husband's life at the treasury, and why he was always coming home late and hammered. And Margaret knew there was no better place than the maid's restroom to dig up some dirt. The girl overheard that Marquis Peekins had been a real grump lately. The maids were saying that he seemed to be majorly ticked off by Count Norden, the guy he can't stand. Soon, Margaret reported everything she'd heard back to her mistress. Marquis Allegory Peekins came from a family that's been famous for their smarts in the hard sciences since way back. Then she told Margaret to snag something for her, an invitation to the upcoming banquet. Rihanna smiled, because things were getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, George was plastered again, stumbling down the street with a bottle in his hand, leaning against the wall for support. Suddenly, a pile of papers flew at him, with people yelling it was total garbage, not work. Marquis Peekins was furious, saying this guy couldn't handle even the simplest task. He couldn't believe he'd been hired on a recommendation. He pointed out that everyone who got a job through Duke McDonald's referrals was just like George. That evening, the man returned home, unable to walk on his own, so the servants helped him. Rihanna asked him what happened, but George replied that a woman couldn't understand men's problems. After waiting for her husband to calm down, the girl said she'd found a really good book today, and it turned out it was written by Peekin's ancestors. Hearing this, George immediately jumped up from his seat. Rihanna said her husband was lucky his boss came from such a refined lineage. She left the book on the table, saying George should read it in his free time, and afterwards, he'd respect the Marquis even more. When the man was alone, he angrily hurled the book against the wall. Meanwhile, Rihanna went down to the garden, where Lisbeth was waiting. She told her younger sister that George was already asleep after a hard day's work. Liz said her brother-in-law's boss was giving him a really hard time at work, and Rhea didn't seem to care enough. Then she asked if the Marquise was really messing with her husband, but Lisbeth said it was just a hunch. But still, she asked her older sister to look into it a little. Rihanna just thanked her for the advice and said she was actually planning something for tomorrow. Meanwhile, a new day dawned. George went to work with a splitting headache, counting down the minutes until lunch. Suddenly, someone knocked on his office door. It was Rihanna. She came with some maids, and the man didn't understand what she was doing there at this hour. Then she said she'd come to thank the officials who worked day and night for the emperor and the whole country. The maids had brought boxes of cookies, and the lady invited everyone to help themselves. George didn't get what this was all about. Rhea said her husband's been way too stressed about work lately, so she just wanted to make sure he's being taken care of. The guy got all flustered, not knowing what to say. Then she wished him a good rest of the day and turned to leave. She ran into a guy in the hallway and told him she was worried she'd leave without seeing him. After talking to the stranger, she went outside, thinking that all the preparations were done, and now she just had to wait. Suddenly, the emperor came up behind her and asked what brought Countess Norden here. She replied that she came to check out the treasury, but he added that she probably also wanted to pay her respects to her husband's team. Rihanna figured out that someone was watching her, specifically the emperor's advisor. Alexander remarked that she seemed to really love her husband. Rhea coldly replied that she's his wife, so she's just doing what she can. So, the emperor asked her if the man she loved with all her heart had ever betrayed her. He explained his curiosity by saying he wanted to know how she'd react in that situation. Then the girl replied that she'd return the favor, make that guy feel the same pain she did, or even twice as much. The emperor responded by saying he wanted her to keep thinking along those lines. He said he really liked a countess like that. Then Rihanna decided to ask the man the same question, and Alexander answered that he'd been betrayed many times. The girl asked what he did to them, but he couldn't tell her about some epic revenge, because that person was already pushing up daisies. Rhea hesitated a bit, wishing he wouldn't have to experience something like that again, and the emperor did the same. With that, the young people said goodbye. The man went inside the building, leaving Rihanna alone. That evening, just as planned, the guests arrived at the hotel. George greeted them, thanking them for coming. The guests raved about the estate's interior, and the man said it was all thanks to his wife. Suddenly, one of the female guests noticed that her dish was different from the others. George immediately snapped at Rihanna, accusing her of being clueless, but she calmly replied that she served that dish because she knows the Countess is vegetarian. The girl admired Lady Royden's insight, but she said it wasn't anything particularly special. George immediately shut his mouth, realizing he'd yelled at his wife for nothing. Meanwhile, the guests remarked that the Earl should cherish such a caring wife, since she handles both the hotel and the household chores. George was baffled, because he was the master of the estate and the main attraction today. But Rihanna was getting all the praise. Just then, a servant informed him that another guest had arrived. The Earl was surprised, since he hadn't invited anyone else. When he turned to look at the newcomer, he was even more shocked. It was Marquis Peekins. He apologized for being late and came inside. Rihanna quickly reassured him that everything was fine. She seated the man in his place, inviting him to join the meal. George immediately jumped up from his seat, addressing his wife. But at that moment, he caught Peekins' eye. He awkwardly greeted the man, saying he hadn't expected to see him today. Then, Peekins asked if he was against his presence, and George quickly assured him that wasn't what he meant at all, saying he just didn't think such a busy man would find time for such an event. The man asked if that was the reason he hadn't invited him, because if he hadn't run into Lady Royd, he wouldn't have even known about the banquet. George was surprised. When did Rihanna even have time to visit the treasury? And then he remembered how she had come to him the other day to deliver cookies. He got angry, thinking that after that, she should have just left, not invited his boss to the banquet. So Peekins was like, "Why the long face, kid? Is it because you didn't invite me on purpose, not by accident?" George looked down, saying he wouldn't be so disrespectful. Peekins chuckled, saying that even with all his dumb moves, he still had some manners. George didn't say anything, just thinking to himself that he was screwed. When the guests tasted the food, they said Rihanna really nailed the desserts. George was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking everyone would leave soon. But then Rhea suggested giving the guests a tour of the mansion. She said it would be great to show them the collection in the living room. The guests were confused, not knowing what collection she was talking about. Then the girl led them to a room that looked more like a library. She said she collects rare ancient literature and gives each guest a book they'd really enjoy. The guests were blown away by the hotel's amazing decor and the Countess's classy hobby. Soon the guests scattered to check out the books, and that's when Count Peekins spotted a binding he recognized. Picking up the book, he realized it was the very work his father had written as a scholar. He never expected to see it here, but when the guy opened the book, he suddenly started shaking, his face twisting with rage. The book was full of notes written by Mr. Royden. Before the young guy could say anything, Peekins hurled the book at him. Opening it, George saw pages covered in nasty comments about the author and the work itself. Then he remembered writing them the day he came home hammered, and then totally forgot about it. He tried to explain, but Peekins wouldn't even listen. It was clearly his handwriting. The guy knew George didn't respect him as a boss, but he never imagined he'd be so bold as to insult his family like that. This was practically declaring war on the Peekins. George dared to disrespect his chancellor father, so things are going to get real interesting for him at the treasury from now on. That's when the Earl dropped to his knees, grabbing the boss's pants and begging for forgiveness. But Peekins just slapped his hands away, saying he wouldn't stay there another second. After the guy left, all the other guests rushed out of the room after him, telling the Countess not to bother seeing them out. Rihanna said goodbye to everyone, watching the guests leave their house. Once they were all gone, she turned to her husband and asked if he was okay. The guy just screamed at her for asking such a stupid question, seeing as his career was basically over. He blamed it all on his wife and that cursed book she brought into the house. As George sank to the floor, Rihanna couldn't help but smile, knowing this was far from over. It couldn't end with something this small. She turned to her husband, begging him to calm down. The girl said it wasn't over yet, 'cause she'd always have his back. Then George reached out to hug his wife, apologizing for yelling at her. Rhea just told him that when it came to her husband, there wasn't anything she wouldn't do. The next day, the girl decided to take a bath filled with rose petals. Margaret congratulated her, saying it was the first time she'd seen the mistress smile, and it warmed her heart. But Rihanna knew this was just the beginning of her plan. Meanwhile, George headed to the treasury. Standing at the entrance, he remembered his wife's words. She told him that admitting you're wrong and asking for forgiveness is what a real man does. George was thinking that Rhea was right. Everyone should understand him. He was young and just screwed up. As the man headed toward the boss's office, his colleagues gave him suspicious looks. He grabbed the paper from his desk and headed straight for Peekins' office, looking determined. Meanwhile, Rihanna got her hands on documents proving her husband's shady dealings. Turns out, he'd been hiding the hotel's profits. She was furious, thinking it was pretty damn bold of him to pull something like this, so she ordered them to hide all the records and keep it under wraps. Rhea told the staff she wasn't about to cover for her husband's mistakes, but to really take him down, she needed to wait for the perfect opportunity. The tax audit's coming up soon, and those documents can't fall into the wrong hands. The maid pointed out that they can't keep them hidden forever, but Rihanna quickly reassured her that she had a plan, and everyone else just needed to follow her orders. At the same time, George walked into Peekins' office, saying he'd finished the report and wanted to have a word with the boss. But the guy just swept all the papers onto the floor, saying it was garbage, not a report. George stared down at his feet, stunned, then bent over to pick up the papers. He'd asked the boss to point out what was wrong with his report. Then Perkins stood up and planted his shoe right on top of the documents. He gave the young guy a look of pure contempt, asking if he understood, now, what was wrong with the report. That's when George yelled that this was going too far, that the boss was supposed to show his employees their mistakes and how to fix them. Hearing the stuff about being a boss, Perkins just smirked. He grabbed the young guy by the collar, asking if he even thought of him as his boss. George said there'd been a misunderstanding, but that just made Perkins even angrier, bringing up those insulting comments in the book again. The young guy desperately begged the boss to calm down, but he just kept yelling. Perkins said if he kept making excuses, he could get the heck out of the treasury right then and there. But George stood his ground, not budging, and the guy yelled he wasn't going to say it again. Deciding to stay quiet, the Earl turned and walked out of the office, leaving his colleagues staring. When evening came, Lisbeth was strolling around the palace without a care in the world. She found George in the dining hall, sitting alone in dead silence, unwilling to say what happened. So the girl stomped on his foot with her heel, this time asking a little rougher what he was doing there. George replied that his boss had lost his marbles, so he wouldn't be working at the treasury anymore. He said he'd hand in his resignation, since he already had enough cash to live comfortably for a long time. Then he asked Liz where she'd been going so early. Just then, Rihanna walked into the dining hall and overheard their conversation. She asked why he was talking about quitting his job. The guy slammed his fist on the table, furious, saying Perkins trashed the report he'd been slaving over for 4 days straight, then chewed him out so bad he's done with the treasury for good. He sighed, saying now he can finally get around to running the hotel. Rihanna gave a nervous smile, thinking her husband had lost it, dreaming about managing a hotel. She said the high society crowd will be buzzing about how George ticked off his boss, and then really went off on him. Then she took his hand, saying it doesn't matter who was right or wrong. The bottom line is, he can't work where he always wanted to anymore. George knew that, but he already screwed up big time, and now he doesn't know how to fix it. Then, Rhea said he should go to the marquee and beg for forgiveness, even get on his knees if he has to. Hearing that, George yelled, "Because he's an aristocrat, head of the Royden family, he can't bring himself to do that." Then Rihanna reminded him that he was already on his knees in front of everyone yesterday. The guy just waved it off, saying that was a totally different situation, and he just didn't have a choice. He yelled, saying he couldn't bring himself to do it with a clear conscience. Then he stormed out of the room. Liz shouted after him, but he didn't even acknowledge her. That's when the girl turned to her older sister, a sly smile spreading across her face. She asked how she'd been feeling lately. Rihanna clenched her fists, furious, and snapped, "Why the sudden interest in my well-being?" Liz replied that her sister always looked exhausted, like something was bothering her. Rhea just said she was tired from taking care of the guests, that's all. Then Lisbeth said she was also worried about her brother-in-law, because deep down he's a sensitive guy, and he shouldn't have to debase himself like that for his boss. The girl grabbed her younger sister by the shoulder, saying the humiliation would only last a second, but the position would last a lifetime. And if you think about it from the perspective of George's wife, who has to live with him forever, it's clear which choice is the better one. Then Rhea left the room, leaving her sister alone with her thoughts. That evening, when Liz and George were in bed, she told him that Rihanna's suggestion wasn't all that bad. George freaked out, not understanding why his sweetheart also wanted him to cave. Then, Lisbeth said it would be tough for him to find a new job, and she wanted to be the wife of a man she could be proud of, not ashamed of. She kissed the young man, asking him not to make her have to defend him all the time. The girl gently stroked George's cheek, saying she believed in him. The next day, while Rihanna was calmly sipping tea, Margaret knocked on her chambers. She announced that the master had gone to work. Meanwhile, George decided to take the advice and got down on his knees in front of Perkins, catching the surprised looks of his colleagues. He said he messed up big time and begged his boss to forgive him, but Perkins just told him to get up off his knees, saying it wouldn't do him any good. Still, George stayed kneeling, apologizing for the incident at the mansion over the weekend and for yesterday's report. Then Perkins yelled, telling him to get up right now because nobody wanted to see him groveling like that. He said the problem wasn't just the argument with him, but that George's skills were just awful. He was an embarrassment to the whole treasury, only hired as a favor. Meanwhile, Rihanna and Margaret were sitting at a chess table, and the girl wondered if Marquis Perkins could really show mercy on the guy. Then, Rhea said they needed to make George apologize until the boss forgave him, no matter how much time and effort it took. He should bend over backwards to keep his job, because imagine his despair when he loses it anyway. Overwhelmed by her feelings, the girl pushed a chess piece so hard it flew off the table, shattering on the floor. Then Rihanna got up from the table, saying they needed to visit the hospital today. She had something she needed to check out. Soon, the girls arrived at the doctor's office. The guy said the patient's condition had improved. According to her, the headaches were getting weaker, so the doc told her to keep taking the same meds. Then, Rihanna asked him if anyone had come by asking about her health. The doctor replied that Margaret Sand's younger sister had visited yesterday, and Rhea was like, "Wait, isn't my maid an only child?" The guy added that the girl said her sister wasn't feeling well, but didn't want to talk about it with her family. Then Rihanna asked what the doctor had told her. The guy hurried to assure her that any patient's info is confidential, and he wouldn't reveal it, not even to family members. So, he told a little white lie, saying the girl was just a bit run down. Rihanna thanked him and asked him to keep her condition on the down low from everyone. When evening rolled around, George came to the dining room to eat with the others. He said he'd done everything Rihanna asked. The guy slammed his fist on the table, saying he got down on his knees and begged for forgiveness, stone cold sober. He claimed the entire treasury was in the room, according to him, but the Marquis wouldn't forgive him. He was a heartless, cruel dude, so George was dead set on getting revenge. Then Rhea said revenge was a dish best served cold, and she'd be happy to watch it go down. But deep down, she was picturing her own payback. George puffed out his chest and said he'd be sure to show her that picture. Just give it a little time. He took his wife's hand, and that really ticked off Lisbeth, who was sitting at the table with them. Soon enough, It was Lady Shobalt's wedding day, and Rihanna and George showed up at the church for the ceremony. The butler greeted them and asked the lady to show her invitation, but for some reason, she couldn't find it in her purse. That's when the young man said he'd check the guest list himself. Rhea frowned. She was sure she grabbed the invitation when she left the house. George was not happy. He couldn't believe his wife could forget something so important. The girl asked him to chill and not cause a scene, especially after that situation at the treasury. Soon, the butler came back to the couple, saying their names were on the list so they could enter. Inside, the bride was already waiting, and she greeted Countess Royden. Rihanna congratulated the girl on her wedding, wishing her all the best. But then, someone called out to her from behind. When Rhea turned around, she saw Lisbeth, dressed in a fancy red dress. The bride was super bummed to see the very girl who broke off her engagement with her future husband 4 years ago. Rihanna immediately rushed over to her sister, asking what she was doing there, to which Liz replied in an innocent voice that she had come to congratulate Lady Shobalt on her wedding. Rhea grabbed her arm, yanking her toward the exit. Once they were outside, Liz was like, "What's your problem? Why'd you freak out like that?" Rihanna demanded, "How did you even get in here? You weren't invited." Then Lisbeth pulled out an envelope. "You left the invitation at home, sis." Right then, Rhea realized who was behind the whole disappearing act. Suddenly, George rushed up to them, interrupting her thoughts. He turned to Rihanna. "All right, spill it. What's going on here?" That's when Lisbeth chimed in. "This whole thing is just hurtful, you know. I just came to give her the invitation," she said, "and she drags me out the second I walk in." George put his arm around the girl's shoulders, saying, "Rhea, you're being way too hard on your sister." The girl didn't answer. She just walked past them, asking her husband to take Liz back, while she herself would go and apologize to the bride. As soon as Rihanna disappeared around the corner, the innocent expression immediately vanished from Lisbeth's face. George asked her why she had come without an invitation. Then, Liz said that she had done it on purpose, as she wanted to see her sister's distraught look. George noted that the girl, apparently, really disliked her twin. Then the girl said that she had been feeling such a strong hatred for her for a very long time that she was ready to kill her. Liz didn't like that she was born a twin sister, and a younger one at that. Just because she was born 5 minutes later, she had to put up with a place in Rihanna's shadow. Rhea was the only one who could claim their mother's love. She received the right to manage their father's hotel, the right to love and chances in life. And everything that Rihanna had taken from her, Liz wanted to get back for herself, by any means necessary. And if necessary, she was ready to stab her in the back. Meanwhile, the wedding ceremony kicked off. The priest went through the vows, and the newlyweds promised each other love and loyalty. Then they were declared husband and wife, and the guests were asked to bless the couple's future. Rihanna thought about how happy she'd been at her own wedding. All she'd ever wanted was just a normal, happy life, and now there was nothing left of that desire. Just a feeling of being totally screwed over. But she wasn't about to give up. She'd show them all who had the last laugh. When the ceremony ended, everyone went back to their places. George asked his wife if everything was in order before the upcoming audit, and Rihanna said it was. She noticed that the guy definitely seemed spooked, so she asked if they had any reason to worry, but George just said the audit would be extra thorough this time. Rihanna knew that was the truth. It was the first time the IRS had collected so much paperwork. She made sure no information leaked, but she didn't know how long they could hold out. Then, the girl asked Margaret to pass something along to His Majesty. Soon, Rihanna arrived at the palace to see the emperor. They greeted each other respectfully, and the man asked her to take a seat. Alexander thanked her for accepting his invitation. Sitting down at the table, Rihanna noticed all the dishes were served cold. Then the man said it had been a while, and asked how she'd been doing all this time. Rihanna replied that it was tax audit season, so she'd been swamped. That way, the emperor wouldn't have to worry about any nasty surprises. Rihanna added that her love for the Norden Hotel ran so deep, not even a mountain of cash could shake it. Something like that might happen once in 10,000 years, but not on her watch. Alexander chuckled, saying that was a pretty solid answer. Then he got up from his desk, walked up behind her, and asked where she'd finally stashed the documents. He remembered her saying she'd make whoever was responsible pay if anything went wrong on her shift. Then the emperor pointed out that, judging by the results of the audit, the countess seemed to have changed her tune. Rihanna, after a short silence, replied that nothing had changed at all. She'd asked for this meeting today because she had a favor to ask. Alexander was taken aback by that response. So, Rhea said that if the emperor promised her that the Norden Hotel wouldn't suffer any damage, no matter what, she'd give him everything he needed for affairs of state, even if it meant sacrificing her husband's reputation, or even his life. She figured His Majesty didn't really care about the hotel. He wanted Duke MacDonald taken down. The emperor confirmed it, and Rihanna said that if a man wanted to use her husband to crush the duke, she wouldn't stand in his way, she'd even help him. That offer really got Alexander's attention. But he asked what if she got heat for doing something like that. That's when Rihanna said that Count Royden betrayed her first. Alexander asked how she planned to get revenge, since if the count fell, his countess would go down with him. The girl replied that she was planning a divorce. The emperor remarked that, sounds like the betrayal over the hotel being taken was a pretty big deal. Then Rhea said there was another reason. He's been stepping out on her with another woman. While she was mulling over the divorce, another problem cropped up. The emperor expressed his sympathy, and she realized it was the first time she'd told anyone about this. Surprisingly, it actually made her feel better. Then, the guy promised that the Norden Hotel wouldn't be affected. And if Rihanna was sure she wasn't involved in any shady business, he'd return the money that was wrongly taken, even if he had to cough it up himself. Hearing that, the emperor's advisor facepalmed. Rihanna pointed out that it was too generous of an offer. She didn't want to brazenly take advantage of the ruler's assets. She wanted the guilty party to cover the losses, no matter what. It was essential to get the stolen sum back from whoever was behind it. Then the guy said that's exactly how it would be. He promised to help her if she needed it, since they were now business partners. Rihanna thought that nothing could be safer than working with the emperor, and thanked him. Soon after, George reported that the tax audit had gone smoothly. He suggested we celebrate with champagne, and Rihanna agreed. But Lisbeth suggested we hold off on the celebration, since it was a time when they needed to abstain. Then, George remembered it was the anniversary of his father's death. He immediately turned to Rihanna, annoyed, asking if she was getting ready for the memorial service, because apparently she'd forgotten. George wanted everything to go better this year than before, since it was the first memorial service after he'd been appointed to his position. Rihanna asked what he meant, but the man said his wife should be thinking about it herself, and asked her to prepare some drafts and then show them to him. The girl was stunned, and George, as if nothing was wrong, said that she wouldn't get away with just one rough draft. Listening to the man scolding her sister, Liz smirked, and Rihanna said she hadn't expected such concern, since when George's father died, he didn't even come to say goodbye. The man's face twisted in anger. Was she really judging him? Then he slammed his fist on the table, saying his father was a real piece of work who tormented his mother his whole life, so he didn't deserve his love. After yelling that Rihanna didn't give a damn about his mother's suffering, he made a big show of walking out. The girls watched him leave in silence. Rihanna smirked. The guy who claimed to understand his mother's pain was acting exactly like his father, which was pretty rich. After her husband cooled off, Rihanna went to his room. She told him she'd taken care of his father until he passed, and it was just something she had to do, nothing personal. She looked after him when he wouldn't, and she hoped he'd appreciate it. George finally thanked his wife, saying if his sick father had been left alone, it would have looked really bad for him. But still, he couldn't bring himself to forgive the old man. His mother was so naive. She gave him a legitimate son. She could have at least pushed back a little against her husband's behavior. Then Rihanna said that George didn't have to forgive his father, because there are people in this world who just don't deserve it. The man broke down, thanking his wife for her support. The girl added that he could take care of the funeral arrangements. She was planning to do them differently anyway. She wanted to make them unforgettable. Then, George reached out to hug Rihanna, saying he only trusted her and was so glad he married her. He said he loved her, but she pretended like she hadn't heard him say it. Her eyes flashed with malice, and she said she was glad to see his father off because he'd given her so much. The next morning, Lisbeth helped George get ready for work, and he was annoyed that his wife was still asleep. She was acting like she was the only one working in the world. Then Liz pulled him close, asking what he was complaining about, since she was able to help him get ready because of it. George blushed and stammered, saying he liked this way better. Then the lovers kissed and said goodbye to each other. After the guy left, the maid noticed he seemed to have forgotten his insignia back at the house. Lisbeth smirked, pretending to be surprised by that. When Rihanna came to the dining room, it was empty, and she asked where her sister was. The maid said the lady had left early that morning. Lisbeth herself had already arrived at the treasury to return George's forgotten insignia. The guy totally wasn't expecting to see her there, but the girl immediately ran up to her sweetheart, hugging him tight. She pulled out his badge, saying she'd come to give it to George. The young man thanked Liz, and she asked if he was just going to let her go like that. Then George embraced the girl, holding her close, and said there was a nice little spot inside. When the couple got there, George dropped to his knees, holding Lisbeth close, and kissed her. After a while, the girl returned to the palace, replaying her trip to the treasury in her mind, a sly smile on her face. Looking at her sister, she smirked, because the poor thing had no idea what her husband was up to with her earlier. Then Rihanna said she'd made a guest list for the memorial service last night and wanted her husband to take a look. George was confused, wondering why there were so many people on it, twice as many as last time. Rihanna said her husband wanted to make the ceremony grand, and she was just following his wishes. The man decided to approve the list anyway, saying the more people, the better. Then Liz asked if her sister wouldn't get too tired hosting so many guests, since she'd been looking pale lately, like she was getting dizzy spells. Rhea smiled, saying she'd rest after the memorial. At that moment, both girls thought that it would all be over soon, but each was imagining her own ending to this story. When George got to work, they told him a gift was waiting for him. It was another bouquet of flowers, and just the sight of it filled the guy with dread. George's co-workers remarked that his wife must be super romantic, always sending gifts like that. But when the young man picked up the note that was among the flowers, he was horrified, because it said, "I know about your little secrets." George wondered, had they been exposed during the welcoming of the new officials, or at that rendezvous downtown, or maybe when they met in the empty treasury room? However, his thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of his colleagues. They announced that the emperor had suddenly arrived at the treasury. The ruler, accompanied by servants, entered the building in the next moment, wearing a white suit. George, a little flustered by the surprise, greeted the emperor. Marquis Peekins immediately came out of his office to meet the ruler and ask what brought him here. Alexander said he came to pay respects, but it looks like his arrival stirred things up. Then Peekins hurried to assure him it was an honor for them to see the emperor. George bowed deeply, saying he'd work even harder for the good of the empire. Just then, Alexander spotted the letter from the bouquet the guy was hiding behind his back. He asked if he was speaking to Count Royden, the one hired on recommendation, and George said yes, secretly thrilled the emperor remembered him. Then Alexander asked if he was enjoying his work in the treasury. The young man replied that he always works hard. The emperor smirked, saying Peekins himself must be feeling more energetic thanks to such a lively newcomer. But the boss replied that George was pretty clumsy, but he was still trying to mold him into a good worker. The guy's face twisted at those words, but he decided not to show it. The emperor remarked that George had both a peacock and a dove inside him. You might lose your head for a while over the peacock's splendor and run on pure passion, but you can't keep that up forever. A woman like Rihanna is way too good for a nobody like him. Still, the emperor decided to drop it and just told Count Royden to become a top-notch professional. George thanked the emperor and swore he wouldn't let him down. But as soon as Alexander left, the guy was back to square one, racking his brain about who could have sent that letter. That evening, he was still stewing when he got home, and Rihanna asked if something was wrong. George said he was fine, but then asked why they suddenly had so many flowers in the house. Rihanna said she'd popped down to the market and decided to grab them. They really classed the place up. George didn't let on, but to himself, he thought that the bouquet was made of the same flowers. But his thoughts were interrupted by Lisbeth, saying that she was at a meeting today. Looks like that creep sent a letter to Madame Anne, too. George dropped his fork right then and there. Lisbeth went on, saying she'd love to get a look at the face of that scumbag. She was wondering which Viscount could be capable of something like that. He must have been a real piece of work. Couldn't earn respect, so he resorts to these dirty tricks to get noticed. Right then, George jumps up from the table, says his stomach's acting up, and he's got to bail. Lisbeth takes off after him immediately, and Rihanna just smirks slyly as they leave. Soon after, the girl arrives in her lover's chambers. He's sitting there silently, lost in thought. So Liz asks him why he's so on edge today. George says someone knows about them, then hands her the note from the bouquet. Liz was not happy, pointing out how brazen it was for some stranger to send a letter like that. George figures it's gotta be Perkins. He's the only one capable of pulling this kind of crap, and even today, he was trying to undermine him. Maybe he sent the bouquet because George snagged the spot that Perkins guy was supposed to get. Furious, the guy kicks the table so hard it flips over, and Lisbeth begs him to chill out and not do anything rash. First, they need to check where the flowers were sent from and find out who sent them. She said she'd hit up the treasury tomorrow to grab that basket and take it to the flower market, and the guy just hugged her tight, saying she was all he had in the world. Then Liz grabbed the letter and tossed it into the fireplace, saying they were in this together. Her eyes flashed, and she said there was nothing to worry about. Nothing was going to happen to them. The next morning, Rihanna helped her husband get ready for work, wishing him a good day. After he left, Lisbeth came up to her, asking where her brother-in-law was. Then she took George's badge from the maid, saying he'd forgotten it again. Rihanna was surprised it happened again, but said Margaret would take the badge to the treasury. But Liz said if the maid showed up there again, George's co-workers would start gossiping about him being a slob. Then she said she could run it over there herself, like she was doing her big sister a favor. Rihanna chuckled at her twin's thoughtfulness and let her go to the treasury. Liz got there pretty quick, grabbed the flower basket, and George gave her props for figuring it out. After that, she headed for the exit. But in the hallway was the last person she expected to see. It was the emperor himself, and he turned right towards her. Liz immediately bowed, greeting the ruler, and he said it was the first time he'd ever seen her. So she introduced herself as Lisbeth of the Norden family. Alexander was surprised, like, this was the younger sister of Countess Norden? He pointed out that even though they were twins, they didn't look much alike. Liz was all right, but she couldn't hold a candle to Rihanna. If Rhea ever splits from the Count, I guess her family will be there to pick up the pieces. Then the guy asked what brought her to the palace. If it was Count Royden. Liz said something came up this morning, and they couldn't reach the Count, so she came instead of her sister. So, the Emperor wished Lady Royden a safe journey and went about his business. Walking down the hall, he thought dealing with a cheating husband was just too much. Rihanna shouldn't have to go through that. That evening, Rhea told her husband he'd left his badge at home again, and Lisbeth had a tough time getting it to the treasury. But the girl said it was nothing. Plus, she got to meet the Emperor on the trip. Rihanna was surprised her sister ran into the ruler. Liz said that, hearing her name, he immediately recognized her as George's sister-in-law. George himself said he also had an audience with the Emperor yesterday. His Majesty came to see him. Rhea looked at her husband with suspicion, but Lisbeth immediately started praising George, saying he'd be getting a promotion at this rate. The guy asked his wife what she thought, and Rhea said it seemed like the Emperor was testing the waters, showing some real interest in him. George was convinced it was all thanks to his awesome skills, and he'd be showing up that marquise real soon. Rihanna wondered what the Emperor's angle was, showing up personally for George. Could it be because of her that he was going to all this trouble? She remembered him saying he was always ready to lend her a hand. Her face flushed red, and she quickly tried to push those naughty thoughts out of her head. After dinner, Liz went to her maid to give her another order, but the girl didn't understand why she had to do it. She declared she wasn't Lady Lisbeth's puppet and wanted to know the reason for the order. She was curious why she had to go searching for the shop where that flower basket was bought. Then, Liz handed her the note that was in the flowers. The maid was confused about where it came from, since she made all the servants keep their mouths shut. Lisbeth stepped closer to the girl, saying she'd be the lady of the house soon, so she shouldn't get sassy, because she wasn't as forgiving as her sister. So the maid apologized to the lady, and soon she left her alone. The girl picked up the note, wondering who could have done this. It all felt so full of hate and spite. Could this have been Rihanna's doing? Soon, the girl arrived at the flower market with a basket. The flower seller confirmed that these were indeed their flowers. Then, the maid asked for the buyer's name, since her master wanted to send flowers back. But the blonde flower girl said she didn't know who sent them. A young maid came instead. Turns out, the order came from a noble house. The first person the girl thought of was Rihanna's maid, Margaret. Then the flower seller said she remembered something the buyer said. Word was, this was a welcome gift for the new guy in the department, and it had to be made with real heart. Plus, the sender's name had to be kept secret so the recipient wouldn't feel awkward. Hearing that, George immediately thought of Perkins. He vowed to give his boss what he deserved at the first chance he got. Just then, a servant announced that the Countess had arrived at the palace. Liz said she'd go greet her, and that George needed to chill out. Left alone with the maid, the man wondered when Perkins could have found out about his relationship with Lisbeth. The maid figured the boss was just trying to mess with George's head, If he had real dirt, he'd be shaking him down for hush money. Still, the Earl was lucky it wasn't his wife behind this. George just smirked, saying Rihanna wasn't capable of something like that. If she knew, there's no way she'd be sitting calmly at the same table with him. If she wanted revenge, she definitely wouldn't pull such a low-rent stunt. So, the maid apologized for getting so personal, but she still had to ask why the young master picked Lady Lisbeth of all people. She knew that after a few years of marriage, the spark can fade, and the Earl didn't marry for love anyway, but she was still curious why he chose Lisbeth out of all the women. Then, George said that she made the first move, and he didn't see any reason to turn her down. The maid pointed out that Lisbeth is the Countess's sister, and there's a chance she might spill the beans. George chuckled and replied that the safest kind of affair is with a married woman. She's got to be careful not to get caught, or it'll all come crashing down, 'cause one slip-up always drags the other one down with it. It's the same deal with Lisbeth. She wouldn't do anything stupid, because no one would ever suspect the brother-in-law and sister-in-law are sharing the same bed. Plus, the forbidden aspect of it is a real rush, because she's so much like his wife, and that's way hotter than just fooling around with some random woman. The maid looked at him with disgust, thinking about how she'd been with him since he was a kid. When did he turn into such a scumbag? Soon after, the maid went to the other servants and asked why Margaret hadn't been seen in a while. They told her she had some family business to take care of, and the Countess gave her the day off. The girl figured the Countess was probably telling the truth, and the Earl was right. If Lady Rihanna knew about all this, she wouldn't let it slide. Meanwhile, Margaret met up with that flower girl, slipped her a bag of gold, and thanked her for saying exactly what she was asked to say. The girl also said the funeral flowers would be ready soon. Margaret was counting on her. This was a really important event. Soon after, the maid arrived at the palace and told Rihanna that preparations were going as planned. The girl smiled, pretty pleased, and said there was still something else to do. She wanted to go all out, both for the funeral and for her payback. Just then, George burst into her room. He was furious that Marquis Perkins was on the guest list. Was his wife really inviting that cheapskate to his father's memorial? Rihanna explained that Perkins was his boss. He couldn't just not invite him. But George wasn't backing down. But she pulled her hand away, insisting that Perkins absolutely had to be invited. Those words sent the Earl into a rage. He said he didn't want to see him in his house. He stormed past his wife, deliberately bumping her shoulder, and left the room, slamming the door. George immediately went to Lisbeth, but she also told him to calm down. The guy wouldn't let it go, convinced that Perkins was behind that flower stunt. But Liz said that's exactly why he needed to get close to his boss, to find his weaknesses. If George played nice and uncovered his vulnerabilities, he wouldn't be able to mess with him. Then the guy asked what weaknesses could a venomous snake like Perkins possibly have? Lisbeth hugged him, saying everyone had them, and that her weakness was George himself. The guy was down with it, said Rihanna could invite Peekins over. Meanwhile, it was Memorial Day, and Margaret was helping her mistress get dressed for the ceremony, noticing she seemed lost in thought. Rihanna knew this was her last shot to choose between peace in the family or getting even. Tomorrow would be too late to change anything, but she wasn't scared. She was looking forward to it. So this choice just seemed like a joke to her. Soon, the lady came outside to greet the guests. Lady Pringe remarked that everything looked way more grand this year, and everyone knew it was all thanks to Lady Rihanna. Then the guests wanted to know where Earl Royden himself was. Rihanna thought she'd just seen him, so she excused herself, saying she'd go look for her husband. The girl went back into the palace, walking through the empty hallways. Just then, Benegons, George's maid, called out to her. She said the guy was out in the garden right now. Rihanna noticed the girl's hands were shaking like crazy. So, she told her she'd pop up to the second floor to grab something from her room. Benegons started to say she'd go herself, but Rihanna told her to get back to her duties. Once on the second floor, the girl closed the door behind her and slipped off her shoes to move silently. She crept forward real slow. Suddenly, Rihanna heard sounds like moaning. Peeking around the corner, she saw her husband and her sister making out against the wall. Lisbeth wondered if that was really the best place to get intimate, with all those guests in the palace, including Peekins. But George was quick to assure her that it was just their people here. The girl smiled, agreeing with her lover, and decided to fall into his arms. Just then, Rihanna quietly approached the couple from behind, raising her shoe. One swift hit, and the girl's dress was splattered with her husband's blood. George, bleeding out, collapsed onto Lisbeth, a lifeless weight. The girl stared in horror at her older sister, still clutching her lover's body. The next instant, she lunged to the side, dumping George on the floor. But Rihanna didn't let her escape, and a second later, she was right over her sister, ready to strike with her bloodied shoe. But all of this was just a figment of the girl's imagination. In reality, she never came out from behind the corner. She just silently listened to her husband having a good time with Lisbeth. So, Rihanna headed for the exit. Figuring now wasn't the time for payback, she thought about how they should really savor this moment, since it was their last shot. Heading downstairs, Rhea ran into Bennigan's again. She let him know she got what she needed, and all the preparations were done. Before long, George showed up for the ceremony, saying he was late because he'd stopped by the mansion. Rihanna just glared at her husband, not even dignifying his BS excuses with a response. Soon after, the ceremony was announced to be starting. George greeted everyone who was there. He said he was feeling that incredible pain of loss again, thinking about his dearly beloved father. With that, he handed the mic to his wife, Countess Royden. Before starting her speech, the girl scanned the guests, noticing Lisbeth among them. Marquis Peekins was also present at the ceremony. Then, Rihanna said that her husband's father was a very good man. In life, he loved her like his own daughter. George exchanged glances with Lisbeth, giggling playfully. But Rihanna continued, saying that she was still tormented by guilt over the Earl's current will. She announced that she still hadn't fulfilled his wishes. George was confused, whispering to his wife, asking what will she was talking about. Rihanna said that last night, her angry father-in-law appeared to her in a dream and insisted on the immediate fulfillment of his request. She realized she was wrong and therefore wanted to do it now. She hurried to introduce a young man to the guests. It was Joseph Royden, the late Earl's second son. He is her husband's trustworthy younger brother. Right then, she flashed back to the day her husband's dad died. He told her there was something only Rihanna could know. The old man confessed he had another son besides George. 15 years back, fueled by booze, he screwed up big time. His mistress had a son, but she couldn't bring herself to tell his wife, so she had no choice but to take the kid and disappear to the sticks. That's when the old man grabbed Rihanna's hand, saying if he kicked the bucket, there'd be no one to look after them. George was totally in the dark about this, because if he ever found out, all hell would break loose. The old man begged Rihanna to watch over them until his other son came of age. He made her promise she'd carry out his request. Just the two of them knew this secret. That's when the guy handed Rihanna a necklace with a heart-shaped pendant split in two. He said the kid would have the other half, proof they were family. The man said it was his dying wish. There was no one else he could ask. But Rhea didn't even get a chance to answer, because the guy just kicked the bucket. The girl stood over her father-in-law's bed, staring at the pendant. She said she'd protect her husband no matter what, and asked him to understand. But now, at the guy's wake, standing with his other son, she decided she'd finally fulfill his request. Rihanna said that 3 years ago, she was too scared, and that's why she couldn't do what he asked. But now she was going to find the guts to take care of Joseph. That's when George jumped up, screaming at his wife like a maniac. He pointed his finger at the boy, ordering her to get that little blank out of there now. Rihanna was trying to calm him down, reminding him that Joseph was his little brother, even if they had different moms. That just set George off. He yelled at her, saying she had no right to talk to him like that. His wife told him to think about his reputation as an official, especially with Marquis Perkins here at the ceremony. But George didn't give a damn. He grabbed his brother by the collar, ordering him to get the hell out of his house. Rihanna jumped back in, saying he couldn't say things like that to a kid. That's when George raised his hand, saying he didn't consider that lowlife his brother. Rihanna stepped between them, and the slap meant for Joseph landed on her instead. The boy immediately grabbed her shoulder, asking if she was okay. All the guests were in shock at what just happened, and it took George a few seconds to realize what he'd done. Then Rihanna said she understood her husband was upset, and he could take it out on her if he needed to. But the kid was innocent. George just lost it, yelling that there was no way to prove they were brothers, 'cause who even knew where he crawled out from? That's when Rhea pulled out a pendant, saying Joseph had the other half. They put the two halves together, and it formed a picture of a young woman. But for George, that proof wasn't enough. He snatched the pendant from his brother and chucked it on the ground, smashing it into a million tiny pieces. The guy said there was no way he was giving that little creep a single red cent. He wasn't about to honor their dad's last wishes, not after he spent his whole life chasing skirts. Rihanna tried to stop him, saying he couldn't say stuff like that at their dad's wake, especially not in front of everyone who came to pay their respects. Then George screamed that the wake was over and told everyone to get the hell out. After that, he turned around and walked off, leaving his wife and brother standing there. Rihanna smirked, because everything was going exactly according to plan. When the couple got back to the palace, George kept yelling, not understanding how his wife could do something like that without talking to him first. If she loved him even a little, she should have at least given him a heads up about what she was planning. That's when Rihanna said she knew how her husband would react. If she'd told him everything beforehand, he would have tried to mess things up for the kid. And that's what his father was worried about. George shouted that he didn't give a damn about his father's will, but Rhea reminded him that, legally, an out-of-wedlock child in Esterage has inheritance rights. But the guy just walked right past her, deliberately bumped her shoulder, and said that wasn't gonna happen. He stormed into the palace, leaving his wife all alone. Just then, Joseph came up to Rihanna and asked if he could sit with her. So the girl told Margaret to bring the boy some tea and sweets. Joseph knew the lady was in trouble because of him, but Rhea assured him that everything was okay. She said all this was so he could become the second son of Royden. The young man thanked Rihanna awkwardly, but she said she was just doing his father's will. But Joseph figured she wasn't looking for him because of the will, or she would have shown up 3 years ago. Rhea confirmed it, then asked why he hadn't looked for them and George himself, since his mom died last year, and he was clearly going through it. But before Joseph could answer, his older brother suddenly came up behind him and dumped a glass of water right on his head. He yelled at the servants to get that little creep out of here, now! Rihanna's face immediately darkened. She declared that Joseph had Royden blood in his veins. The servants didn't have the right to even lay a finger on him. Then George shouted that if they didn't get rid of him, he'd do it himself. The man raised his hand to punch his younger brother in the face, but he blocked it just in time with a tray. George roared at the nerve of this little punk. Then Joseph, with a sly grin, told his brother to chill out. The Earl almost yelled that they weren't brothers, but the guy kept going, saying he was definitely related to the late Earl Royden and wasn't even old enough to be considered an adult, so he was staying in the palace. Rihanna backed the kid up, saying she'd let him use the whole 4th floor. George blew a gasket, yelling that Lisbeth uses that floor. He declared that a guy and a girl can't live on the same floor. It's just not right. Rihanna gave a nervous chuckle, saying that Lisbeth lives with them. But nothing's going on between her and George. The young man hesitated. He had no choice but to agree. And then Rihanna ordered the servants to show Joseph to his room. Just then, Liz burst into the hall, yelling that she didn't want to share a floor with this barbarian. Rihanna said that unlike George, she didn't have the right to talk like that. And besides, she was a newcomer to this mansion herself. Liz only lived here because of her sister's generosity, but if she didn't like it, she was free to leave. Rihanna wouldn't stop her. After that, the girl walked out of the room, ignoring her husband's anger. He yelled after her, telling her not to forget who her real family was. But Rhea didn't react at all. A little while later, she decided to visit Joseph in his new room. The girl said that the guy would stay there and wait for her instructions, and if he was obedient, all the holdings of this house would become his own. Joseph smiled, deciding to explain why he'd been sitting still for these past 3 years. He was waiting to come of age, because it's hard for a minor without a parent to win a lawsuit, and his brother would have bent over backwards to use that to cut down his legal inheritance. Rihanna remarked that it was a pretty clever plan, but she immediately added that it wasn't her problem, and right now the guy needed to rest. His work was done for the day. Joseph just watched the lady with a smile until she disappeared behind the door. The next morning, the guy joined his newly acquired family for breakfast, greeting his brother. He said that George was his dearest and only older brother, no matter what. The Earl got up from the table, saying he wasn't going to sit at the same table as that little punk. Then Lisbeth turned to Rihanna, saying that Joseph should eat in his room if George found his company so unpleasant. Rihanna just replied that her younger sister shared the same table with them, and if they were going to disrespect George's younger brother, it would be disrespectful to George himself. Liz was furious at that response. She angrily slammed her silverware down on the table. Then she got up from her seat and silently headed for the exit. After a short silence, Joseph apologized for ruining breakfast. But Rhea said that wasn't the case at all. At that moment, Margaret poured the young man some wine, and the lady said that she hoped for more fruitful cooperation with him in the future. Joseph said he could just sit quietly and still get his inheritance, but since his sister-in-law wanted it otherwise, he'd be happy to stir things up a bit. Soon the guests gathered at the hotel again, and George watched with displeasure as his younger brother reveled in all the perks of his inheritance. Rihanna apologized for that day, saying it was all her fault and asking them to forget the words her husband had spoken. The guests were simply amazed that the Countess had found the courage to carry out the late Earl's wishes, even though she herself had suffered. Then the girl said that the most important thing for her was that an innocent child hadn't been hurt. Some suggested that he might sow discord in their house, but Rhea replied that her husband wouldn't have left the kid alone if he'd known about him beforehand, so she had to keep quiet. Upon reaching adulthood, Joseph would most likely have filed a claim against the Royden estate, and George wouldn't have let his brother, who had tarnished the family's honor, live, so Rhea decided she had to resort to drastic measures. But in doing so, she caused trouble for the guests, for which she apologized again. Realizing that people were on her side, the girl smiled slyly, saying that George was her beloved husband, and she took responsibility for him. Soon after, Rihanna met with the Emperor, and he admired the Countess's actions. He said that in high society, the Earl of Royden was considered a monster, while Rihanna was known as a loving wife who cared for her husband. But Alexander himself figured she was a woman who wouldn't settle for just that. Rhea agreed, then handed him the documents proving George was embezzling. Alexander was stoked by this news, and he started checking out the papers with real interest. Rihanna said that after her lover's betrayal, she decided she had to become even more flawless. Then the Emperor said he'd heard that Count Royden had raised a hand to her, but she said it was nothing compared to what he was feeling right now, and then asked the ruler to use the documents as wisely as possible. Just then, Alexander reached out and touched her cheek with his fingers. Rhea looked at him, surprised, and he quickly apologized and pulled his hand away. He said he wanted to check the wound, and it turned out to be a little more serious than he'd heard. The Emperor added that he'd send her some palace medicine because she needed to be in good health to get her revenge. After all, he and Rihanna were now in a business relationship, and he wasn't about to take no for an answer. The woman thanked him for his help, saying she'd ditch her husband the second Alexander had everything lined up. The guy remarked that it would be chef's kiss, perfect to file for divorce, when her husband was completely cleaned out. He promised to let her know the exact timing soon, all while the Emperor's advisor overheard the whole thing. Rihanna thanked the ruler and said goodbye. As she was leaving, she bumped into a red-haired dude. The second she was out of the office, he rushed up to the Emperor, saying he needed to head to the temple, like right now. Word was, for the first time in 30 years, the oracle had graced them with a prophecy. The oracle was basically a god. The priests helped relay his will to the people, and his prophecies were the real deal. The temple priests greeted the Emperor, their second master after the god himself. Then, the man said he wanted to know what the divine revelation was all about. The priest said it's connected to the next emperor of Esterage. Alexander was shocked. He's not even married, and the gods are already sending omens? The guy explained that, for an emperor without an empress, this is the most practical kind of prophecy. Still, the ruler didn't get what he was talking about. Meanwhile, both Norden sisters went to visit their father, who was super happy to be together with his daughters for the first time in ages. He heard there was a ruckus after the wake, and the fact that George didn't come here with his wife means he's still holding a grudge. Then Rihanna said she was fine, and George would cool off soon enough. But the old man didn't understand why his eldest daughter did all this, and Lisbeth backed him up, saying Rhea's been acting weird lately. She ordered her to share a floor with a strange man, and also said she was just a guest in their palace. Rhea said she'd explain everything later. Liz figured her sister's health issues were just getting to her. Dad got all worked up when he heard that. But Rihanna quickly reassured him she was just tired from planning the memorial. But Liz wouldn't let it go, kept asking if she was in pain or feeling dizzy. So Rhea apologized and said she needed to step away for a sec. Heading to the bathroom, she leaned over the sink, trying to catch her breath and get it together. Just then, Liz showed up behind her, asking what was wrong, if she had a stomach bug or something. She put her arm around Rihanna's shoulder, saying they could head home right now if she wanted. The girl wondered why her sister was pushing so hard to leave, probably to start poisoning her again. Then Liz asked if Rhea was mad that she ratted her out to Dad, explaining it was just a joke. She offered again to go back to the table, saying their dad was getting worried. Rihanna said he was getting weaker every day because of his illness, and Lisbeth should cherish him while he was still around. The girl thought to herself that she wouldn't mess with her sister while their father was still alive. But the second he kicks the bucket, her life would be over. When the girls got back to the table, the man asked if his eldest daughter was okay. But Rhea quickly assured him that she was fine now. Just then, a servant came into the room and said a letter had arrived from the palace. When the man read it, he dropped his silverware in shock. The girls were totally confused, wondering what it could possibly say. Then the man announced that the emperor had sent a marriage proposal. Rihanna couldn't believe her ears. Was he really getting married? But to whom? The oracle's prophecy is crystal clear. The heir to the throne will definitely come from the Norden bloodline. The emperor was thrown for a loop. Rihanna was already married. Sure, she'd probably get divorced soon, but she had a husband right now. Then the guy dropped the bomb. The letter was for Lisbeth. They want to make her empress. Rihanna couldn't believe her ears. Her heart just sank. Liz, on the other hand, was over the moon about becoming the most important woman in the empire. The girl's father was baffled. Why would the emperor pick Lisbeth and not some outstanding girl from a powerful family? Plus, she broke off her engagement 4 years ago. Then the girl ran up to the man, saying that the emperor just fell head over heels the moment he saw her. She explained that she wanted to go to the treasury, and that's when she met the emperor, and he even asked her name. Liz added that it was all thanks to her sister, since she went to the treasury on her errand. Rihanna, her voice trembling, asked her father if he was going to approve the proposal, and Liz jumped in, saying the decision was a no-brainer. The girl forced a nervous smile, saying she was no one to question the emperor's decisions. It's unheard of for someone to refuse a title like that, so she told her father to send a reply to the ruler ASAP. The man stroked Liz's cheek, saying he never imagined their family would receive such an honor, and congratulated his daughter on her upcoming engagement. He hugged her, saying her late mother would have been overjoyed to witness this momentous occasion. Meanwhile, Rihanna was trying to hold back her emotions, her whole body shaking with despair. At that moment, the emperor's advisor decided to ask him if it was true he intended to marry Lady Norden. The man said the oracle's word is law. If Lisbeth Norden marries another man, the next emperor will be a traitor. He'll take the throne by getting rid of Alexander. If Prince Albert finds out about the prophecy, he'll definitely try to win Lisbeth over, so we have to keep it secret. Then the advisor asked what the ruler planned to do about the Countess Norden, since if she and the Earl have a child, it'll just make things worse. But the emperor said that wouldn't happen, because she'll be divorced from her husband soon. The advisor was surprised, saying that would be even more of a problem, because she could remarry Prince Albert, and that would mean the birth of a future traitor. So, he suggested the emperor marry Rihanna too. It wasn't unheard of in the imperial family, but Alexander said he didn't want to marry Rihanna Royden. It wasn't just that she was already married. He wasn't sure he'd be a good husband for her. She'd already had a bad experience with marriage, and it would be too cruel to force her into another one with someone she doesn't even love. The advisor tried to convince the ruler that this wasn't the time to be thinking about that, because the oracle predicted a rebellion. Then the emperor announced he would forbid Rihanna from remarrying or having children. He'll announce the prophecy on his wedding day with Lisbeth. That'll be a solid reason for his decision. But the advisor pointed out that it was too risky. If the prediction gets out, Prince Albert will get his hands on Rihanna no matter what. Then, Alexander said that he and the Countess had agreed to work together, and she knows exactly what's coming to her if she double-crosses him. Just then, a servant entered the emperor's office. She announced that the Countess Royden was requesting an audience. Meanwhile, Lisbeth, thrilled with the latest news, was sprucing herself up in her room. George walked into her chambers, saying he'd really missed her. He asked how her meeting with her father went, and then mentioned how beautiful she looked, figuring she'd dressed up just for him. The young man touched his sweetheart's shoulder, but Liz immediately stood up, telling him to take his hands off her. The girl coldly told George that they needed to end things between them. The guy didn't get why she was dropping this bomb so suddenly, especially since Rihanna had just disrespected him, and now Lisbeth was spouting nonsense too. But then the girl said there was someone else in the picture. Liz smirked, declaring they were through, and her almost brother-in-law should just focus on Rihanna. That's when the guy roughly grabbed her by the shoulders, yelling that he wasn't letting her go. But Lisbeth just coldly said that he shouldn't come around anymore, and that she was planning on moving in with her father. George squeezed her hand as hard as he could, shouting that he wouldn't let her go anywhere. Liz smirked, asking how he thought he was going to stop her, and then the Earl threatened to expose their little secret. After that, no decent guy would ever touch Lisbeth with a 10-foot pole. Meanwhile, the Emperor's maid announced that he was ready to see Rihanna. The girl gave the ruler a curt greeting as soon as he entered the room. The man said he knew what brought the Countess here, and then Rhea decided to ask point-blank why the Emperor had decided to marry her younger sister. The Emperor answered, without sugarcoating it, that he'd fallen for her at first sight. But noticing the frightening look on Rihanna's face, he quickly added that he was just kidding. The girl said that the Empress's position is prestigious. It's not so easy to just waltz in and take it. The Northlanders don't have that much clout, and Rihanna's dad's got zero connections in politics. So, if the Emperor's playing some political game, she couldn't figure out how her family could possibly help him pull it off. Then Alexander pointed out that Rhea seemed dead set against her sister becoming Empress, and she confirmed his hunch, saying it just couldn't happen. The Emperor was curious what she meant by that. That's when Rihanna dropped the bomb. The woman who was getting a little too friendly with George. That was her sister, Lisbeth. The Emperor and his advisor were completely floored. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. But Rhea wouldn't lie about something like that, and the Emperor knew it. She begged him to withdraw the offer, if only for his own sake. But he said he couldn't do that right now, and he couldn't explain why either. Then Rihanna leaned way over the Emperor's desk, practically breathing down his neck. She needed to know when he could finally tell her the reason. But, bad luck for her, Alexander said he'd only reveal it after he was married to Lisbeth. Rhea immediately shouted that it would be way too late by then. Alexander quietly said that Lady Norden was headed for a miserable marriage. He could guarantee it. But Rihanna didn't give a damn about that. She wouldn't stand by and watch Lisbeth become Empress and stand shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty, even if it killed her. She said if the Emperor went through with this wedding, she'd expose every dirty secret her sister ever had. The ruler was displeased that the Countess would speak to him like that. If she made him her enemy, she wouldn't stand a chance. But Rhea just said the Emperor shouldn't make her his enemy either, because there's nothing more dangerous than a woman with nothing left to lose. A tense silence hung between them. Neither was willing to back down from their goals. Then, the Emperor ordered the Countess to return to her estate and think everything over with a clear head. Rihanna said she'd need 3 days and asked him to halt the wedding preparations for that time. The Emperor agreed, and then the girl promised to visit him in 3 days. As the Countess and Margaret returned to the hotel, the maid asked what her mistress was planning to do. She was going to find out why the Emperor wanted Lisbeth as his wife, and then get rid of her no matter what. Meanwhile, Liz and George were still arguing. She told him Rihanna would straight up end him if the truth about them came out. George said he'd fall to his knees and say she seduced him, that he had no choice. But Rihanna definitely won't forgive her sister for that kind of betrayal. George declared he wouldn't let Liz dump him and run off with another guy. Then she smirked, all twisted, saying she just got annoyed, so she decided to lie about all that stuff. She was just hurt that George had been so cold to her lately. Liz hugged the Earl, telling him there wasn't another guy. Then she sent him back to his room, since Rhea was due back any minute. George wished his sweetheart goodnight and told her he loved her. She said she loved him too, and then closed the door behind him. Walking down the hall, the Count was pissed, wondering what that was all about. Liz just ruined his mood with that little stunt. A little later, Benegons went to George's chambers, surprised he wasn't asleep yet. It seemed to her that the Count had been on edge lately, so she'd made him some calming tea. The guy was about to down the brew, but at the last second he stopped, saying he'd be sipping it for ages, so Benegons could head out. So the girl obediently left the room, wishing the Count good night. As soon as the maid disappeared behind the door, George dumped the tea down the drain, shaking with dread as he stared at the contents of the cup. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was chilling in her own chambers, like she was waiting for her lover to drink the potion. The next morning, the girl kept primping in front of the mirror, and that's when Rihanna walked in. She said she'd had an audience with the Emperor, and then Liz asked what they'd met for. The Countess pointed out that her sister looked really worked up. Rihanna replied that she couldn't help it, since she was about to become Empress. So, Rhea kept pushing, asking Liz to spill the beans about how she met the Emperor in the treasury. The girl paused, racking her brain, not sure what to say. The Emperor asked if Rihanna had put her up to it. Honestly, the whole meeting was pretty unremarkable. Lisbeth figured, since the Emperor was sweet on George, he probably developed an interest in her too. Or maybe he just fell head over heels for her at first sight. Rihanna went quiet, turning her sister's words over in her mind. Then Liz grabbed her hand, begging her to visit often once she became Empress. When Rihanna got back to her room, she told Margaret that her sister didn't know anything. The marriage proposal wasn't her doing. Then she wondered if the Emperor just made a calculated decision, There's no way His Majesty would willingly choose as Empress someone who was getting a little too friendly with her brother-in-law. It would take a power greater than the Emperor's to make that happen. That's when an idea popped into Rianne's head. She needed to make a donation to the temple. When she got there, the head priest personally thanked her for the massive contribution. Ria said something significant had happened, so she wanted to give thanks to the big guy upstairs. The priest asked what event she was talking about, and that's when she explained her twin sister was about to become Empress. She said she already heard it all from the Emperor himself, so there was no point in keeping it from her. After all, Rianne already knew her sister was the woman from the prophecy. The priest was surprised the Emperor had spilled the beans like that. That's when Ria knew her hunch was right on the money. She figured the ruler probably thought there was no point hiding it, since they'd be practically family soon. But one question bugged her. Was there any way to get around this whole prophecy thing? Rihanna explained her question by saying she was just super worried about her only sister. Then the priest asked if the Countess was consumed by envy of the Lord's plan. The girl curtly replied that she hadn't said anything of the sort. The man responded that she shouldn't even think like that. She should be happy that she and the Count don't have a child, because his birth would be a harbinger of major upheaval. Understanding slowly started to dawn on Rihanna. The revelation wasn't about the Empress, but about the next Emperor. The woman from the prophecy isn't just Lisbeth. The child of one of the sisters will become the next Emperor. Then Ria, trying to hide the tremor in her body, smiled and said that she would never oppose the Lord's plan. Back home, the Countess was acting strangely, so Margaret asked if something terrible had happened. Rihanna grinned, saying that maybe the big guy upstairs hadn't totally forgotten about her after all. The maid was clueless, so the girl rushed over and grabbed her by the shoulders. She said she needed to see the Emperor, like, now. Alexander was surprised they were meeting up so soon, but Rihanna happily announced she'd found the answer ahead of schedule. Before the Emperor could even think about it, she straight up asked him to make her Empress. She said she'd make everything His Majesty wanted a reality. Neither Alexander nor his advisor saw that coming. Then the Emperor said that Countess Royden was the only one who'd ever tried to marry the Emperor himself, and for a second marriage, no less. But the girl declared she was ready to do whatever it took to stop her sister from becoming Empress. So, the ruler asked if she was certain she could give him a child. Rihanna figured getting pregnant wouldn't be that hard, seeing as they were both young. The Emperor rephrased, asking if the Countess would share his bed. Ria said His Majesty was the most charming man in the empire. No woman could refuse him, but Alexander clarified he was asking specifically about her. The girl replied she'd be the best choice for Empress. They couldn't let the heir's mother be, shall we say, compromised. Her feelings in this were irrelevant. Then the Emperor said he felt bad for her. That's why he was concerned. Coming up behind her, he asked if she wanted to just ditch everything and start fresh with a better guy. Rihanna just said His Majesty wouldn't understand, because finding out her husband was having fun with her own sister, that was the death of her, right there. If Lisbeth gets on the throne, living happily ever after will be impossible for Rihanna. Thing is, the Emperor said he couldn't grant her wish. If he made Rihanna Empress, Prince Albert would snatch up Lisbeth in a heartbeat. That left only one option: publicly announce a divine revelation and marry both sisters. Ria was down with that, but only if the Emperor stripped Lisbeth of her title later, so no one could marry her again after the demotion. Alexander had no reason to object. He agreed to make Rihanna Empress and the Lady Norden his wife. But the girl needed to get divorced fast, because even for him, marrying a married woman would be complicated. Rihanna promised to do everything she could to avoid causing the ruler any trouble. Still, she had one more request. Maybe a little selfish. She asked the Emperor to make sure Lisbeth didn't get pregnant by him. Seeing the confusion on the Countess's face, the man quickly reassured her that wouldn't happen. Rihanna said Lisbeth would do anything to steal her man, so the ruler needed to be extremely careful. So the Emperor decided to ask the woman for a favor too. He wanted her to promise she wouldn't double-cross him, no matter what. If she didn't team up with Prince Albert, he wouldn't stab her in the back either. But if he did, Rihanna knew how to handle him, and the Emperor knew what to do with the Countess if she betrayed him. They both knew where the other one was vulnerable, so screwing each other over just wasn't worth it. Rihanna was more than happy with that arrangement. Then the Emperor said he'd be waiting for her to get that divorce finalized, ASAP. And even though he couldn't say he loved the Countess, he could take her side. And for her, that was enough. The next morning, George had to eat breakfast alone. Benegans informed him that Lisbeth had left. Then the guy asked the woman if she was really on his side, and she said yes. He asked the maid if she'd noticed anything weird about Lisbeth lately. Benegons then said that the lady had seemed pretty flustered recently. Ever since meeting Count Norden, Milady's been paying more attention to her appearance. She's always smiling when she looks in the mirror. The maid figured something must have happened between the master and Milady to cause that reaction. Basically, she was saying Lisbeth's acting like someone in the honeymoon phase, like she just started seeing a guy. Just then, the girl was wandering the hotel hallways when someone called out to her. It was George. Liz told him she was heading to a tea party. He wished her well and waved goodbye. But the second she disappeared behind the door, he headed straight to search her room. The guy was convinced she was seeing someone else. But George wasn't about to let Lisbeth go that easily. He was determined to make her his wife. Suddenly, rummaging through the girl's clothes, he spotted a letter and a small bottle next to it. He recognized those pills, the ones Lisbeth had been giving Rihanna. George realized his hunch was right. He was going to find out who this lowlife was, and then make him pay. The letter was stamped with the royal seal, and the guy couldn't figure out why they'd be writing Liz. When the Earl opened the letter, his face twisted in shock. It was a marriage proposal from His Majesty. Lisbeth was supposed to become the Empress. George chuckled nervously. Now he got why she wanted to break up, but he wasn't going to let that happen. He tidied up her room, putting everything back where it belonged, and headed out. Before long, evening came, and Lisbeth returned to her chambers. Suddenly, someone in the far corner of the room called out to her. It was George. He asked how the tea party went. She just said it was fine, and then he told her Rihanna would be late tonight. He walked over to Lisbeth and put his arm around her waist, but she brushed him off, saying she was tired. But George kept pushing. He asked her to get undressed so he could give her a massage, but Liz turned that down too. So then the Earl tried to guilt trip her, saying they hadn't been intimate in ages, and now Rihanna had dragged Joseph here, making things even harder for him. He leaned in close, telling her he really needed her support, all while slowly starting to undress her. Finally, Liz started responding to him, and George immediately pounced on her, hugging her and saying how much he loved her. He kissed her, kept taking her clothes off, and then laid her down on the bed. All the while, George was thinking that he would never let Lisbeth leave him. She wouldn't escape him and become Empress. Instead, she'll be carrying his kid. With a sly grin, the Earl asked the girl to be with him until the end of their days. Back at work, George was in high spirits. Perkins was surprised, 'cause he'd been down in the dumps this whole time, and now he's grinning like a Cheshire cat. Then, the Earl said the thought of working at the Treasury really cheered him up. That's why he seemed so happy. Bowing to his boss as he left, he thought to himself that the guy could grumble all he wanted, 'cause he didn't care anymore. The only thing George was thinking about was Lisbeth's face when she found out about the baby. Would she still be dreaming of becoming Empress then? She'll probably get rid of Rihanna as soon as possible and beg him to marry her. But his thoughts were interrupted by his wife. She arrived at the Treasury during his lunch break, carrying a bouquet of flowers. Rhea said she went to the flower market and loved the smell so much, she went a little overboard and bought too many. George's co-workers were saying how lucky he was to have such a caring wife. They asked if those 2 flower baskets were also a gift from the Countess, but she acted like she had no idea what they were talking about. George rushed his wife outside, saying it was just a bunch of nonsense. Once outside, Rhea demanded an explanation, and he yelled that Perkins sent him the flowers from some woman to mess with him. He did it to drive a wedge between them, but she was sure the Marquis wouldn't act so childish. Then George shouted that she didn't know anything about that old guy, and now she was accusing her own husband of cheating. But Rhea just smiled in response, saying she didn't doubt her husband for a second. She hugged him, saying he'd never let her down. Then she pulled out a big bag of food, saying she'd made lunch for 2. George was surprised, since his wife was always busy with the hotel, but Rihanna said she'd always make time for her beloved husband. Soon after lunch with his wife, George returned to the Treasury. His colleagues were talking about how unfairly he treated her, but they clammed up the second he walked in. That evening, after another night together, Lisbeth mentioned rumors going around that the Count had a benefactor, a sugar mama sending him flowers and pulling strings to get him the job. George immediately blew up, yelling that he wasn't that pathetic, and he definitely didn't get his job because of some woman. Then Liz asked what would happen if the rumors got back to Rihanna, but the Count was sure his wife trusted him. But she pressed, saying that if he kept neglecting her, she might just look into those rumors herself. Liz asked him to be a little nicer to her sister, take her out on dates, and get her gifts. What's more, there's a masquerade ball at the palace coming up, and George could buy her a dress. Then the man thanked Lisbeth for the great idea, saying he'd buy her a dress too, but one way more beautiful. Soon enough, the Count really did present his wife with a gift, a floor-length red dress. The girl remarked that it was perfect for the masquerade. That's when the guy came up behind her, wrapped his arms around her, and told her she'd be the most stunning woman at the party. Rihanna flinched, asking if something was wrong with her husband. He didn't like that question at all. Did he need a reason to love his wife? Then, Rihanna realized he was probably worried about what she thought about the rumors going around. But she just said she was really happy. The girl kissed her husband on the cheek, saying she was lucky to be his wife. What she was really thinking was that thanks to all this, she would be Empress instead of Lisbeth, and it'd be great if George could see it, totally crushed and miserable. Soon, the masquerade ball started, and Rihanna arrived wearing that dress and a mask that matched it perfectly. Margaret reported that the master was wearing a blue suit and a white bow tie, and Lady Lisbeth was in a pink dress and white shoes. Rihanna smirked and headed into the hall, ready to put her plan into action. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was eavesdropping on others, gossiping about how Count Royden from the Treasury was cheating on his wife. They were saying someone sent him flowers twice and also got him the job through a recommendation. Then Liz jumped into the conversation, mentioning that Countess Royden had been married for 4 years, but still hadn't had a child. The guests speculated that the girl was infertile, and that's why her husband started messing around. Lisbeth watched with a sly grin as the rumors about her sister's situation spread. Just then, George waved her over from upstairs, calling her to him. The girl asked if Rihanna would notice them, but the Count assured her that she'd gone to the ladies' room. And besides, she's wearing red today, so she'll be easy to spot if anything. Then, Liz led him into the hall. George was a little worried about all the people around, but the girl assured him that no one would recognize them here. That's the charm of these events. The next moment, the couple was swept up in a dance, oblivious to everyone else. George said he wanted to kiss the girl, and she suggested they go outside. No sooner did they get to the garden than they were locked in a passionate kiss. But then, Lisbeth's heel snapped and she started to fall. George couldn't catch her, and she landed right on the grass, clutching her leg in pain. Looks like she twisted it pretty bad, so the Earl helped Liz up and took her home to call a doctor. All of this was being watched from a window by a girl in a black dress with white frills. It was Rihanna. She'd changed her dress so her husband wouldn't recognize her at the party. Soon, the Countess returned to the hall and saw a small group of people whispering about something. She decided to join the conversation, saying she had something to share with the guests, too. The Countess announced that rumors about Earl Royden's mistress were everywhere, but no one seemed to know who she was. The guests immediately started grilling the girl, wanting to know the name of his mistress. Rihanna acted like she wasn't sure if she should say anything, but people kept pushing. Everyone was dying to hear the juicy gossip. So the girl spilled that Lady Norden and Earl Royden were, shall we say, close. The guests were floored. No one could believe the Earl was having an affair with his wife's sister. Rihanna added that all the servants knew, but the Earl was keeping everyone quiet. Her maid told her, "See, she's tight with a maid at the Royden house, and she spilled all the secrets after a few drinks." The Countess watched with a smug grin as the rumors spread like wildfire from person to person. Soon she left the main hall for a stroll down the corridors, and that's when Rihanna bumped into a guy. A fair-haired stranger in a blue outfit told her she looked stunning. He asked if she'd do him the honor of a dance. Rhea was quick to apologize, though, saying she was just about to leave anyway. But the dude didn't squeeze her hand too hard, just asked for a chance to talk. The Countess said she had to get back to her husband, but he wasn't letting up. It's a masked ball. Nobody even knows she's married. Just then, the Emperor walked up, decked out in a black and white suit and mask, and announced that he knew all about her husband. The stranger apologized to the girl for being a pest and quickly took off. Rhea asked the ruler how he recognized her, and he said the mask hid her face, but she couldn't disguise her voice. And she knew it was Alexander, since there aren't exactly a ton of guys walking around the Empire looking like that. The guy was flattered and gave a little smile. Rihanna bowed to the ruler, thanking him for helping her get out of a tight spot. But the Emperor said that if she'd agreed to dance with that guy, it wouldn't have worked out too well for him either. Thing is, that stranger was the ruler's brother, Prince Albert. The Emperor doubted he recognized the Countess, and deliberately asked her to dance. More likely, he just couldn't resist Rihanna's beauty. The emperor remarked that she looked especially stunning tonight. Then he asked if she'd refuse him too, if he asked her for a dance. Rihanna, realizing her husband was standing right there, took the emperor's hand. She noticed his hand was surprisingly warm. The man smirked, saying his rough personality didn't mean his hands had to be ice cold. Rhea also said Alexander was a surprisingly good dancer. She'd never seen the emperor at social events before, since he found them tiresome, especially with all the women angling to become empress. Then the countess said that soon enough, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Alexander just said that there's some juicy gossip floating around the banquet hall. Then she told him she's entered the final stage. The guy couldn't help but say that was great news, but he wondered if Rihanna would be okay doing this. After all, she'd have to marry a guy she doesn't even like, again. Rhea just shot back that the emperor could see the results of her marrying a man she did love right now. Alexander paused, then said being alone ain't so bad either. Some women have wrecked their lives over a guy, but no woman ever ruined her life by not meeting one. Looking at Rihanna, the guy remembered someone who screwed up her life by meeting the wrong dude. Then she asked him who he was talking about. The emperor meant his own mother, and that answer totally surprised the countess. Then he asked her if she'd feel better after getting revenge, if she could live out her days with a man who doesn't love her. But Rihanna told him not to worry about it, since their agreement never mentioned love in the first place, and she doesn't even know what the word means anymore. She used to believe in it, but now, every day, she realizes how naive she was. Looking at the banquet hall and the people dancing inside, she decided to say goodbye to Alexander. Lifting her mask, Rhea smiled, telling him to take care of himself until they meet again. When the banquet was over, George rushed to his wife, insisting all those nasty rumors were complete BS. She just calmly sipped her tea, remarking that all anyone talks about during tea is them. The whole of Esterage is buzzing about it. The brother-in-law and sister-in-law hanging out together. That's pretty rare. And that's why it's causing such a scandal. Just then, Lisbeth hobbled into the room on crutches, her face twisted with rage, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The girl furiously shouted that someone was spreading awful lies to sabotage her chances of getting hitched. Rihanna guessed it had to be someone holding a grudge against her and George, and he immediately said it was Peake's doing. The countess gave a crooked smile, saying the gossip would die down soon. She'd take care of it. George immediately said she was the only one he could trust. After the girl left, Liz asked the Earl if he was sure the rumor hadn't started in their own house. Only the staff knew about their affair, but had they all kept their mouths shut? George remembered people saying that a Royden family maid was the source of the rumor. Just then, Benegons came into the room, bringing tea for her master. The couple glared at the maid, clearly suspecting her of spreading those rumors. The woman immediately cried out that she was innocent, that she had spent her life following the Earl's every order. She had even done some very questionable things for him in the past. But Liz had already made up her mind. She said that Dame Benegons had worked hard all this time, so from today on, she was free to pursue other opportunities. The maid rushed over to the Earl. She couldn't believe he could do this to her. The guy turned to Lisbeth, saying they didn't have proof Benegons was guilty. Firing her would be jumping the gun. That's when Liz said they should just replace the whole staff instead. George was surprised by that, but she said otherwise they'd be living with potential backstabbers. Her face was set. She ordered the Earl to fire everyone, no exceptions, so the guy decided to get his wife's opinion. But she also thought it was a good idea. George was floored that Rihanna was backing this too. She explained that the rumors were just too detailed. You couldn't make that stuff up without living in the house, so the source had to be a servant from their place. And if they can't figure out who it is, they've got no choice but to get rid of everyone. With that, she walked out of the room, ignoring her husband's protests. Rhea was walking down the hall when she bumped into Joseph. He asked if she'd replace the whole staff just for him, like she was trying to take care of him or something. But Rihanna said it wasn't for him, though he'd definitely benefit. Joseph smiled, saying he wanted to thank her, but the Countess said there was no need. The guy insisted, though. He gently took Rihanna's hand and kissed it, thanking her for her help. Then she gave him a crooked smile and walked away. Joseph asked her why she didn't like him. She was way too cold with him, but she was super polite the first day. Rhea replied that he was a guest in an unfamiliar place. She had to treat him properly. Then Joseph decided to ask her what she was going to do after she divorced his brother. He was curious what she thought about getting remarried. Rihanna asked who he was implying would be her future husband, but the guy brushed it off, saying it could be anyone. It could even be him, because that would be the ultimate payback to George, messing around with his brother. Rihanna just smirked, asking if he wanted her to become like Lisbeth. Joseph tried to explain it was different, since they wouldn't be cheating, but getting remarried. But the Countess still turned him down. She said he'd have plenty of enemies just for being a bastard who became master of the mansion, and if he married the previous owner's wife, he'd have even more. It was a refusal for his own good. He should find someone more genuine and appealing than Rihanna. Then Joseph gently put his arms around the girl's shoulders, saying she was already kind and beautiful. Rhea said that the guy didn't know anything about her, but he didn't back down. He wanted to get to know her better. Looking at him, the Countess saw a small, foolish kid trying to get involved in something dangerous. She remembered the Emperor's words about having to spend her life with a man she didn't love. It made her wonder if Alexander felt the same way when he looked at her. Then, Rihanna smiled at Joseph, telling him he'd definitely find a good woman. The guy was confused. The Countess was his benefactor. He could never find someone who surpassed her, but she just advised him to find someone who would truly love him, and then left for good. Meanwhile, George was sitting in his office, furious at his wife and mistress for making him fire everyone who'd worked for him his whole life. He figured that even if the servants started these rumors, it wasn't all bad for him, because this whole mess meant Lisbeth would never become empress, just like he wanted. However, if the gossip kept spreading, Rihanna might start to suspect something. Then, the man grabbed a piece of paper and started writing something quickly, fueled by his emotions. The next morning, he went to his wife's chambers. He asked if she was really going to fire absolutely everyone. Rihanna said that if he was worried about who would keep the house in order, she could replace the staff gradually. They don't know who started these nasty rumors. How can they live under the same roof with people they can't trust? Then George asked her to at least keep James, his coachman. They grew up together, and the Earl was sure he could trust him. Rihanna wondered why he chose to keep the coachman specifically, and not Lady Bennigon's. However, she decided to agree, and George thanked her for the decision. He also asked her to think about the others, because there was a chance the servants weren't the ones spreading the gossip. Meanwhile, a young guy arrived to see the Countess. He introduced himself as Frankie and said he'd be working for her from today. But Rihanna said it wouldn't be easy to hire him, since she was going to fire the coachman. But her husband insisted on keeping him. Frankie was bummed. He thought he wouldn't be able to work here, but the girl calmed him down. She said he could get the job, but she was going to ask him for a favor. She ordered him to keep tabs on James, that coachman, and report everything he did. Soon, the Countess returned to the palace. Lisbeth rushed up to her, asking if people were still talking about that whole thing. She wanted to know who started it, who planned it to sabotage her wedding. Liz was worried the Emperor would believe the rumors. Then Rhea smirked, saying they'd already swapped out the staff, so everyone would forget about it soon. Lisbeth was furious. These lowlifes got a chance to work here, and they repay her by flapping their gums to everyone? Just then, a maid came in to the girls, saying the tea party at the Borage house was cancelled. Word was, someone got another anonymous letter from that creep again. Lisbeth immediately blew up, saying how persistent that scumbag was being. Then again, she figured, thanks to him, everyone would forget about the gossip. Rihanna eyed her sister's genuine happiness with suspicion. After a while, the Countess went about her business, and as she got into the carriage, Frankie said things were way more messed up than he thought. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about, so the kid explained that James had left the estate last night, and he'd followed him. It was around 2 a.m., and the coachman was surprisingly well-dressed and generally looked shady. That late at night, the coachman, hiding his face under a hat, was heading somewhere, and then he stopped near a mansion. He pulled a letter from his cloak and dropped it in the mailbox. It was hard to see in the dark, but it looked like it was an envelope. Frankie says James is holed up at the Beauregard mansion. When the Countess got back to the palace, Margaret told her she figured James couldn't have pulled this off alone. The letter had info only nobles would know. She thinks Count Royden is the real creep. But Rihanna didn't say anything. She just sat there in her chair, staring out the window. Suddenly, she burst out laughing, totally throwing the maid for a loop. The Countess gave a nervous smile, saying Lisbeth doesn't know what a degenerate scumbag George is, does she? She has no clue the letter she got is a fake. But whatever, that's not the point. George will deny everything, but Rhea isn't buying it. She just wanted to get rid of Lisbeth by marrying her off. But now, thanks to this, Things are gonna get way more interesting. Then, Margaret asked what her ladyship was planning to do. Rihanna plans to expose George. So not just Lisbeth, but the whole damn empire knows about his twisted habits. The maid asked if they even had proof, considering he's been hiding this for 5 years. But the Countess replied that even if they don't have proof, they can keep digging until he slips up. At breakfast, Rihanna said that Creep still hasn't chilled out. This time, the letter went to Lady Bourej. Lisbeth said the guy who wrote that garbage is just disgusting, a total coward. Then Rhea asked her husband what he thought about all this. I mean, if he's married, his wife probably outshines him. He's obviously got some issues, or maybe his lady isn't giving him enough attention. Lisbeth shot back, saying women despise guys like that. There's no way he has a partner. She felt bad for his family, having to live under the same roof with a scumbag like that. Right then, George jumped up from the table, saying he'd head out first since he had stuff to do. Once he got to his room, the Earl let his rage explode. He couldn't believe Lisbeth called him a coward when everyone else was scared of him. It all started 5 years ago over nothing. George got rejected by a girl he fell for at first sight, but after a while, he heard she'd married some rich marquise. That vain airhead chose money and status. George thought she was different, but turns out, she's just like all the other women. She crushed his pride, so he swore revenge on her. The man gave the letter to James to deliver to the girl. Even the coachman remarked on how beautifully it was written. The next day, the girl fainted. Fear gripped the empire's high society, everyone wary of the creep who sent the letter. George was thrilled by the fact that he could influence aristocrats, even without a huge fortune or some grand plan. He did it when he was stressed. After marrying Rihanna, every time he felt like he was falling behind her, he wrote letters. They became George's outlet. He considered these women clueless idiots, and now he was about to write another letter. Rihanna's gonna be pushing up daisies in a month anyway, so he decided to write to Lisbeth. George didn't know who sent her the letter that time. It was clearly an amateur. All he did was ruin Liz's mood, and that's it. After George's letter gets out, she won't even show her face outside. She'll be scared of men, and with all the rumors flying around, dealing with it will be way harder. That evening, the Earl told James to deliver a letter to Lisbeth. The coachman was confused, since she was his sweetheart. Then George said it would be his revenge for her trying to fire the coachman. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was in her chambers, and her maid was helping her work out her bad leg. She was getting better, and she could stand on her own now, without crutches. Then the maid handed her a letter. The sender's name wasn't on it. Lisbeth thought it might be a secret message from the Emperor, but as soon as she opened the envelope, she knew it wasn't from him. When she finished reading it, her face twisted in horror, and her body trembled with fear and a wave of nausea. The next thing you know, Liz lost consciousness and hit the floor. The maids rushed into the room, scooped up Milady, and carried her off to the doctor. Margaret picked up the letter lying next to the girl. Its contents were shocking. The doctor told Rihanna that her sister's confusion was caused by shock, and she'd feel better when she found some peace of mind. The Countess asked Liz to eat something, but the girl just turned away, saying she wasn't hungry and wanted to be alone. So Rihanna decided to leave her, telling her sister to call if she needed anything. After a while, George came into Liz's room and asked if she was okay. The girl immediately jumped out of bed. She cried out that the letter had come to her a second time, and she was really freaked out. Liz knew this creep knew her well and was watching her, but she had no idea who in her circle was capable of something like this. George smiled slyly, then sat down next to his sweetheart, hugged her, and said he was always there to support her. Touching her lips with his fingers, he swore he'd always protect her from scumbags like that. But she pulled away, saying they needed to figure out who the perp was. Lisbeth was planning to talk to Lady Bourej, and George tried to talk her out of it, saying it was too dangerous to go there right now. But she silently left the room, leaving the Earl alone. Soon she arrived at the estate, and she and Lady Bourej realized they were being written to by the same person. Her letter mentioned a blue dress she wore to Lady Shobalt's wedding. That's probably when the creep saw her. Lisbeth frowned. She'd been at that wedding too. Lady Bourej was terrified, realizing someone was looking at her that day with eyes full of bad intentions. Then Liz said that she would definitely make the lowlife pay for what he'd done. The girl got serious about this case. She did a real investigation, and when the mystery was close to being solved, she went to Rian, asking if she had taken the letter that Lisbeth had received earlier. The Countess said she tossed it, because it wasn't exactly something you keep around, then wondered why her sister was so interested. Then, Liz said she figured the creep was someone they knew, since all the ladies who got letters were acquainted with the sisters and had been at the same events. Rihanna smirked, suggesting they get the guest list to see who was at each event. Lisbeth begged her to do it, saying her older sister had way more connections, and Rhea agreed. George overheard their whole conversation, lurking around the corner of their room. When the girls split up, he went straight to Lisbeth. The guy told her to just forget about it, but she was sure the lowlife wouldn't stop there, so they had to nip it in the bud. Then George offered her a cup of tea, and Liz took a few sips without thinking twice. George grinned, moving closer to her. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. The cup slipped from her hand, and she went down hard, collapsing right on top of George. He started slapping her face, yelling at her to wake up, begging her to come to. When it finally sunk in that Lisbeth wasn't responding, he carried her to the bed and gently tucked her in. Then, he grabbed a bottle of ink and dumped the whole thing all over the table and the letters Liz had been working on. George went back to the girl, softly stroking her cheek, thinking she should have listened to him and stopped. She wouldn't be out cold right now if she had. Soon after, the Earl went to his wife to tell her Liz wasn't feeling well. He said she'd been under a lot of pressure because of the letters and wouldn't take a break, so she passed out. The doctor said Lisbeth needed to rest for a few days and stay home. Rihanna then said she had an appointment that day, so taking care of her sister fell to George. The Earl waited for his wife to leave the palace, then headed to Liz's room. The girl was already awake. Going through her stuff, she asked if George had seen a letter and some notes that were on the table yesterday, but the guy just put his arm around her shoulder, sat her on the bed, and said she needed to rest, and the letters would turn up eventually. Lisbeth obediently laid down, but she couldn't figure out why her head was pounding. George said she was just too stressed out and gave her a pill to take. Soon, the girl felt like everything was spinning, and the guy pulled her close. The next thing you know, George kissed the girl, and once he was sure she was out cold, he decided to take advantage of her while she was unconscious. Meanwhile, Rihanna arrived at Lady Borrege's, telling her the shocking results of her investigation. That letter and the guest lists, it all pointed to one person, her husband, George Royden. The woman couldn't believe it, because Lisbeth got the letter too. How could he send something like that to his sister-in-law? Plus, a crime like this has got to have a reason behind it. That's when Rihanna told the woman she needed to have a chat with her daughter. See, the day Lady Borrege got that letter, Rihanna's driver saw something fishy. Right then, Frankie walked in, and the Countess asked him to tell them what he saw that day. Later on, it was evening, and Lisbeth woke up to some weird noise outside. Peeking out the window, she saw some random dude trying to fight his way through the servants to get inside the palace. George woke up too, totally confused about what was going on. Then the stranger ordered them to get Count Royden there, pronto. The Count recognized him as Duke Ferrez and hurried out to meet him. The guy asked if there was a servant named James working at the mansion, so George brought the driver over to him, asking why Ferrez was looking for him. Frankie, who was standing behind the guy, said that was the dude he saw that night. Before George could even say a word, the Duke just clocked him one right in the face. The Count went down hard, landing right at the feet of Lady Borrege's furious father. Lisbeth bolted outside, totally clueless about what was going on. But before she could even get to her sweetheart, Ferrez was all over him again, just laying into the guy. George was yelling, trying to calm him down, saying there was some kind of misunderstanding. Then the guy screamed that he didn't want any explanations from this lowlife, because he knew George was the one sending those awful letters to his daughter and the other nobles. When Lisbeth heard that, her face twisted in horror. She couldn't believe it was true. Ferrezi said the coachman saw George's servant leave a letter at his house, and then the Count scrambled to claim James wrote all of it himself. The coachman immediately started yelling that it was all a lie, that he was just following the master's orders. All the letters were signed by the Earl, and he was just delivering them. George screamed with the last of his strength, refusing to admit his guilt. But Ferrez didn't believe it, because a simple coachman couldn't have written letters of that nature. It showed the sender was close to the families of the affected noblewomen. George Royden was at all the events, so there was no doubt he was the author. After this, terrible rumors are definitely going to start circulating about the Norden family's daughter. Then George turned to Lisbeth, grabbed her dress, screaming that he had nothing to do with it. But the girl angrily slapped his hand away, not wanting to listen to his excuses. She turned around and ran back into the palace, ignoring the Earl's shouts. Then Ferrez approached George, asking if he had any more excuses. He gave the Earl a choice. Either he confesses to what he's done in court and accepts the punishment, or he'll have to deal with him personally. The Earl thought, if this comes out, his reputation is toast. He'll be kicked out of the treasury and Rihanna will leave. Then the man got on his knees, addressing the Duke. He said that this situation could reflect poorly on his reputation. His daughter's still single, and if he goes overboard with this kid over a little prank, no one's gonna want to marry her. But before he could even finish, the guy just straight up kicked him in the face. The servants were freaking out. Watching him beat the crap out of the Earl, they wanted to stop him. But Margaret jumped in, saying if the servants wanted to keep their jobs, they'd better keep their mouths shut. Everyone went silent instantly, just listening to the sounds of the beating and George begging for mercy. Later, Margaret told Rihanna and Fariz's daughter everything, saying she barely stopped the guy, afraid he'd kill the Earl. The doctor said that George would probably have certain difficulties in the bedroom, and with having kids, Burej thought her father went too far with the Earl, but Rihanna assured her it was just a normal reaction for a loving father. She apologized again to the girl for her husband, but she understood the Countess wasn't to blame. Even more, she was worried that the Roydens didn't have a child, and after this, they definitely wouldn't be able to. But Rhea said there was absolutely no way she was having a kid with George. Looking back, she realized how lucky she was she never got pregnant by him. Meanwhile, things were rough for Lisbeth. She was losing it. The girl couldn't believe this was actually happening. She was disgusted by how messed up everything was. All this time, she'd been dating such a pathetic, low-life scumbag, and that thought just wouldn't leave her alone. Liz got so sick that the maids had to call a doctor, who told her ladyship to rest and recover. He also said that last time, Earl Royden had ordered him to keep quiet, but now he had to report that Lisbeth had ingested a large amount of unpleasant substances recently. The girl immediately jumped out of bed, and the doctor explained that it was the same stuff that had poisoned her mistress. He asked if she remembered drinking anything before she fainted. Then the girl stood up in bed and pulled a bottle of pills out of the dresser, chuckling nervously. The doctor said that even though he was forced to obey the Earl's orders, all of this was deeply concerning to him, especially since that drug is lethal to a fetus. Lisbeth was floored. She didn't get what the doctor was saying. Then the guy dropped the bomb. She'd been pregnant for a while. After a bit, George came to. His whole face was wrapped in bandages and tape. They told him he'd been touch and go for days. When the Earl heard his wife Rihanna was at work, he lost it, yelling about how she could leave him alone like this. He immediately sat up in bed, demanding his clothes, saying he wasn't staying there. George yelled that his job was his life. He couldn't lose his spot at the Treasury, and he was going to prove it to everyone. Soon, Margaret told Rihanna that the Earl had gone to work in that condition. At the Treasury itself, it seemed like they weren't exactly thrilled to see him either. His colleagues thought he should face some serious consequences. Rihanna smirked. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Meanwhile, George showed up at the Treasury, his arm and leg broken, barely hobbling on crutches. His colleagues were in shock. They couldn't figure out what brought the Earl here, since he was supposed to be on sick leave. Then Perkins told him that if he came to hand in his resignation, he could have just mailed it in. But George just coldly replied that he hadn't done anything wrong that would get him fired. That whole thing was his private life. As a citizen, he didn't do anything too bad, and he was planning to keep working here. But Perkins just smirked, saying he was going to fire him anyway because he'd dragged the reputation of all Estridge officials through the mud, and he needed to resign right now. However, George wasn't about to do that, saying that Duke MacDonald vouched for him, so this position was his to keep. Perkins walked past him, saying that in that case, he could keep the position until the end of the workday. When George headed to his workspace, he found that his desk was already gone. His co-worker told him that it had been removed a few days ago on the Marquise's orders. Just then, one of the workers rushed into the hall, saying they'd put up something interesting in the lobby. Meanwhile, Lisbeth told the doctor her baby had died. The guy was in shock and asked how many pills she had to take to do that. He was worried she'd deliberately offed it, and Liz confirmed it, saying she wasn't about to carry the bastard's kid. She's going to be top dog in Estrade, and there's no way she's nursing some little freak. Right then, a maid burst into the room, saying they'd put up a newsletter for everyone to see. It was written by a servant who'd worked at the Royden estate for over 10 years. It said George was a degenerate, living off someone else while messing around with his sister-in-law for years. All the estate servants knew about it, but they kept their mouths shut, scared of getting punished. At the bottom of the newsletter, there was proof to back up what the servant said. George didn't even get to finish reading it before the guards called out to him. They arrested him on suspicion of corruption and attempted assault, and soon he was taken to jail to await trial. George kept trying to explain himself, saying it was all just a big misunderstanding. But the investigator told him Duke MacDonald had already confessed to everything, so both men would be stripped of their positions and exiled soon. On top of that, we had witnesses confirming the Earl's assassination attempt. This Dame Benegons testified that she served Royden for ages. Then one morning, bam! Just kicked out, no reference, nothing. What's worse, scared she'd spill the beans, the Earl tried to poison her. That's when she decided, if I keep taking this crap, I'm a goner. So Earl Royden's gotta pay the piper. He was putting his loyal servants in danger just so he could, mess around with whoever he pleased. Then George tried to tell the investigator that Lisbeth was the one to blame. She was the one planning to kick out and off the servants. Then the guy asked, did the Earl admit to poisoning his wife, Rhianna Royden? And that's when George clammed up. Meanwhile, the families of those noblewomen who were getting letters from him also came forward with accusations. Based on all this, we're launching an investigation. Back at the ranch, the maid told Lisbeth that the Earl had been arrested, and the investigation cleared her name. The girl said that Earl Norden had asked them to protect Lisbeth at all costs, but she said it was over. Her dad could stop her from going to jail, but he can't do squat about the fact that she betrayed the Emperor. They're piling accusations on Lisbeth, infidelity, attempted murder. On top of everything else, she'd be an empress who got knocked up by another dude. Meanwhile, the truth about Count Royden's cheating was spreading like wildfire across the whole empire. It wasn't long before Rhianna and Lisbeth had their little get-together. The Countess slapped her sister across the face, asking how it felt to sleep with her husband. Lisbeth just cracked up, saying Rhianna seemed pretty ticked that she'd had her man stolen. But Rhianna knew it was just about George being her husband. Lisbeth seemed to think that stealing her sister's men was how she'd win. It'll never work. And if she just deals with her own insecurities, maybe one day she could actually win and become empress. Lisbeth was shaking with anger and fear, but she didn't dare say a word. Then, Rhianna ordered her sister's things to be taken out to the hallway, since Lisbeth was going back to the Norden residence. Thanks to their father, at least the girl wouldn't be rotting in a dungeon with George. The dude took care of his daughter, and that's the only reason Rhianna let her live. After a while, George got word that he had a visitor. It was Rhianna. And the second he saw her, he rushed over to his wife, grinning like an idiot. He knew she wouldn't buy those rumors and would come to save him. But then, the guy standing next to the Countess handed George a piece of paper. It was Rhianna's lawyer. George was about to be stoked that his wife hired a lawyer to get him off the hook. But the smile instantly vanished when he was told the document in his hands was a divorce petition. The Earl immediately broke down, begging his wife not to do this to him, saying he'd die if she left him. He said he'd even get on his knees if it meant she'd have mercy on him. Rhianna just laughed at that, like she didn't give a damn about her husband's pleas. She was just there to see his face one last time before he kicked the bucket. And the girl was super happy that her hubby looked so pathetic. If she ever happened to think about her husband, she'd definitely remember him looking like this. And that thought just cheered her right up. After a while, Rhianna arrived at the Emperor's palace. He was glad to see her after so long. She told him the divorce proceedings would be finalized soon, and then the guy asked if they shouldn't also arrest Lisbeth, or at least isolate her from society for good. But Rhianna, sounding sad, replied that she wouldn't touch her as long as her father was alive. Because of the whole Empress situation, there wasn't much to be done, so she hurried things along. But she was worried her father, with his weak health, might not be able to handle such a blow. Then Alexander said that if anything happened, he could send the imperial physician to him. He added that if she wanted, she could remove her sister from power, or even, deal with her anytime she liked. The emperor wouldn't even consider conceiving a future heir with someone like that. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was holed up in her room at her father's estate, trying to figure out what the hell she should do. A gray-haired dude popped in, telling her she needed to eat something or her health would go to crap. Once she was alone again, she pulled out a vial of liquid. Liz wondered if she lost the kid too. There was no way she'd become empress. She wouldn't be able to get married, or even show her face in high society, period. So, wouldn't she be better off just having the baby? In Estrade, even a kid born out of wedlock can get an inheritance, and thanks to Joseph Royden, she could snag the Royden inheritance. Lisbeth knew that if her father kicked the bucket, Rihanna wouldn't leave her a damn cent. So her only way to survive was to pop out the kid and make a play for the Royden fortune. She walked over to the mirror, staring hard at her reflection and at her belly. She spoke to her child, saying they were going to have to work their asses off. The next day, Rihanna told her servants to pack her things, and just then, Joseph walked in. The Countess said she was leaving the mansion since she no longer had any family ties to the Roydens. She planned to stay at the Norden Hotel. Then the young man announced that his offer of remarriage was still on the table. However, Rihanna had no intention of staying. Instead, she wished Joseph a happy marriage with his future wife. Finally, she said that even though George was in prison, he still held his title, and as long as he lived, this house would belong to him. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Earl was visited by his coachman, James. He said that he and the other servants were trying to get their master out of there. George was incredibly happy that he would finally get out of prison, and then James handed him a flask. He said he'd brought the Earl his favorite whiskey to make the whole situation a little more bearable. Then George apologized for accusing the coachman that night, but the young man said he'd forgotten all about it a long time ago. After the Earl drained the flask of whiskey, James handed him a piece of paper. Unfolding it, George realized it was a will, written by the coachman in his name, stating that George was leaving this world and passing his estate and title to his younger brother, Joseph. But before the Earl could even protest, his body suddenly went limp and blood trickled from his mouth. Then James, taking the flask from him, said that he'd kept the Earl's dirty secrets and been loyal. And in the end, he'd been double-crossed. Calling his former master a piece of garbage, the coachman turned and left the man to die alone. When James returned to the palace, Joseph handed him a whole sack of coins for a job well done. Now he could rightfully be called Earl Royden. Rihanna, standing behind him, asked, displeased, what he had done. Then Joseph repeated her words about how this house wasn't his property as long as his brother lived. And now he wanted them, Rihanna and him, to take care of the place together. But the girl once again advised him to find a good wife, and then turned towards the exit. Joseph, realizing he couldn't win the Countess's heart, wished her happiness, saying she definitely deserved it. Rihanna just smirked, saying she was past the point of ever being happy. All that was left for her was to try and become even more miserable. When night fell, Lisbeth was asleep in her bed at her father's house. In the middle of the night, she was woken up, supposedly because of something important. When the girl came out of her room, her father was already waiting for her. He, after hesitating a bit, announced that the emperor had sent a proposal to Rihanna. He was going to take her as empress, and the man remarked that all this was very unexpected, even for him. Lisbeth immediately yelled in fury, saying that the emperor didn't really love her, but just wanted to connect with the Norden house, and she didn't understand why. Did her father possess some kind of secret fortune? However, the man hurried to reassure her that he himself wasn't aware of the reason for all this. Before the girl could leave, he rushed to add that Lisbeth was going to be made queen. He also said that he needed to meet with the emperor at least once before sending a reply. Lisbeth immediately ran to her father. The last thing she wanted was for him to refuse the ruler. The man hesitated, since his daughter's reputation wasn't exactly spotless, but Liz insisted it didn't matter, because he'd still marry her. Just then, a servant interrupted their conversation, announcing that Lady Rihanna had arrived at the palace. Her father went to greet his eldest daughter, and Liz rushed to her room. Rifling through her things, she reflected that she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Still, she wasn't about to accept things as they were. Maybe she wouldn't be empress, but at least she could become queen. The girl recalled her sister's words about how she couldn't win just by stealing her men. But, picking up a vial of poison, Lisbeth considered that maybe she could still defeat Rihanna. In the next instant, she drank the contents of the bottle. The next thing I knew, blood was pouring from her mouth, and she collapsed onto the floor, out cold. The girl woke up in a bed. Her sister, Rihanna, was sitting by her bedside and told her that she'd lost the baby. Lisbeth just laughed, almost gleefully, asking if her sister was planning to tell the emperor everything. It doesn't matter if Liz has been unfaithful, because His Majesty will still take her as queen. Let's just say certain things aren't a deal-breaker for getting that title. Then Rhea asked if her sister even knew why the emperor wanted all this, but she didn't care. Rihanna said the emperor had revealed an oracle's prophecy, and that's why they're being taken as wives. Lisbeth was surprised, asking what the oracle had predicted. Then the Countess revealed that the next emperor will undoubtedly be born from a woman of the Norden house. The younger twin couldn't believe what she was hearing. She hadn't even considered that possibility. Rhea said that from the very beginning, it didn't matter which of the sisters to take as a wife. The point was that the Countess was married. But as soon as she got divorced, she also received a proposal. The understanding of the situation began to gradually dawn on Lisbeth. If she hadn't touched George, the Empress's place would have been hers from the very beginning. Considering that Rhea and George could not have a child, which is why they constantly caught judgmental glances, the older sister was in for nothing but an unhappy married life. However, thanks to someone's virtue, everything changed, and His Majesty promised the girl that he would not have a child with Lisbeth. Soon the medicine that would make the girl barren would begin to take effect. Thus, this was Liz's first and last child, as well as the chance to become the mother of the next emperor. The girl seemed to have gone numb, not believing her sister's words, as if despair was spreading through her body. Then Rihanna thanked her, because thanks to her she would become the empress and give the country a ruler, and she was ready to endure her sister's existence, just to admire her unhappy expression. At that moment, Lisbeth could not hold back. She rushed at her older sister, grabbing her by the throat. She screamed that she would not just leave it at that. She would definitely kill Rihanna. Then the girl's father ran into the room. He grabbed Lisbeth and pulled her away from her sister, telling her to calm down. The girl yelled that this thing stole her spot, and then her father smacked her hard across the face. He declared her behavior was outrageous, that she was the only one to blame, and she couldn't make up for her screw-up even if she begged on her knees. Then Rihanna announced she was going to take her leave, and her father wished her luck on her journey. After the girl left the room, Lisbeth glared at her father with a crazy look, saying he hit the future queen, and he'd face the consequences for it. The man yelled back at his daughter's audacity, saying he was going to send his rejection to the emperor right now. Liz threatened him, saying he had no right to go against the oracle's prophecy. Then the father said he wasn't going against it, because Lisbeth wasn't Norden. 23 years ago, something interesting happened. A friend of Gordon, Rihanna's father, ended up in jail. They called him a traitor. The young guy's name was Howard, and he said he was falsely accused. He told the guy not to sweat it. His time was almost up anyway. But he had a daughter. His wife went into early labor as soon as he was locked up. All he asked of Gordon was to give his kid a decent life. Because if things kept going the way they were, that girl was going to live a miserable, enslaved existence. He begged the guy to take his daughter in like his own. Gordon was about to have a daughter himself. He could just say the girls were twins. Howard made his final request. Take his daughter Lisbeth and raise her as Lisbeth Norden. And right after that, he kicked the bucket. So Liz wasn't a true Norden, which meant she had no right to marry the emperor. After a beat, Lisbeth asked her father if anyone else knew about this. When Rihanna got back to the palace, there was a fancy outfit and jewelry waiting for her, a gift from the emperor for tonight's celebration. She hesitated, feeling a little awkward accepting such expensive gifts. But the maids said the emperor insisted she take them. They announced a celebration at the palace to introduce the future empress. Since Rhea's temporarily at the Norden estate, getting her ready won't be easy, so the emperor ordered a gift to be sent. Soon the celebration arrived, and she showed up in the outfit Alexander gifted her. All the guests were stunned by the future empress's beauty. Lisbeth was also at the party, remarking that her sister was perfect for her new role, like no one else could be. With a fake smile, she said she was thrilled she'd get to continue living with the future empress. Seeing her sister's cold face, Liz said she loved her no matter what, even if Rihanna hated her. But then everyone suddenly went silent. The emperor himself appeared in the hall, dressed in a magnificent white suit. Rihanna and Lisbeth immediately greeted the ruler. But Alexander didn't even acknowledge Liz and went straight to her older sister. He took her hand, inviting her for the first dance, and she agreed with a wide smile. Lisbeth was left alone, watching with envy as the emperor led her sister away. As the couples whirled into a dance, Rihanna thanked the man for such a wonderful gift. Then, Alexander inquired about the health of the future empress's father. The girl replied that he was feeling a little under the weather, but his condition would improve as both his daughters became part of the royal family. So, the queen was untouchable for now, and Count Norden was weakening, which worried Rihanna, and that concerned the emperor himself. The girl was surprised that the ruler was concerned about such things, but he said that she would become his wife, so of course he was thinking about it. Rhea pointed out that she wouldn't be His Majesty's only wife. But for Alexander, she was the only wife he cared about. After all, everyone knew the saying, "You marry two, but you love only one." But the Emperor suggested keeping the question of feelings a secret for now. Meanwhile, the music ended, and then Alexander asked Rihanna to dance again. Just then, Lisbeth walked up to them, apologized for being forward, but still decided to ask the Emperor for a dance. The guy said he had to decline, since he'd already promised someone else. But Lisbeth wasn't giving up. She said she wanted to ask Alexander something. She asked if he was aware that his sister hadn't been able to have a kid for 4 years. Rihanna immediately hung her head, and the Emperor grimly asked Lisbeth what she was getting at. The girl explained it was just curiosity, because if his sister couldn't produce an heir, the ruler would have to, deal with that. Rihanna stood there frozen. She understood the problem herself, but didn't know what to say. She and the Emperor had agreed she'd provide an heir, and His Majesty wouldn't consider Lisbeth as a candidate for being the prince's mother. However, there was still a chance that Rhea wouldn't be able to have a child at all. She was pulled from those thoughts by a messenger who suddenly appeared in the hall, saying he had an urgent message for Lady Rihanna. "Some kid just told me that Count Norden kicked the bucket." The girl couldn't believe what she was hearing, while her sister was smirking like she knew something. Seeing that smile on Lisbeth's face, Rihanna instantly knew. She's the one who offed their dad. Then, she felt like the ground was swallowing her whole, and the next thing she knew, she collapsed. The Emperor caught her just in time, trying to bring her around, and Lisbeth rushed over too, pretending to help. But when Rihanna came to, Liz dropped the bomb that the stuff she'd been drinking would be a real problem if she was expecting. She asked her, "Do you think someone who's been taking it for a year could even get pregnant?" After a while, the day of Gordon's funeral finally rolled around. Rihanna's dad. The story was he had a heart attack. Nobody got to him in time, and that was it. Rihanna wasn't buying it, though. Her dad never had heart problems, and with all the servants around the estate, nobody seems to know anything for sure. But then it hit her. That day, all the servants were busy getting Lisbeth dolled up, so it was just her dad and Liz at the mansion. She remembers that smirk her sister gave at the party. So, she knew about all this from the jump. Rhea couldn't believe Liz would actually go through with something like that. Just then, Margaret came up to her and said she'd save a spot for her, so she could say goodbye to her father one last time. Standing before Gordon's coffin, Rihanna said that according to the doctors, he died of heart disease, and the autopsy didn't show any signs of foul play either. But why can't she shake this feeling that something's not right? Rihanna figured it's because she basically let Lisbeth get away with offing their father. But if she really did it, she's not gonna get away with it. Rihanna was gonna personally tear down everything she holds dear. Once the goodbyes were done, she said they needed to figure out what her father was up to the day he died. She tasked Margaret with checking out everyone on the estate, including anyone who'd been here even once in the last month. They also needed to find out what Lisbeth was doing and who saw her last that day, because it was obvious they were still missing something. After a while, the day of Rihanna and the Emperor's wedding arrived, and the maids were in full swing preparing the palace for the momentous ceremony. Margaret was personally helping her mistress, thinking about the best way to get back at Lisbeth, and concluded that if Rihanna and the Emperor were truly happy, it would be agonizing for her. That way, Rihanna could get revenge on her sister and still be happy herself. But the girl herself was tormented by the question of whether she could ever experience love again. After George's betrayal, she understood that love wouldn't protect her. She didn't know what Alexander felt, and besides, they were bound by a contract. It's impossible for love to be part of a relationship like this, and these thoughts were tearing Rihanna apart. However, her preparations were complete, and she needed to head to the ceremony. The bride showed up in this killer wedding dress. The train was so huge, Margaret had to help her carry it. Alexander was already waiting at the altar, and he thought his bride looked more stunning than ever. As Rihanna walked down to him, they both glanced back towards where Lisbeth was standing. The girl was wearing a simple dress, and honestly looked pretty awkward next to her sister. But the newlyweds didn't really care about Liz's feelings. The Emperor took Rihanna's hand, called her his Empress, and invited her to head into the hall. Lisbeth was just seething with hate at everything that was happening, like she was the ultimate third wheel. The next thing you know, Rihanna and Alexander walked into the ceremony hall, and the guests went wild, welcoming their future empress. Meanwhile, Liz was just trailing behind the couple, all alone. None of the guests even bothered to say hi. Soon the wedding ceremony began. The priest said the prayer, asking if the emperor was ready to love and cherish the Norden sisters through thick and thin and fulfill his husbandly duties. Alexander answered without a moment's hesitation. When Rihanna's turn came to take her vows, her face twisted, but she said she agreed. Later, after the ceremony, she asked her husband to forget about the vows she made today, saying she couldn't love him. Alexander reassured her, saying he felt the same way, though he hadn't expected Rihanna to come to him on her own. The girl replied that it was their agreement, and she was obligated to fulfill it. Then the emperor said he was very glad that she hadn't changed her mind after all. The next moment, he kissed her, holding her close. Meanwhile, Lisbeth sat alone in her chambers. Her maids informed her that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived at the Empress's palace. The girl was consumed with anger at the realization that, once again, she was left out in the cold. However, she plastered on a smile and told the maids they could go and rest. When Liz was alone, she pondered that she knew from the start that Rihanna would be the Emperor's first choice. Liz was obviously in a way better positioned than before, but her mood was still totally in the toilet. She's come too far to back down now, though. In the end, she'll still be the one Alexander Asterage chooses. So she'll let Rihanna laugh all she wants, because it won't last. Meanwhile, Rihanna herself was spending the night in bed with her husband. Even though she didn't resist, she was visibly shaking, and the Emperor noticed. He said she should just get some sleep tonight. He'd understand if she didn't want to be intimate. Rihanna realized he sensed her fear. When they kissed, she felt her blood run cold, just like the day she first saw George with Lisbeth. That awful feeling, like chills and nausea, as if it was tied to the memory of that day. It was pure disgust. When His Majesty stopped, Rihanna felt calmer for some reason. But this couldn't be, one way or another, it was her duty. That's when Alexander told her she didn't have to push herself, but she said they might not have much time. The guy was totally lost, so she explained that the stuff she'd been taking could mess with her ability to have kids. The Emperor was like, "Why are you telling me this just now?" Rhea said she needed time because things were still up in the air. She also dropped the bomb that she suspected the Queen of offing her dad. The problem was, she didn't have any hard proof yet. But at the party, she was laughing, and she even told Rihanna about the, situation. Still, they couldn't say for sure if she was going to have problems or not. What's more, the Queen was taking the same stuff, but she hadn't shown any changes yet. So Rihanna asked her husband to hold his horses a bit, because if Lisbeth was taking the same thing, they could keep an eye on her. The Emperor was seriously cheesed off that Rhea was always glued to the Queen, tying her hands. They couldn't afford to keep waiting around. That's when the girl assured him she'd definitely dig up some proof. The next day, over tea, the girls were gossiping about how the Emperor seemed to have fallen head over heels for his Empress at first sight. Listening to all this, Rihanna tried to smile so nobody would suspect anything, but she knew love was the furthest thing from the truth. Last night, Alexander told her he didn't want to be loved, and he didn't want to love anyone either. Those feelings are way too fleeting, and in the end, all that's left is bad blood, even if the feelings start out small. So, he suggested to Rihanna that they shouldn't love each other, just help each other out, like when they first met. But to the guests, the girl said, His Majesty took such good care of her, she could only be grateful. Then the girls asked if the Queen even left the castle. They figured she was just too ashamed to show her face. And what's more, the Emperor wasn't interested in her anyway. That's when Lisbeth strolled up to the table, giving a little bow to her sister, the Empire's shining star. Rihanna snapped back, saying she hadn't invited the Queen here. Liz replied, all fake sad, that the Empress's words stung. But then she grinned and added that they both fit the prophecy, which was just awesome. Liz plunked a basket of cookies on the table, saying she'd baked them herself for Her Majesty, since she'd been a whiz in the kitchen since she was a kid. Rhea said that was so long ago. She barely remembered any of it, but Liz acted like it was yesterday. Then the girl sidled up to the Empress, asking if it was possible she'd been got at too. Rihanna was like, huh? And the girl just said she was kidding. She plopped down at the table, saying she was just bummed she hadn't been invited to the tea party. Seeing their confused faces, she asked if her joke had really bombed that hard. Then the Queen passed around the cookies, saying they didn't look like much, but they tasted pretty good. All the ladies immediately got awkward, making excuses about sore throats and stuff, anything to avoid trying the Queen's treats. So Lisbeth said that in that case, she'd eat them all herself, and took a bite of a cookie. The guests exchanged nervous glances. not believing the queen would actually taste her own cooking. Liz smiled, asking the empress to invite her for tea sometimes, since she had no one but her sister, and their father would have wanted to see them together. Rihanna's face immediately darkened. Lisbeth was acting like she hadn't, taken care of the guy. The guests remarked that the empress clearly hadn't recovered yet, since the earl had passed so unexpectedly. Then, one of the women said that Earl Norden was resting in peace, since both his daughters had achieved such high positions. Rihanna thanked the girl for her kind words, but Liz interrupted their conversation. She said that she'd gotten the emperor's proposal first, but a nasty rumor cost her the empress title. This was just as hard on her dad, since the gossip spread like wildfire, almost like someone was deliberately fueling the flames. But Lisbeth hoped this wouldn't cause problems with other people. Rihanna thought to herself, you'd have to be a moron to miss the point of what Lisbeth was saying. The right to be empress was originally hers, but they took it away and made her a queen instead. Nobody knows if the queen's really that messed up, or if someone just started a baseless rumor. And if that's the case, did the empress really earn her spot? If you mix truth with lies just right, people's doubts will keep growing, and Lisbeth really used her head this time. Then Liz added with a smile that, even with the unfairness, just being around Her Majesty the Empress was a great joy for her. Rihanna replied that if she really felt that grateful, she needed to watch her words more carefully in the future, because it sounded like she was questioning His Majesty's wise decision. The Emperor probably knew what was up, since he ended up putting Lisbeth in her place. Rihanna said she should be grateful to the Queen for the prophecy, and hoped she'd keep that in mind while living in the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Alexander went to the temple, but they told him there were no new prophecies. There hasn't been a prophecy in over 30 years. The previous emperor only got one his whole life, so Alexander shouldn't expect too much. The emperor thought, if the empress and queen are poisoned and can't have kids, he figured there wouldn't be a new prophecy, and that's how it played out. By the deadline, the next emperor has to be from the Norden line. Still, he was bugged by which sister was supposed to give birth to him, but it looked like Alexander didn't have a choice. The advisor noticed the emperor always looked gloomy, so the guy explained that the empress had told him about the poison a while back, and it was also unknown if the queen was connected to the murder of Count Norden. The advisor couldn't believe Lisbeth was capable of such a terrible thing. Then, Alexander said that nothing was certain right now, but they needed to prepare. He asked the guy to secretly go to the healer to create an antidote, and Duke Killeen couldn't find out about it. The red-haired man said he would carry out his lord's order. The emperor was lost in thought, realizing he was dealing with poison again, like history was repeating itself with his parents. His mother, Empress Liliana, a woman from humble beginnings, won her place through his father's relentless pursuit. But his father, the former Emperor Richard I, was too fickle and unwilling to commit to one woman, and he started cheating just 3 years into their marriage. Rejected by the man she loved, Alexander's mother fell ill from heartbreak. The only person in the Empress's palace who genuinely cared for her was her handmaiden. Liliana treated her like a sister and relied on her completely. The handmaiden, lonely in the imperial palace, was only after power, and Liliana didn't even suspect she was having an affair with her husband. In the end, the people she trusted most, the emperor and the handmaiden, did her in with poison, and that woman's name was Rosalind Killen. She was Albert's birth mother and the only daughter of Duke Killen. Alexander thought about how messed up it was. He'd vowed to be nothing like his father, but it all turned out this way anyway. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. He wondered who it could be, since he'd ordered all the servants to leave the garden. Just then, a girl came up to him, saying she'd been looking for the emperor for ages. It was Lisbeth. The guy immediately asked what she was doing there. Then the queen said she'd also been chosen by the oracle, so she was entitled to at least one night with His Majesty. Alexander asked her how she dared show up at the emperor's palace uninvited and looking like that. The girl said love makes you do crazy things and begged him to consider her feelings, but the emperor just told her to be more sensible, because either way, this stunt didn't prove anything about her feelings for him, and she shouldn't have just barged in like that. Lisbeth shouted that she was his wife too, the queen of the empire. Didn't she have the right to see her husband? Alexander just coldly replied that he hadn't given the queen that right, and if she wanted to be treated properly, she should act like it. Lisbeth yelled that one day the emperor would regret it and beg her to come to the imperial palace. He'd need her to conceive a future heir, and eventually he'd come crawling back, begging for her affection. But Alexander just scoffed in response. He said love was just a pipe dream, and then he dumped her. But Lisbeth wasn't about to give up. She'd make him beg, but first, she had to deal with Rihanna. The Empress was informed that morning about the Queen's little spat with her husband. Elizabeth, the Empress's head housekeeper, said it looked like the guards were patrolling the gates and didn't spot Lisbeth. The Emperor was thrown for a loop, but he was totally calm leaving here. The Queen's definitely up to something. Elizabeth also mentioned the Queen baked cookies this morning and took them to the Emperor. But, His Majesty didn't even accept her gift. Then Rihanna said they should prepare some wine as a birthday gift for His Majesty. It's the first celebration since the wedding, so it has to be something rare and expensive. However, the housekeeper said that might not be such a great idea. Turns out, the Emperor wasn't exactly known for his love of wine. Not many people knew this, but Alexander only drinks a little white wine, and even then, it wouldn't be a great gift. So Elizabeth suggested making him an apple pie. Apparently, Empress Liliana used to bake it for him when he was a kid. Thinking it was a killer idea, Rihanna announced she'd bake the pie herself. They sent the palace's head pastry chef, Alain, to help her out. Rihanna had heard he was a total pro. Alain even mentioned he'd cooked for the Empress herself. Then, she admitted she'd never really cooked before. But the guy promised her it wouldn't be that hard. But the second he turned his back, the stove she was at went up in flames. All her cooking went up in smoke, again. But Alan wasn't giving up hope. He knew the mistress would pull through. Thing is, Rhea got burned, so we gotta take care of that wound first. Just then, Margaret burst into the kitchen, saying something urgent had come up. So Rihanna asked if everyone had just abandoned their posts. Once the girls were out of the kitchen, Margaret said they still hadn't found any proof or witnesses. Word was, the Earl and Lisbeth hadn't been fighting at all. They were all smiles during dinner, right before he kicked the bucket. Still, something about this whole thing stinks. The cook who was supposed to be on shift that day got a recommendation letter the night before and hauled ass out of the estate. She vanished before anyone could question her. And get this! The recommendation letter had Rihanna's signature on it. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was impressed with how quickly her maid dealt with that cook. That was a pretty tricky situation, and she was glad the girl handled it. Still, she was worried if she'd really covered all her tracks. The girl said she'd hidden her so well, no one would find her. It was easier than she thought, since she had no family or friends. Even if someone did find something, the maid promised to take care of it. All the lady had to worry about was getting to the top. Lisbeth was surprised by her unusual approach. Usually, people like this girl have an angle, so she asked the maid if she could trust her. The girl replied that she would prove her loyalty to the queen with every fiber of her being. After all, her life depended on Lisbeth. If the clues lead back to them, she's toast. But if the queen rises to power, she could become head maid in the palace. Lisbeth noted that she and this girl were pretty similar. Her parents were drowning in gambling debts, and she left right before they sold off her younger sister. The way she craves money and tries to climb the ladder shows she's no ordinary girl. But Liz didn't know if she could trust her. Right now, the Emperor supports Rihanna in everything, and she needed someone loyal too. Lisbeth was powerless in the palace, so having extra hands would be a real game changer. But Rihanna controls all the maids from the Norden estate, so she's gotta tread carefully. For now, Liz could only trust the servants from her own palace who hadn't dealt with her yet. A girl desperate for cash and recognition wouldn't just betray her, so she figured she could use Diana. The queen gave the maid a big bag of cash, enough to cover living expenses, and then some. Diana thanked her mistress and promised to prove her loyalty. Then Lisbeth told her that from now on, she'd be her eyes and ears. Meanwhile, Margaret treated Rihanna's wound, which turned out to be worse than they thought. But the Empress refused to see a doctor. She was more focused on her own private agenda. They had to find that missing maid before Lisbeth beat them to it. Margaret promised to find her ASAP, so Rhea asked the girl to help out at the dinner party, where they'd be meeting Prince Albert for the first time. The Empress was sweating bullets, worried something would go wrong. When the meeting finally happened, the girl, just like she figured, was having a tough time with the food because of that finger wound. Then, the Emperor held a fork with food right up to Rihanna, telling her to dig in. The girl got flustered, saying she could just ask the servants, but the Emperor wasn't having it. He could see Rhea couldn't even hold the fork right, so he straight up said he was going to feed her himself. The girl hesitated, saying the prince and queen were right there, but this was all part of Alexander's plan. He was putting on this whole show right in front of them on purpose. Then Rihanna smiled and said she wasn't about to turn down such a tempting offer. After carefully tasting the food from her husband's fork, the girl turned to Prince Albert, saying his brother was very caring. The young man said that everyone in high society had heard about their warm relationship. Rihanna pointed out that it was all thanks to His Majesty's care. He was always there, so getting used to life in the palace wasn't so difficult. Then the girl asked what Lisbeth thought about it, and she, stammering slightly, agreed with the Empress. Albert asked Rihanna to take care of his brother because he always wanted Alexander to have a good family. He said he'd like to hear news about the prophesied child soon, but the Emperor cut him off. The man said that his brother was especially chatty today. He asked him to watch his words in the future and not start empty conversations to avoid misunderstandings. Then Lisbeth asked if the Emperor would like to spend the night at the royal palace. They had brought in some good wine today, but Alexander just took Rihanna's hand, saying that he was going to spend tonight with the Empress. Liz shut her mouth the second she saw that, glaring at her sister with pure hatred. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an unknown palace. A duke, middle-aged, is sitting at his desk when suddenly there's a knock at the door. A girl walks into the study and reports that the Emperor is spending the night in the Empress's palace, and he's not even giving the Queen the time of day. Then the man announced that everything was ready, and it would be a good idea to take care of the Queen as well, so she falls into the trap. Using the Queen's jealousy, they were planning to get rid of the Empress, and then the Emperor would be all alone. Then the man asked the stranger if she understood how important she was in all this, to which she replied in the affirmative. The next moment, the girl pulls off her hood. It's Diana, the very maid who swore loyalty to Lisbeth, but now she's planning to really mess with the Queen. At that moment, a blue-haired girl woke up, lying on a hospital bed. Her face and head were wrapped in bandages. She screamed the Empress's name. She didn't understand where she was, and then that same man walked in, saying that she was at Duke Killian's estate. He said that the girl was found in a wrecked carriage and immediately brought to his mansion, and then her wounds were treated. The girl thanked the Duke, but he found it weird that the first thing she did was call for the Empress. Was she, like, her personal servant or something? But the Duke pointed out that even though she wasn't technically a servant, she still called out for the Empress right after waking up. So the guy just turned and walked out of the room, saying he was mistaken. This girl had nothing to do with the Empress. Suddenly, the girl asked him what happened to Her Majesty, but Killian snapped back, saying it was pretty damn bold to ask questions that weren't her business. Then the girl said she'd really like to know, especially if it involved Her Majesty. And that's when the guy yelled that he wouldn't tell her anything about it. The girl quickly tried to calm him down, and then mentioned that she worked as a maid at the Norden estate for 10 years. The guy smirked, realizing the little brat had fallen right into his trap. He asked if her name happened to be Emily. Killian explained that the Empress specifically mentioned that name. During the investigation into Earl Norden's death, they found a maid named Emily had disappeared. She'd gotten a forged letter of recommendation and left the estate, which was all highly suspicious. The girl was shocked. So that letter from the Empress was a fake? But she was sent in a Norden carriage. Then she asked if the man knew who could have done that to the maid. She introduced herself as that Emily from the Norden estate. The girl suggested that the person who did it was Her Highness, the Queen. Then the man confirmed her words. The maid immediately got out of bed, saying that she had something to say too then. Then she told him what happened that day at the Norden estate. Duke Killian didn't expect to hear Earl Brown's name again, and even regretted not being able to talk to the girl to the end. But even so, she was an eyewitness, so he already knew the most important thing. The Queen added poison to the Earl's cup, and now it was up to him to decide what to do with this information. Rianne had a weird dream last night, where she saw Lisbeth offing their old man. The girl rushed over to the guy right away, trying to bring him back around. But just then, Lisbeth grabbed her arm, saying she was late again. Rianne woke up in a cold sweat, screaming her father's name. Alexander, who was sleeping next to her, knew right away she was having nightmares again. He said it's tough to get over losing someone you care about, and honestly, getting close to someone is like signing up for a world of hurt. The girl thanked him for the support, and then the guy took her hand. He said the antidote would be ready soon, which surprised Rianne, 'cause she'd never heard about it. Then the Emperor explained that the poison in her body would dissolve, and he'd ordered research to start to fully heal the girl. And once the antidote's ready, he'll think about a remedy to, handle the whole queen fertility situation, because that'll make the Empress feel better." The girl smiled, and Alexander leaned in, ready to kiss her. Just then, Cain, the Emperor's advisor, walked into their chambers, interrupting the couple's kiss. Seeing the man was already awake, he smirked and apologized for barging in. The Emperor asked darkly what he wanted. Turns out, the Queen wanted to invite Alexander to a fancy dinner. She was really pushing for him to be there, so Cain couldn't do anything about it. But the Emperor immediately refused, asking him to tell Lisbeth that he already had a meeting scheduled. Cain started to say that the Emperor didn't have any plans today, but the Emperor cut him off, saying he'd just made some dinner plans himself. He was planning on spending it with the Empress. The man said he didn't want to miss the chance to be alone with her. Soon the dinner party arrived, and the Emperor immediately noticed how good the food was. The girl said she asked Lord Cain what kind of food the guy likes, but he told her he doesn't have a favorite dish. Alexander explained that even if he did have a favorite, he wouldn't want anyone to know, because if that info got out, he wouldn't even know who was trying to, take him out. Then Rihanna asked if someone had already tried to poison the Emperor. He said no, but he had some concerns. Seeing the confusion on his wife's face, he said he wasn't worried she'd do something like that. They were more than just allies, after all. If Alexander didn't trust his wife, he wouldn't have invited her to dinner. Rihanna smiled then, saying it was time for dessert. Just then, Alain walked into the dining room and greeted the Emperor and Empress. He presented the dessert Rihanna made herself, and Alexander realized that's probably when she cut herself. But Rhea just said it was the first time they were celebrating the ruler's birthday, so she wanted to do something special. The girl lifted the lid, showing him the apple pie, saying she tried to recreate it exactly like he had it as a kid. Alexander smiled, remarking that Lady Elizabeth must have told her about it, since she was his nanny. Then Rihanna smiled brightly, wishing His Majesty a happy birthday. The Emperor thanked her, saying he looked forward to seeing her at the birthday ball tonight. When the time came, Rihanna showed up to the ball, but she felt like she was overdressed. But the maid pointed out that tonight the ladies would be wearing their finest gowns. The Emperor himself would be dressed formally, and his Empress should do the same. Just then, Margaret approached her, saying His Majesty had sent her a bouquet of flowers. Rihanna blushed, thinking it was a little much for just one night, but still noted how thoughtful the Emperor was. When the ball finally started, all the guests were stoked to see the Empire's sun and moon. Everyone was saying the Empress looked absolutely stunning, a real match for tonight's star. That's when Lisbeth walked up to the Emperor, congratulating him on his birthday. She said she had a gift for him, a legendary top-shelf vintage from Ciantis, made by Henry Crone himself. Alexander mentioned his mother used to love that wine, and thanked the Queen for the gift. Lisbeth suggested they have a glass, saying today was a special occasion. They had to raise a toast to His Majesty's health and good fortune. Then Rihanna remembered hearing that the Emperor really didn't like red wine, but he agreed to try it anyway. She tried to talk him out of it, but it was like he wasn't even listening. Soon, Lisbeth toasted to the health of His Majesty the Emperor and the eternal prosperity of Esterage. After a slight hesitation, Alexander finally took a drink from the glass. Rihanna had been watching her husband with worry the whole time. Soon, the man left the banquet hall, and Rhea went to look for him. Bumping into Cain, she said the Emperor looked pale and it was making her anxious. After a slight pause, the man said His Majesty was outside. Then the girl headed for the door, warning her husband that she was coming in. The sight she saw shocked her. Alexander was sitting on the floor, leaning against a column, sweat dripping down his face, and he was breathing heavily. The girl immediately ran to him, worried that something had happened to him, but he said it was all because of the wine. He didn't want to show weakness in front of people, so he drank it against his will. But now he asked Rihanna to keep what she saw here a secret. Then Alexander pressed against the girl's chest, asking her to just sit with him like this for a little while. Rihanna gently stroked her husband's hair and put her arm around his shoulders. After a while, he said he felt better, all thanks to his wife's efforts. They really helped him out, and now he was determined to show Rihanna his gratitude. She started to refuse, but then Alexander said he knew about her plans to do some charity work with the other nobles. Rhea said she was planning to do it right after the celebration, and the Emperor decided to go with her to show his support. She thanked her husband, saying his presence would be a real boost to their cause. Then he said they were running late and needed to head back, and the couple went back to the hall, holding hands. All this time, Lisbeth was watching them, hidden behind one of the columns. She thought about how there were two people, but only one prophecy, and she wasn't happy about how things were shaping up. The queen was going to decide for herself who would be by the emperor's side. The next day, Rihanna arrived at the orphanage, and the workers immediately began to bow to her in greeting. The girl had not expected such a respectful welcome, as she had come to do a good deed, not to receive honors. Then the owner of the orphanage said that today 2 sisters, the empress and the queen, had come, and their visit alone was a great honor for the orphanage. Rihanna did not understand what she meant by the queen, and then the woman pointed to Lisbeth, who had already arrived and had even decided to help them sweep the streets. The girl immediately ran up to her sister, saying that she was late, but she herself had been eagerly awaiting this day and asked to be forgiven for her discourtesy and for arriving early. Rihanna just gave a wry smile and told her servants it was time to begin. Looking at her sister, Lisbeth thought about how she was trying to make herself look good in front of the emperor. Then, out of anger, the girl threw the broom aside, with no intention of continuing this humiliating cleaning. She leaned against a tree, sighing with fatigue. At that moment, a little girl who lived at the orphanage tripped over her foot. The little one jumped up right away, apologizing to the queen through her tears. But Lisbeth was furious about the whole thing. She stormed over to the girl and started yelling at her. She was laying into the kid, saying she'd ruined her expensive dress. Just then, Rihanna rushed over, asking the girl if she was hurt and why she was crying. The girl pointed at Lisbeth, saying her eyes were super scary. The queen jumped in, telling her sister not to jump to conclusions based on what a child said. Then, Rhea told Liz that next time, she shouldn't bother coming if she wasn't going to do it with a good heart. There's no point in pretending to be charitable. After that, the girl took the little one for an afternoon snack, and Lisbeth was shaking with rage, not about to let this go. Meanwhile, all the kids gathered in the dining hall to try the treats the empress had brought them. Lisbeth ran up to her sister, hissing through her teeth that she might have overreacted a little. She offered to help with the cooking, and Rhea was pretty much cool with it. So, the queen heads to the kitchen, and she's all, "Why's the cook cutting off the potato sprouts?" The woman explained they're poisonous, could make you real sick, and one kid even died from them. Then it hits Lisbeth. If potato poison can kill a person, she could off Rihanna and play dumb. The girl snuck off with a few potatoes, thinking she'd soon be the only prophecy girl left, and then His Majesty wouldn't have a choice. Then the queen asked the cook to let her handle prepping the potatoes. Just then, Rihanna was passing by the kitchen and noticed the women chatting. Soon after, when the dishes were ready, Lisbeth sprinkled Rihanna's plate with grated potato sprouts. Right then, the emperor walks into the shelter, saying he wanted to see the empress. While everyone's greeting the ruler, Lisbeth tries to slip away unnoticed, but the guy spots her. He'd seen her before, when the queen was in the kitchen, smirking like she knew something. Soon it was snack time, and Rihanna invited her husband to dig in. But the guy looked off, like something was bugging him. That's when he suggested swapping plates with Rihanna. The girl didn't get what he was getting at, since the plates looked exactly the same. Then he said someone might have messed with her food, and he'd feel better if they switched. The empress decided not to argue, and soon the dude was chowing down on her food. Lisbeth's eyes glued to him. When the meal was over and they were riding back in the carriage, Rhea noticed Alexander looked paler than usual. She said they could stop the carriage if he wasn't feeling well. Then the emperor pointed out that Rhea must have noticed something weird about the queen's behavior too. She gave her sister the last serving, then just stared at her with this smug grin. And if Alexander hadn't eaten it, Rihanna would have taken care of it herself. The girl suspected something was off with the food, but she didn't want to cause a scene in a place that already needed help. Still, she couldn't figure out why the emperor would make such a sacrifice. His life was worth more than hers. But he said their lives were equal, and besides, only Rihanna could give him an heir, because he wasn't having kids with Lisbeth. Then the girl told him she wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Even so, the emperor said he was worried about her, and she shouldn't be so reckless with her own well-being. But before he could finish, his lifeless body suddenly collapsed right on top of his wife, and she immediately called for a doctor. Soon, the emperor was brought back to the palace, where the doctor examined him. Everything pointed to poisoning, and a pretty heavy dose at that. Rihanna asked how her husband was doing now. The doc said he gave the emperor the medicine, so the worst is over, but he needs rest. Then, he handed the girl a small vial of liquid. It was the antidote the emperor asked him to make. It won't work right away. They need to see how he reacts first. Soon, the doctor left the room, and Rihanna was alone with the emperor. Just then, Lisbeth burst into the room, ranting about how only the lowest of the low would do something like this to the ruler. Rihanna didn't get why her sister was putting on this show. The queen said she just came to care for the emperor, because with him being poisoned, Rihanna would have to fill in for him on the council. But Rhea wasn't gonna take that crap. She ordered her sister to go back to her own room. Besides, Lisbeth was the prime suspect in the poisoning. The girl shouted, saying she was the queen. She was supposed to give the emperor an heir, so she wouldn't do something like that. So Rihanna said the poisoned soup was meant for her, and it'd be insane to leave the prime suspect hanging around the emperor. Lisbeth was furious, not understanding why the empress was making such baseless accusations. Then Rihanna said that if her sister was so eager to prove her innocence, they'd hold an investigation tomorrow. Lisbeth asked the empress what would happen if she didn't leave. In response, Rihanna slapped her, saying that if the queen wanted to keep her crummy position, she'd listen and get out of the room quietly. The girl advised her sister not to act rashly, seeing as she'd been showing her mercy up until now. Then Lisbeth threatened the empress, saying she'd regret what she'd done. With those words, she turned and left the room. Soon, the council meeting began, and Rihanna took the emperor's place, explaining to those present that the ruler had been poisoned the previous evening. The girl explained that His Majesty had visited the orphanage to support the charitable group's work. He hadn't eaten anything but potato soup, and wouldn't you know it? They switched plates right before they started eating. So, the empress was the intended target, but the real question is, how did the emperor get poisoned? This means everyone who was at that charity event yesterday is a suspect in an attempt on a member of the royal family. Everyone who visited the orphanage yesterday is a suspect, and their movements will be restricted until the investigation is complete. Rihanna also made it clear that there would be no exceptions, not even for the queen. Then, she tasked Count Esper with leading the investigation. Count Esper, after assembling his investigation team, went straight to the scene of the crime. Mason Orphanage. The headmistress said she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary yesterday. Or so she thought. However, she did notice something while cleaning the trash cans. There were only potato peels, but she saw them peeling off the sprouts too. Looks like the queen threw those away separately. The count was surprised. Could poison from potato sprouts really be deadly? The manager explained that the potato peelings from a whole sack would be enough for a fatal dose. Soon after, the earl reported everything to the empress. Then, a little later, Mrs. Proctor, who was involved in charity work, came to Rihanna. She revealed that Lisbeth had learned about the poison from her. That's when Rihanna realized there was only one possible culprit, her own sister. Lisbeth, meanwhile, was a nervous wreck, trying to reassure herself that so much time had passed, and she definitely hadn't left any evidence behind. Maybe she should have just let sleeping dogs lie. Just then, Diana walked in, clearly agitated, because she'd just heard some news from the laundress. Apparently, they found evidence. Potato peelings, trimmed during cooking, and they'd all vanished. Mrs. Proctor went straight to the empress and accused the queen of the crime. That's when Lisbeth knew she was totally screwed. Meanwhile, Rihanna was sitting by the emperor's bed. It had been 5 days, and he was still out cold. She touched her husband's hand, and before she knew it, tears started streaming down her face. Just then, the emperor squeezed her hand back, asking if she was really that worried he might. You know, Rihanna was blown away that after all this time, her hubby finally opened his eyes. But, getting her act together, she told him they'd already tracked down the culprit. Count Esper managed to dig up some dirt, and Madame Proctor backed up their suspicions. Then, Alexander touched his wife's cheek, praising her for a job well done. He knew she could handle anything. He then suggested they finally settle things with the queen, but Rhea said she still hadn't found proof Lisbeth was involved in her father's death. But still, she wanted her sister to pay for what she'd done, and that's when the emperor suggested she take things slow. Just then, Prince Albert walked in, greeting his older brother. He said he could finally breathe easy, knowing Alexander was awake. Rihanna then stood up, planning to leave the brothers alone, but the emperor told her to stay. Albert pointed out that the guy didn't exactly seem thrilled to see him. He said everything was messed up, that he should be the one hating Alexander, and Alexander should be begging for forgiveness. But somehow, Albert was the only one in the wrong. But the emperor said that's not how it works, because hate is a two-way street, and if he hated his older brother, nothing stopped him from feeling the same way. Albert was surprised by that answer, but Alexander told him to drop the act, because that's just how it's always been. Then the prince said that if his brother didn't care that he came to him with good intentions, he'd just leave. Anyway, he made sure the emperor was doing okay, and now all he could do was wish him a speedy recovery. After the prince left, the emperor saw the confusion on Rihanna's face and told her to speak her mind if she wanted to. But he explained that that's just how he and his brother are. They hate and despise each other. Then, he asked his wife if she thought they needed anything else. In response, Rihanna reminded him what kind of relationship she has with Lisbeth. Alexander smiled and remarked that he and the Empress were very similar in that regard. Just then, Margaret burst into the room, barely able to breathe, shouting that they'd found the missing servant girl. The Emperor then congratulated his wife on getting what she wanted way sooner than she expected. The girl pressed her cheek against the man's palm and said that to celebrate the happy ending, they'd need to crack open another bottle of champagne. Soon, the Emperor's health was fully restored, and he was able to attend the council. He announced that there was only one item on the agenda for discussion today. It was Queen Lisbeth Norden's misdeeds, based on which the council had to give her a fitting punishment. The queen's first offense was attempting to assassinate the empress, Rihanna Norden, with poison. It failed, which then endangered the emperor's life, and that's the second offense. And the third offense is poisoning her own father, Earl Norden. These accusations were enough to strip the queen of her title. However, at that moment, one of the council members decided to object. It was Duke Killen, and he asked if the emperor had any proof that pointed to the queen's involvement. Then, Alexander said that Madame Proctor's testimony and Earl Esper's investigation should be enough. But the Duke stated that the presence of poison in potato sprouts wasn't exactly a secret, and you couldn't just accuse the queen because some sprouts went missing. Then the Duke moved on to the subject of Lisbeth's father's death. But at that moment, the emperor called someone into the hall. It was Emily, the very same kidnapped servant. The emperor gave her the floor. The girl said that on the day Count Norden was murdered, she was doing her duties at the estate. That's when she saw Lady Lisbeth slip something into her father's drink. Almost immediately after that, the Count kicked the bucket. Then Emily stated that was all she knew. The girl looked at Duke Killian, who was smirking, holding a finger to his lips. Emily remembered his words. The guy had told her to keep her mouth shut. Then the emperor asked if that would be enough evidence for the Duke, because they couldn't let someone live who not only offed their own father, but also dared to threaten the royal family. The other council members had nothing to say, but some were confused, because Lisbeth was the girl from the prophecy. The emperor declared that, from this moment on, the queen is stripped of her title and sentenced to death, to be carried out in 3 days. And because of the prophecy, Alexander insisted on handling the execution himself. Then Duke Killian argued that, considering that same prophecy, executing the queen would be a reckless move, since the empress still hadn't given the empire an heir. However, the emperor said that he and the empress had only recently married, and they were both still young, so such concerns were unnecessary. Killian smirked, saying he was only thinking of the ruling families and the empire's well-being, so maybe they could postpone the sentence for now, since it could be carried out at any time. The emperor glared at the duke, knowing that to everyone else, the execution would seem unwise right now, so he agreed with the man. However, that didn't excuse the queen's misdeeds. After all, she was the one who served the empress the poisoned dish. Therefore, the queen's life will be spared, but she's stripped of her status and will be assigned as a handmaiden to the empress. After the emperor spoke, a deathly silence fell over the hall, because if a girl came from an aristocratic family, she was given the title of lady-in-waiting, but if she was a commoner, she became a handmaiden. In the Esterage Empire's long history, there's only been one case of an emperor's lover taking her own life. Aristocrats, for whom reputation and honor were worth more than life itself, preferred poison from the emperor's hand, seeing it as a worthy death. Losing your title, becoming someone's servant, and enduring public scorn, that was basically another kind of death. And this punishment for Lisbeth had been going on for a week already. The maids and housekeepers beat her for every single mistake. Liz begged Rihanna for help, but only got more beatings for it. She had no right to address Her Majesty so brazenly. One day, the girl told her tormentors to stop. She turned to her younger sister, saying she'd been working as a servant for days now, but still didn't grasp her place. Then Rihanna ordered the maids to punish her until Lisbeth's eyes were fixed on her feet in shame. With that, the empress left the room, and the servants seemed thrilled that their mistress had finally given them the green light. Lisbeth screamed, begging Rihanna for mercy, but it was all useless. Meanwhile, the Empress herself went to her husband, who asked if she approved of his decision regarding Liz. The girl said she never would have dreamed that the queen would become her servant. Then she said she knew that Duke Killian had stood up for Lisbeth. Apparently, he wants to work with her. Rihanna intended to keep a close eye on her sister, and the Emperor could decide her fate at any moment. However, Alexander hoped that the decision would satisfy the Empress for another reason, something more fundamental. Up until now, the Queen had never paid for her misdeeds, and the Emperor found that infuriating. He wanted her to know what shame felt like. So, he was curious what Rihanna really thought about this decision. Then the girl said that she could only be grateful that the man felt that way. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through the Emperor's head, and Rhea immediately rushed to her husband. Looks like he's still not fully recovered, but he refused to see a doctor. Rihanna was upset about this, so she told Alexander not to be so reckless again, because watching her husband unconscious was way harder on her than she thought. The Emperor said he was thinking the same thing when he did it. The thought of Rhea passing out after a bowl of soup scared him. The girl pondered. So the Emperor took the poison for his own sake. But in the end, he was in danger, and the Duke stopped the attempt to punish Lisbeth. And the reason is most likely the lack of an heir. Rihanna decided to tell her husband that the antidote prepared by the doctor had worked. However, the girl asked the Emperor to help her every night, hinting at conceiving a child. What happened made her realize that if she didn't give the man an heir, this kind of thing would keep happening over and over. Alexander agreed with her, and then the girl promised to visit the central palace starting that very night. But the guy stopped her, saying he'd be the one visiting the Empress's palace. Before long, high society was buzzing about the unbelievable marital bliss in the imperial family. Rihanna, though, had nothing to say about it. It had been a few nights since the Emperor started visiting her palace after dark, but he never took off his clothes, and definitely not Rihanna's. Still, the girl kept up the rumors about their happy life and a future heir. Then one of the guests asked if it was true that the wine served at the founding banquet would be Henri Grand red. Just then, a man walked up behind the women, saying that this banquet would be special because it was the first founding celebration with a female oracle present. It was the Emperor. He walked up to the girl, saying he missed her so much that he came without an invite. He suggested Rihanna enjoy the tea party she'd arranged with him as a couple. And so, the royal couple spent the evening in each other's company. As the tea party wound down, the young folks said they were super happy to have spent the evening together. Then, the guy pulled Rihanna into a hug, squeezing her tight. She blushed like crazy, and then Alexander said he'd be seeing her later that night. He mentioned the anniversary banquet was coming up fast, so he had to cut the evening short, and with that, he dipped out. Rhea gave him a warm smile as he left, saying goodbye till later. That evening, the girl mentioned how much she appreciated the Emperor showing up at the tea party. She also told her husband not to overdo it getting ready for the banquet, since he's still not 100%. Alexander chuckled, pointing out how thoughtful his wife was being. Then Rhea asked why he decided to serve wine at the party, since he doesn't even like it. But the Emperor said he'd just take care of it afterward. An awkward silence hung in the air, and then she wondered if there was a reason he couldn't drink wine. After a short pause, the Emperor revealed the whole thing stemmed from murder. He explained that his own father had poisoned his mother. He wanted to make his mistress the Empress. One night at dinner, the old man offered everyone red wine. It was the first time in ages Liliana had been able to spend time with her husband, so she accepted. That very night, her condition took a nosedive, and she was dead less than a day later. Ever since, Alexander can't look at red wine without thinking of her. He feels like he's headed down the same road himself, because there's nothing that stings more than getting stabbed in the back by the people you trusted and loved. Rihanna immediately thought of George and Lisbeth. She knew that feeling all too well, and to top it off, His Majesty was witnessing it all. Soon after, the royal family welcomed Prince Albert, the son of the mistress who'd taken the Empress's name. That's when Rihanna realized that was probably the reason for his friendly attitude towards her. She said she didn't want to watch him force himself to drink wine, especially trying to flush it out of his system. He looked really rough that time, so Rhea took Alexander's hand, telling him she'd find another way to help him deal with it. Everyone in the palace had already given up, but she wasn't about to let things stay like that. Then the Emperor asked her why she was trying so hard. Clenching her fists, Rihanna replied that they were partners who should help each other out, so she didn't see anything weird about it. The next morning, Margaret burst into the couple's chambers. The emperor was already awake, but gestured for her not to shout too loud. That's when the maid saw Rihanna, sound asleep on the emperor's arm, and hurried out of the room. He leaned in close to his wife, almost touching her cheek with his nose, and that's when she opened her eyes. Alex blushed, totally caught off guard that Rhea woke up so fast. But she just said His Majesty was breathtakingly handsome first thing in the morning. Right after that, Rihanna was out like a light again, and he just kept on gazing at his sleeping wife. When the Empress finally woke up, she headed to her study. Margaret was already there, surprised, since she'd seen them wake up together. She told her ladyship that the Emperor had been looking at her with this incredibly tender expression all morning. The maid figured that if things kept going this way, the ruler might actually fall for her. Rihanna smiled at the girl, but inside she was thinking, "Yeah, right, that'll be the day." Meanwhile, the long-awaited anniversary banquet for the founding of the empire had finally arrived. The Emperor and Empress were sitting at the head table, and he asked her if she'd found a way to deal with his situation. Rihanna said she wasn't sure how effective it would be, but she did have something. Then she handed him a special, custom-made wine glass. If there's poison in the wine, the glass will change color, and Alexander will know right away. Soon it was time for the Emperor's toast, and he called for everyone to raise their glasses to the glory of Estrage. The guy brought his glass to his lips, and the color didn't change at all. Rihanna was super relieved to see that, because now her husband didn't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, Lisbeth was doing her maid duties, and the guests behind her were gossiping, saying she'd be better off 6 feet under than living such a shameful life. She heard every word, and she was furious. How dare these nobodies talk about her like that? She'd make them pay once she got her title back. They won't break her, because she's the rightful queen of this empire. Diana pulled Lisbeth from her thoughts, handing her a letter, saying it was from Duke Killian, Prince Albert's uncle. The maid said he was the only one who voted against dethroning Lisbeth, and now he's promised to help the queen reclaim her position. Lisbeth figured she had to get the Duke a killer gift then. Meanwhile, Rihanna realized that Prince Albert was the only guest at the banquet she hadn't gotten to greet. Alexander wondered what she wanted with him, but she just said she wanted to see him, since they probably wouldn't get another chance. Then she asked if the emperor didn't want her talking to the prince. Without waiting for her husband to answer, she said she'd be his empress until the day she died. She wasn't about to have another man's kid. The emperor asked if she really thought that's what this was about. But the next second, his cheeks flushed red, and he said he was getting hot and needed some air. The guy walked past his wife and headed for the balcony, trying to cover his cheeks with his hand. When they got to the balcony, Rihanna commented that the emperor had had a lot of wine and then asked how he was feeling. The guy said he was fine, but he was flattered that she was so concerned about him. Rihanna mentioned he'd been hitting the bottle because of her, but Alexander cut her off, saying he wasn't forced to drink and he was feeling fine now. He smiled, pointing out how considerate she was being. After all, she'd gone to a lot of trouble to help him deal with what he'd been through. Then Rhea said the emperor had done just as much for her. The guy got flustered, his cheeks flushed again, and he looked away. Rihanna reminded him how he'd given her flowers, gone with her to the orphanage, and generally kept her reputation intact. So, she felt the same way the emperor did. Alexander's cheeks kept burning. He couldn't figure out why. Had he really had that much to drink? Then he asked her if she'd ever spent time at the Founding Day celebration. Rhea replied that it was a lot of fun on the streets when she was a kid. So, the emperor asked her if she wanted to step outside for a bit. He said he'd love to take a walk with her, just around the block. The guy mentioned he knew a secret passage, just for him, so they could sneak out without any trouble. Before you knew it, the royal couple had ditched the palace and were heading downtown on horseback. Rihanna said His Majesty was such a natural rider, she almost forgot she was even on a horse. Then the guy said if they wanted to keep a low profile, they needed to call each other something else. He told Rihanna it was cool, she could just call him by his first name. Blushing, the girl shyly whispered her husband's name, Alexander. The guy chuckled, 'cause she looked like she was saying his name for the very first time. But Rhea explained it wasn't proper to call His Majesty by his first name. Then the emperor asked her to just call him Alex, since Alexander was a mouthful. Then, the guy took his wife's hand, and she asked where His Majesty was taking her. The emperor smiled back, telling her she could just call him Alex and skip the whole title thing. Meanwhile, the city was partying hard, and the couple was just vibing. totally lost in each other, not even noticing how fast time was flying by. Soon, they plopped down on the grass to try some of the local eats. One of the sweets dropped right onto Rihanna's palm. He gently took her wrist and, cleaned up the spot where the treat had fallen. She was surprised and instantly blushed. But Alex didn't say anything, just gave her a soft smile. The next second, as the fireworks started, they locked lips in a tender kiss. They kept kissing until the last firecracker fizzled out. When it was all over, they pulled back a little, feeling a sudden wave of awkwardness. So Alexander told her to think of it as practice, since Rihanna was the one who asked him to spend every night with her. Up till now, they'd only been holding hands, and the guy felt like it was time to step things up a notch. Thing is, they'd already stayed late at the party, so Alex suggested they head back. Rhea gave him her hand, and they started back to the palace. The girl was thinking, even when she found out about George's cheating, she didn't feel like this. Back then, she just felt betrayed, but it wasn't this painful or frustrating. But in the end, she couldn't believe it. Was she really falling for His Majesty? Rihanna was pulled from her thoughts by a stranger who bumped into her. Alexander immediately pulled his wife close, making sure she was okay. The stranger apologized for being so clumsy. It was a dark-haired woman, older. Her face seemed familiar to Rihanna. It was the nanny, Lisbeth. Before the Empress could even get a word out, the woman bolted and vanished into the crowd. The Emperor was totally lost, but his wife reassured him that everything was fine. Then they held hands and kept heading back to the palace, but Rhea couldn't take her eyes off that woman. After a while, they got back to the banquet. Just then, Lord Kane came rushing up, out of breath, saying the nobles were in an uproar about the Empress. Soon, a council was called. The nobles were baffled why accusations were being made against the Empress. She couldn't have pulled the wool over the entire empire's eyes. That's when Duke Colleen said that Rihanna was likely infertile. And what's more, he was ready to present evidence. The next thing you know, a huge stack of papers landed on the Emperor's table. Colleen announced it wasn't hard to find proof, since it was in Earl Royden's house, in his private chambers. Apparently, the goblet Rihanna drank from had been laced with poison for a long time, so there were enough toxic substances left to detect the poison. Taking a certain amount of this poison can have side effects, including infertility, so the evidence also included a doctor's report. Then Duke Kylan asked the Emperor why he looked so calm in this situation. He asked if the ruler knew about all this, to which Alexander said it was all just speculation. Then Colleen said there's only one moon in the empire, and maybe that's going to cause a problem between the two princes. After all, everyone knew the Emperor spent every night with his consort, but to no avail. So for the sake of stability and maintaining the empire's traditions, it was worth restoring the queen to her status. Then Alexander lost it, saying he wasn't going to listen to this anymore. However, Kylan wouldn't let up. He said the emperor should be spending his nights with the queen. Otherwise, the whole empire will find out about the empress's condition. The next day, Alexander showed up at Rihanna's office. The girl already knew the queen had been reinstated. The dude knew anything he said would sound like an excuse, but Duke Killian had slipped in a veiled threat. If he didn't reinstate the queen and bring her back to the palace, Killian would spill the beans about the empress's situation. And because of that, the emperor couldn't keep the promise he'd made to his wife. Alexander said he had nothing to say to that, then apologized and headed for the door. Rihanna watched him go, totally drained. But right then, she decided she couldn't just stay silent anymore. She ran after the emperor, asking if this was his way of protecting her. She said it wasn't necessary, because now it didn't matter if it was all just a deal or a promise. The thing is, she couldn't protect him anymore either. Then she walked up to the emperor and said she'd fallen for His Majesty. Rihanna, gently taking the man's hand, pleaded with him not to share a bed with the queen. But the moment Alexander heard the word love, memories came flooding back. He remembered his mother, crying and screaming at her husband, saying he swore he loved her, and the man just laughed. Just then, little Alexander walked into the room, finding his mother on the floor, covered in tears. Then the emperor told Rihanna that he couldn't reciprocate her feelings. He apologized to the girl and then left, leaving her alone. At that moment, Lisbeth came out from around the corner, remarking that the empress looked awfully pale. The girl didn't need formal greetings, since her older sister already knew she hadn't been doing so great. Lisbeth said that Rhea must have already decided she'd be the emperor's only woman, stripping her of her title. But now the empress didn't need to worry. because the queen was about to give the emperor a child. Then the girl said she was going to prepare for her upcoming night with the ruler, leaving her sister all alone. A week had already passed since then. It was the eve of Alexander and Lisbeth's shared night. Sitting in her study, Rihanna pondered the fact that His Majesty hadn't visited her at all during that time. Suddenly, she noticed that the portrait of her and her husband was crooked again. When she went to straighten the picture, she noticed something strange behind it. It was a hidden safe, and there was something inside. Rihanna immediately called Margaret to crack it open and get the contents out. Inside the hidden compartment was a small box. Inside were several smaller boxes and a book, which Rhea quickly rushed to open. Margaret asked what her mistress had read that was so shocking. However, the Empress didn't answer. She asked the maid to urgently find someone for her. That was Anna, the woman in the cloak. She knew Lisbeth's birth mother. Meanwhile, Alexander was walking the palace halls, lost in thought. He was haunted by their last meeting with Rihanna, how she confessed her feelings for him. He'd never seen her look at him like that before. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, a completely new sensation he couldn't understand. Just then, Elizabeth, the housekeeper, ran up to him. She said that Her Majesty the Empress had ordered her preparations to leave the palace. The woman didn't know what was going on, but it seemed Rihanna was trying to find someone. She left a message for the servants, asking everyone to trust her and just wait. Elizabeth asked the emperor if he knew why the empress had left so suddenly, to which the man replied that she confessed her feelings for him. The housekeeper responded that the man seemed to share those feelings, but Alexander himself believed he didn't deserve any of it. Then the woman said that he always looked at Rihanna with such kind and gentle eyes, and his feelings were so obvious, everyone in the palace could see it. Alexander replied that his father also married his mother for love, but their ending was bitter. The guy believed he'd inherited his father's blood, and in the end, it would all end with him bringing Rihanna pain and making her miserable. Then, Elizabeth asked him why he thought Lady Liliana was unhappy. Sure, the late emperor hurt her feelings by being interested in other women, but she always said she was happy. Because Liliana had her son, Alexander. Every step he took, every hug he gave, made her smile. She said she felt love, and she hoped her son would know those same feelings in the future. Alexander couldn't believe that his mother, after experiencing so much hardship, still loved him. Tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. The housekeeper said love comes in many forms, but Lady Liliana never stopped loving her child, not until the very end. The man thanked Elizabeth. He needed to hear that, because the guilt he carried for failing to save his mother was crushing him. She told him it wasn't over for him yet. The Empress felt the same way. He just needed to stop being afraid of it. Elizabeth believed Rihanna would definitely understand Alexander. Then the man thanked the woman from the bottom of his heart, giving her a wide smile. When the night of the ceremony arrived, Duke Killian congratulated Lisbeth. The girl said that if she could help things along and provide the emperor with an heir, she would never forget the man's kindness. Then Killian said the queen misunderstood him because she wasn't meant to be the one to give life to the heir. The emperor would never allow it. He advised Liz to just keep doing what she's been doing. Then he pulled a small box from his pocket. Inside was a needle, and with this needle, coated in poison, Lisbeth will have to poison the emperor. The girl immediately screamed. She was shocked that the Duke would even suggest such a thing. Killian just smirked, because for the girl, it would be a very manageable task. She just needed to take care of the emperor, and then the Duke would make Lisbeth the Empress of Estrade. He'll put Prince Albert on the throne, and the girl will be the one and only star of Estrade. Then Liz thought about how she, not Rihanna, could become the Empress, the most noble woman in the empire. The girl remembered when, as a child, Rhea told her about the cuckoo, a bird that secretly lays its eggs in other birds' nests. The cuckoo chick, freshly hatched, instinctively throws out all the other eggs. It's a survival instinct. And, left alone, the cuckoo chick pretends to be a real chick of the bird, lives in the nest, and feeds alone. Back then, the little girls were very struck by this fact. But now, Lisbeth didn't see anything strange about it. She grew up not even knowing who she really was. Lisbeth always had to grind to get anywhere. So why did Rihanna get everything handed to her? She wished she could have been Lisbeth Norden from the start, but Rihanna was always the real daughter. But now, she'd represent the Norden family, because she'd be the only one left, Lisbeth Norden. Meanwhile, Rihanna and Margaret, along with a squad of guards, were headed back to the palace. Rihanna was carrying a stack of papers. She was finally able to expose the truth, but she needed to hurry to set things right. Lisbeth, at the same time, entered the emperor's chambers. The man remarked that she must be in a good mood, since she finally got what she wanted. But the girl, smiling, said that she was simply fulfilling her destiny, and since the man had decided to share a bed with her, they should get to it. Once they were seated on the bed, Liz asked the emperor to relax. The girl sidled up to him and gave him a tight hug. She immediately pulled a poisoned needle from her sleeve and aimed it right at Alexander's body. Just then, Rihanna burst into the room. The guy definitely wasn't expecting to see the Empress here, but he realized something shady was going down and shoved Lisbeth away from him. Rihanna rushed to her husband, asking if her sister had hurt him, but the guy quickly reassured her that the queen hadn't managed to harm him, just that the Empress had kept him waiting way too long. Then the girl said she was a little late because she was looking for something. At that moment, Lisbeth ran up to them, screaming like a banshee. She and the emperor were about to spend some quality time together, and her sister interrupted them. Then Rihanna walked up to her and slapped her hard across the face. The girl said that Lisbeth wouldn't be able to keep her secret hidden any longer. The queen screamed hysterically, saying she didn't understand what anyone was talking about. Rihanna yelled back at her, saying she was completely over this whole charade. She ordered her sister to tell the whole truth, right now. Then Lisbeth stood up and plastered on a smile, saying she didn't understand what the Empress was implying. Rihanna gave her a death stare, saying she didn't expect her sister to throw away the last chance she was being given. Then she turned to the emperor, saying they needed to go to the negotiation hall immediately and summon all the aristocracy. Soon the council was assembled, and Lisbeth was brought in bound. Killian cursed the girl under his breath, because he'd been hoping she'd already taken care of business. Then Marquis Peekins, who was also at the council, asked the Empress why they'd been summoned, but Duke Peekins cut him off, yelling that it was outrageous, forcing the entire aristocracy to come here so late. Rihanna, looking grim, announced that they all owed this sudden gathering to a matter of utmost urgency. She declared that the matter concerned the queen. The girl pointed at Lisbeth, saying that she had taken her father's life, and had also tried to do the same to her. But the list of offenses doesn't end there. The queen also deceived the Esterage imperial family. Killian smirked, saying that this was all water under the bridge, and sounded like some kind of misunderstanding. But Rihanna assured him that there was no mistake. First and foremost, the criminal concealed the fact that she is not a member of the Norden family. The council members were totally bewildered. Who could this woman be, if not a Norden? And how did the Empress even find out about this? Then Rihanna requested that the witness be brought in. The very woman that Rhea bumped into in the city walked into the room. Lisbeth recognized her as her nanny. Then, the Empress introduced the woman to the council, saying she was a midwife, her Anna Brown, and that she came from a family of traitors wiped off the face of the earth 23 years ago. And the queen's real name is Lisbeth Brown. Therefore, the queen has nothing to do with the prophecy. At that moment, Lisbeth shouted, saying that witness testimonies could be manipulated, and demanded proof that she wasn't a member of the Norden family. Then, Rihanna pointed to the existing evidence, a signet ring that once belonged to the Brown family, and a diary left by Empress Liliana. In the Empress's palace, Rihanna noticed that the walls in a certain spot were quite thin, so she decided to inspect them. Inside, the girl discovered a safe. It seemed Empress Liliana had deliberately created a hidden place that no one would know about. Then, with the Emperor's permission, Rihanna decided to read the contents of the diary. The book said the following: Alexander is already 3 years old now. His Majesty the Emperor, as if waiting for this moment, is having an affair with some girl. I feel so bad that I want to die, but I must hold on, because I need to protect my child. Unfortunately, I have no allies in this palace, so I decided to keep the only person loyal to me close, my old friend, Mrs. Brown. Emperor Richard I and Duke Killen were watching the two friends stroll. Killen told the ruler that the woman with the Empress was Countess Brown, someone Liliana completely trusted and had made her personal maid. Richard remarked that his wife had taken an aristocrat's wife as a servant, and Killen reported that the aristocrats were acting extremely suspiciously. Furthermore, the Empress had started spending a lot of time with Duke Brown. Then, the man suggested the Emperor put a stop to this shady connection, because it was damaging his image in the eyes of his subjects. After all, Richard was the son of the Empire. Soon after, Mrs. Brown was accused of treason. No matter how hard she tried to prove her innocence, the Empress wasn't allowed to do anything. She was forced to watch as the guards dragged her friend away. That very day, the Brown family was wiped off the map. Later, Killen came to the Empress to offer his condolences. However, out of deep concern for Liliana, he decided to assign his sister to her as a personal maid. Then the girl greeted the Empress, introducing herself as Rosalind Killen. Liliana gave the new maid a fleeting smile, then asked to be left alone. She wanted to rest. As a final request, Duke Killian asked her to look after his sister. Rosalind was brought to Liliana as a new maid, but the Empress couldn't care less about her, and Rosalind couldn't care less about the Empress. Seeing the girl chatting sweetly with her husband, the Emperor, Liliana just thought the whole thing was disgusting. Sometime later, a man arrived to see the Empress. He reported that Mrs. Brown's daughter had survived. This man was Count Norden, and he said he'd managed to save her. Then Liliana asked him to care for the girl as if she were his own child, and when the time was right, she would like to meet her. The diary entries ended there, which could only mean that Her Majesty Empress Liliana died immediately after writing that. Thus, 2 women from the Brown family, accused of treason, were able to survive and escape their fate thanks to the help of the Norden family. When Lisbeth realized that Duke Killian had killed her parents, she screamed, because it wasn't enough for him to get rid of her family, and now he'd decided to frame and use her too. The Duke immediately yelled back at the girl, telling her to shut her mouth. Then Liz said she had something to say too. Diana, a maid working in the Queen's palace, was the Duke's lackey. Furthermore, the Duke had forced her to make an attempt on the Emperor's life. Lisbeth also said she had proof. The poisoned needle was currently under His Majesty's bed, and if they investigated the origin of the poison, all the evidence would lead back to Keelan. Alexander immediately sent guards to search for the needle. Before long, they found it and brought it to the council hall. Then the Emperor was ready to pass judgment on both criminals right then and there. What happened to the Brown family is appalling, but that doesn't absolve Lisbeth Brown of responsibility for the murder of Earl Norden and the attempted assassination of the Empress, Rhianna Norden. And that's not even mentioning her involvement in the attempt on the Emperor himself. Therefore, in light of the severity of her crimes, Lisbeth Brown is sentenced to death, to be carried out in 5 days. The girl immediately started struggling and crying, begging the Emperor for mercy, saying she was just a victim, that she'd been used. But the guards dragged the girl away, and then it was Killian's turn. He urged the man not to believe that wicked girl's words, claiming he'd been loyal to the Estridge family his entire life. But Alexander didn't want to hear his excuses. He ordered the Duke thrown in the dungeon. He'd be executed with Lisbeth Brown in front of the entire empire. Killian shouted, pleading with the Emperor to think about Prince Albert, who would be all alone in the imperial palace without any family. Then Alexander gave him a dark look, ordering him to shut his mouth before he executed him right then and there. Duke Killian tried to break free from the guard's grasp, but it was no use. As a last resort, he yelled that he should have taken care of the Emperor a long time ago, that the throne of this country belonged to Albert, not him. When it was all over, Alexander and Rhianna left the hall. As they walked down the corridor, Prince Albert ran up to them, declaring that he had something to say to his older brother. So, the Emperor said he wasn't letting his uncle go, and that he should have done this a long time ago instead of letting things get this bad. But Prince Albert argued it wasn't too late to set things right. The young man said his older brother could banish him right then and there. Alexander was surprised. He didn't understand what Albert was planning this time, but then the prince said his purpose was fulfilled, because he'd stayed in the palace until now to protect the Emperor. He remembered one time as a kid, he went to see his older brother. Back then, they met every day in that old shack, because his mother didn't want him hanging out with his brother. But then something happened. The boys were going to have some fun, and Albert suggested they play with swords. He said he'd left his sword there last time, and immediately ran off to find it. But at that moment, the boards beneath his feet cracked, and he fell down into a deep hole. Albert begged his older brother for help, because he was totally freaked out. So Alexander promised he'd get him out of there, and ran off to ask the Empress for help. But nobody showed up that day to save the kid. Alexander couldn't believe it. He told the Empress everything himself. Turns out, they just told him someone was on their way to help Albert, then ordered him to bed. The kid wasn't rescued till the next day. And after that, his mom, the Empress, called him in. She lied, said Alexander never said a word, that he was scared his little brother would steal the throne, and that's why he hated him. Rihanna couldn't believe what she was hearing. Rosalind put her own son in danger just to screw up their relationship. Then Albert said that's why he started avoiding Alexander. But he found out the truth eventually. Then the emperor asked his brother why he hadn't said anything all this time. Why he let him hate him. Albert said it was for the best. Because of his uncle, Alexander lost his own mother, and his life was in danger. He felt like only hate could help his little brother deal with it. He wanted to be there, to protect Alexander, even if it was just like this. But now that it was all over, Albert wanted the emperor to let him go. He didn't want to be haunted by guilt, or it would just keep happening again and again. But Alexander wouldn't let him leave the palace. He ordered Albert to stay there, to atone for his uncle's sins. His little brother had to stay and prove his loyalty to the court. Only then could he forgive him. Sometime later, the execution of the criminals took place. People were furious when they found out about Lisbeth's crime. Nobody objected to the death sentence. And finally it was all over. After all that, while Rihanna and her husband were walking in the garden, Alexander said that now both Count Norden and his mother could finally rest in peace. He asked her why she hadn't gone to the execution with him, and Rhea replied that the emperor needed some time to himself, since he'd been through so much in such a short time. Alex needed time to process the truth and forgive. That was the only way he'd find peace. So, he started reading his mother's diary, where she kept all her feelings for him, his first steps, his first words, all the love Alexander received as a kid. It was all there in that diary. His mother wanted him to become someone who could love with his whole heart, not just a powerful emperor. And that's why he wants to follow the path she wanted for him. Then, the guy said he was a little late, but he still wanted to give Rihanna his answer. He told her he felt the same way, with all his heart. Now he understood that he really loved Rihanna. Meanwhile, 2 years had passed, and the royal family was finally getting around to going on their honeymoon. Margaret figured even for the king, this was pushing it. But Rihanna said Alexander's been swamped lately. What with the new addition to the family? Little Riel's tagging along on the trip with his parents, too? So, justice was served 2 years back, and Rihanna and Alexander are still making their unconventional marriage work.